and you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast.
No, this is fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey and Adolis and we are here to present a team preview on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. It's a team that always looks full of potential but never quite got it right to get into finals. Their best finish ever was third, but can they turn things around and turn this potential into success? I have with me the experts, Alanson Cruikshank and Ken Roymat. Introduce yourself, Dave.
Yes, good day to all of our viewers. Fine, Instagram or Facebook, or on any of the other platforms. We are looking here today at the team, the Fort Charlotte Strikers team. They finished in the penultimate position last year, and it's a team that over the years, they have struggled to really get beyond that state of play. In VPL3, I think they got into the playoffs when Miles Bascom had a good season for them as leader, and the team really lifted their performance in that tournament. But so far, it has been quite a bit of a struggle for them. And they've been looking to make a difference this year. They have a lot of experience in their team this time around, a lot of new personnel, and I'm sure they will be wanting to go a lot further than they have in the past. Generally.
Welcome to the viewers. I'm Ken Roymat here, coming to you live from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a beautiful island. It's in the Caribbean Sea here. Strikers, they have played for all the tournaments. They have struggled, yes, but they had some bright spots. I think that what is very important in this team here is that because they have made a lot of changes, and you have teams who have won tournaments, who have played with successful teams in this setup. So that would bring a different feeling to the team and bring a different vibes. So hopefully that would work for them in this tournament.
As we've mentioned that they look like a whole new unit, a lot of new players in their team. So let's just do a quick rundown of the team they have this year. They have Gidron Cope, captain, Ray Jordan, he's a returning player, always with them. You have Salvan Brown, C. Roy Williams, Alston Bob, Carlos Brathwaite, Hiram Shadow, Kevin Avrion, Shem Brown, Winston Samuel, Jerome Jones, Bracy Brown, Donwell Hector, and Kevin Joseph. So we selected a best 11 for this team. he could just break it down into the batting and the bowling section. So, Alanson, I'll have you start off and tell me a bit about what they can expect with the batting.
All right, so I'm just going to go through the 11 quite quickly that we selected. Pope as captain opening, Salvan Brown, Roy Williams, Hiram Shallow, Brathwaite, Hector, Bob, Abraham, Jones, Jordan, and Winston Samuel. So in terms of the batting, of course, Pope had a very good tournament last year. So he came back into the tournament, fit and raring to go last year, and he scored a lot of runs. And I think that he'll be looking to pick up where he left off during this tournament as captain. He wanted to make that mark on his team. A few years ago, when he played for West Indies under 19, a lot of bosses were looking to him to go, on to big things. And it's never too late. So I'm sure that he still has his eyes on representative cricket at higher levels. So he wanted to show that point during this tournament. Brown, in the very first tournament, was very dynamic. Has not been as effective in the last 3 editions of the VPL as Salvan. Of course, we know that there are several Brown brothers in the tournament, so I have to specify which one.
The Brown team.
Yes.
I feel like they can have their own team.
Yeah, they have five brothers in one tournament, so it's a lot of them. So Salvan was the eldest. He, we've been looking to have a very good tournament this time around, because I think that he will have a point to prove that he can still do what he did in VPL1. And then we have Seal Roy Williams, the twin brother of Seal Run. And he is a very good left-hand batsman. Hiram Shallow, we expect him to be in the side as well. We call him most runs in St. Vincent, because almost every tournament he plays, that is what he aims to do, get the most runs. Experienced player, he has played for the Windward Islands. And of course, we have the big man himself, Carlos Brathwaite. Remember the name a few years ago, hitting those 4 sixes in the final against Ben Stokes in 2016 at Calcutta. In the T20 competition, the World T20. And of course, the experienced Donald Hector, another former Windward Islands batsman, and the all-rounder Bob, who I'm sure Kenroy would also mention from the bowling perspective. Bob, my former classmate as well, so throw that in there for him. Mr. Bob.
Yeah, it's a team that I looked at, and I'm wondering to myself, how do they maneuver that power half order? You have Hiram Shallow, he's usually an opener. He'd run Pope, who more than likely opened the batting after the good season he had this last year with the Hikers. You also had Salvan Brown, and even Carlos Brathwaite himself. Lidland James' new coach might be tempted to even throw him at the top. So it's something that I was thinking about this team. And I think once they get that right, the batting combination, I think they'll be a very disruptive team.
Well, one thing I think that they should just think too much with the batting. Okay. Well, whatever they decide at the beginning, they need to think very clearly about it, decide on that. Maybe experiment in the first game or 2, if you have to try something, all right? And then what you have, maybe have 2 options, and you see which option works better. You go with that throughout the tournament and stick to that, have confidence. Because the chopping and changing and the shifting will leave the team without any role clarity, and that will be very detrimental to their success. Yeah.
Well, go ahead. Well, the strikers, as you said, they are top heavy. They have a very good batting lineup. But what they need to do is have 5 solid batters at the top. Give them the roles and their functions. In the bowling aspect of it, who would they turn to? Rich Jordan has been a part of this team for a number of years. What has happened to Rich Jordan is that they have not taken the opportunities. When he bowls, and it presents that opportunity, they are not taking those opportunities. So he would always be key for them. Also in the bowling department, Alston Bob, very tight bowler. He's experienced as well. Brathwaite with the ball, he could do very well for them as well. So the bowling looks good. The batting looks good. Just getting the people in the right position, doing the job that they are asked to do, again, would do the job for strikers.
It's a good thing that they sort of strengthened their bowling as well this year. I just remember in past editions, they've sort of didn't have reliance on Ray Jordan to execute for them. And after his 2 overs, who else did they have? So it's not that they have some experience in the bowling to come in PPL5. PPL 224, it started up to Miles Bascom to be the man to score runs for them. And usually you see if he don't score runs, they don't really, do well in the tournaments. And Ray Jordan, he's a key man with the ball as well. In terms of effect, who do you think will be the influential player, the most effective player in the tournament for the fourth shot striker? Well, it's hard to look past a man like Carlos Brackett. He has over 2,000 across all the franchises that he played turned out for. And he also has over 200 wickets with the ball. And I also think he'll play a great role in leadership in the team. Gidram Pope is a first-time captain in this competition. So he'll be one of the persons that will be helping him, assisting him on the field of play. Alan, who do you have a more influential player for the fourth shot of Steiner?
Well, I see, you have made some salient points concerning Carlos, but just to veer away a little bit from what everybody would expect. Most people just expect everybody would just say Carlos Brathwaite. So I'm going with Salman Brown. I think as a player in his 40s, he was very effective in VPL 1. But since then, he has not really, set the world alight as much as he would have wanted to. But I think that this VPL5, is an opportunity for him to do so. And it may even be one of his last opportunities to do so, because I think that a lot of the franchises, after a while, they would start moving away from a lot of these very experienced players if they are not putting in the performances. So I see this as a very important year for him, and I'm backing him to make an impact in the tournament.
It's a take based on instinct coming. I feel like
sometimes feel like that. Sometimes in cricket, they just take you just take a little punt here and there. I mean, you may not be the record, but sometimes, and Kenroy would tell you, you as well as a captain, Kenroy would tell you as a coach and as a leader as well, that sometimes you just feel that this is what is going to happen, and this person may have a good day, or this person may have a very influential time.
Influencing.
I think the captain, Gidram Pope, he has been here and there. With leadership on his shoulder, I think that he could come to the party and bring something big for his team. He has been inconsistent with his run scoring, and he's a very prolific striker of the ball as well. So I think that Gidram Pope would be very influential in this team, and the way that he leads his team could make a big impact on this tournament. Gidram Pope.
But we mentioned Carlos Brathwaite. He's one of two overseas players in the team. We also have Jerome Jones. Alan said, if you could tell the fans what they can expect from Jerome Jones in this tournament.
Yeah, well, Jones, he is a former resident under-19 player. He's an all-rounder. If on any occasion previously. But his stats would show that he's a pretty solid player, both with bat and ball. And so he'll be looking to make that impact for his team in this tournament. You're looking at the squads and you're realizing that the squads are dependent. They're getting more dependent on all-rounders. And so all-rounders are becoming the way to go, especially in the shortest version of the game. And so it will be interesting to see how quickly he gets settled in and accustomed to the conditions here at the Arnoldville playing field, and also within the dynamics of his team and how they utilize him.
All right. Well, they never made finals. Third is the best. Where do you see them in this edition? VPL5, where do you see the strikers?
I see them getting into the playoffs. One of the reasons I think so this year, I look at the experience. You look at Carlos Brathwaite, look at somebody like Alston Baum. So the think tank is there, and they will provide a lot of assistance to Gideon, who is captain for the first time in the VPL. And so it will be very important to see how these players with that experience, Brathwaite, Bob, and Shallow, how they use that experience within the team, and how that rubs off on the other players. You have some young players there like Williams and so on. But it will be very important for the experienced players to lead from the front. And if that happens, I see them going into the playoffs in this competition.
Well, strikers, they have not been one of the teams that you would say up front, okay, I'll bet my money on them. But the combination of the team that they have here tells you that the main business is here. We keep calling the big names, but the thing is that would they do the job that they are asked to do? That is the question that strikers need to ask Brathwaite, the Salban Brown, the Gideon Poole. Can they put those performances together? If that happens, then strikers would be a team that I would put as qualifying for the next round.
All right, well, thank you very much for your postscript. Guys, remember, we do a preview on all 16s in the tournament. Tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, VPL10, sorry, on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And we'll have answers to all these questions when the tournament begins on April 10th through to the 23rd. So stay tuned.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone, I am Stacey Adams and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team pre. When you mention the word preeminence as it relates to a team in this tournament, one comes to mind, the Lassuthri Hypers. 4 times finalists, 3 times champions, looking to 4 in a row this year. They have a new coach, same captain, however, less than half of this champion squad are returning players. I have with me cricket pundit Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin. Introduce yourself, guys. Don't be shy.
Good afternoon, or good day, or good night, whenever you watch this video, to everyone. And looking forward to a very nice tournament, cricket always, here in VPL5, Kenroy.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. Welcome to VPL5. This is a preview. We just here discussing the teams. We are hoping to have you join us during the tournament, and we look forward for a very exciting one here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's have a look at the squad briefly. John Maloney, captain. You have Ryan Williams, Dylan Douglas, Jahil Walters, Otney Lewis. Mark Dale has been replaced by Jonathan Carter. I know you remember that name from the draft, but Mark Dale replaced by Jonathan Carter, Larry Edward, Jeremy Haywood, O.J. Matthews, Andre Thomas, Ornell Thomas, Andre Hunt, Jawain Adams, and Adian Caesar. So that's the squad for the Lassuthri Hypers. So over to my exports. What do you make of this team compared to last year, the champions from last year?
Well, what I would say is that the team, it's quite a different team. They will have different leadership in terms of their support staff. We know that the late great Irvin Morricone, he played a very vital role in this team's performance over the years. And of course, he is more than a coach to most of these players, more like a mentor as well. And I'm sure that he will be missed. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that tragedy and to see how they can put that behind them and move forward in this tournament. But the team has a lot of experience. Of course, Captain Maloney is there. And Dylan Douglas is back, Jail Walters, Otney Lewis. So a lot of their key players who have done the bulk of the heavy lifting for them in the last tournament have returned. And so it will be interesting to see how they go around this time generally.
Well, hikers to me remain the same hikers, with only missing, as you said before, is the coach, Irvin Warwick. What will be key for them in this tournament is the way that they approach it. Warwick's style is different to Mr. Stapleton's. So a team plays as well as the coach and how well the captain needs them as well. Maloney has been leading them for a couple of tournaments, all the tournaments really. So he would have an idea as to how he wants his team to play. So that would be key for them. Their key players are still there and they are champions for 3 times in a row. So they know how to do it. So I think that they are pretty much a very good team for this tournament, and nothing much missing from them more than they need to come together as a team that they normally do.
A question the viewers might have is can we expect the same sort of dominance from the Lassuthri Hikers in VPL5 that we have grown accustomed to in previous editions? Now we sat down and we came up with a best 11 for the team. Alex, I'll allow you to tell me what the bowling will look like for this team.
Well, we have unlikely 11 based on what we deem collectively to be the best 11. We had our talks before. And I will start at the number 6 position actually, where we have Otney Lewis, who has played the role of an all-rounder, especially in VPL3. And then Andre and Jeremy Haywood, the off-spinner. Larry Edwards, so they have gotten Larry Edwards, who is, of course, St. Lucian, Windward Islands player, left-arm spinner. And he has opened the bowling for the Rangers in previous tournaments. So we would expect that he will be joining Otney Lewis at the top to open the bowling. They have not usually used the medium pace bowlers in that role. And so it is likely, if they go according to what they have done in the past, that Ryan Williams will bowl more in the middle and at the end. Now, Allian Caesar, who is a young bowler as well, he played for Explorers in the previous edition. It will be good to see how he goes. Young, medium pacer, tall, will get bounce if there's bounce on the pitch. And so it should be an interesting tournament for them. But they also have, outside of the main bowlers, as you would say, you have Dylan Douglas, who has done a lot of bowling in the previous editions and has taken several wickets, almost 30 wickets, I think. And Jonathan Carter, new acquisition. Carter is from Barbados, and we would know from his games with the West Indies and Barbados that he favors himself as a medium pacer. And I'm thinking that this is very likely that he will also get some overs in this tournament.
All right, well, we should have mentioned where Williams, he had moved in the tournament last year. He had 13 of them. Basically, what I witnessed last year is when he came into the tournament is when they started sort of winning games with him coming through there for him and picking up wickets. He had best figures of 4 for 7 in the tournament. So very result from Ryan Williams, and over to you, Ken Roy. What kind of fans expect from the batting for the Lassafree Hikers this year?
Well, Lassafree Hikers have always had 4 top batters, and they're very heavy up top. They're heavily dependent on those batters. Maloney, Douglas, Lewis, and now there's Carter in the middle. So it would be very important as to how they go about it. I think that they would use their top 4 as they normally do, but they would have to use Carter in some specific situations if it requires them to. They would depend on skipper to lead them. And we have Carter, who can play many different roles. He's very prolific at the top. He can bat in the middle, whatever situation comes in. So they would depend on the top 4 as usual. They would play the same cricket, attacking cricket. That's what they play. That's what they're best at. And I don't think they would change it. The batting would remain the same. Douglas, who is very destructive, he would play his role as usual. And it's always a team that you would have fighting right into the end. That is how Hikers play the cricket.
Indeed, so indeed. When you look at that leaderboard last year, the Hikers players, they were basically dominating the leaderboard. You had Ryan Williams, as we mentioned earlier. He had 13 wickets, most wickets in the tournament last year. You had Calvin Hodge, who unfortunately won't be a part of the tournament this year. He had 290 runs, most runs in the tournament. Another Lassafree Hikers players. And rounding out that top three for most runs, you had Gideon Pope with 222 runs, and he is now the captain of the Strikers. So a giant hole to be filled in, over 500 runs between these two men. None of them will be a part of the Hikers team this year. So our question, who can be most impactful for the Lassafree Hikers this year? Now, for me, I selected Dylan Douglas. It's very hard to look past the man with the most runs in the history of the BPL tournament so far. He has 921 runs. We know he's really good with the ball. Sometimes he has 28 wickets. The history of BPL tournaments, and he's a brilliant fielder. For me, I think he's their most dependable player. And I said, if you could just give me some insights as to who you think will make the most impact for the Lassafree Hikers this year.
We'll keep it interesting because I know, most people will say Dylan will stop there. Let's leave it at that. But to keep it interesting, I think that one of their heroes has been Otney Lewis. And opening the bowling, he has been miserly. He's been one of the most economical bowlers in all editions of the VPL. I think only Larry Edward has a lower economy rate than he does. So that's very important. What they have done over the years is that they have stifled opposition teams in the beginning of the innings by building up those, those miserly overs in the early part of the innings and causing them to take a lot of risks against the remaining bowlers from the middle to late overs. And O'Neil, he has 41 wickets so far in the VPL after 41 matches. His best figures are 2 for 6 of 2 overs. And he has an economy rate of less than 7 across the VPL. I mean, if you could keep a team to under 70, then they're doing excellent work. And in VPL3, he actually scored 163 runs. That's when they played against the Explorers in the final. Right? Yeah. They played against the Explorers in the final. And, the Explorers really were in a very good position until the innings that he played in the final. And so, he can go a little bit under the radar. But I think that he's one to watch. And if he has a good tournament for them, then they should put them in good stead.
All right, Marcel, what about you, Kenroy?
Well, my co-commentator mentioned Lewis. I had Lewis in mind as well. But there's Jonathan Carter. The introduction of Jonathan Carter into the team, that to me is a replacement for Hodge, who was the chief scorer.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Hello and welcome everyone to day number 7 in this Dream 11 VPL5 T10 competition. We have 2 very important games on today. At 2:30, the Darkview Explorers will play the Botanical Gardens Rangers. In the first matchup, the Fort Charlotte Strikers takes on the La Soufrière Hikers. We are continuing to bring you live coverage here from the scenic Annisville Cricket Ground in the gorgeous island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, I am Stacey Ann Adams and I have with me for company Mr. Kenroy Martin. Good morning, Kenroy.
Good morning, Stacey, and good morning to the viewers and those who are viewing us via whatever platform. Good morning to you. Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles, and we're here at Annisville in VPL 5.0.
Kenroy, I feel like when I mention your name, we need to roll out a cricket red carpet in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for you. A man who has won many caps. You have played at the Windward Islands level. You've coached in this competition. You were even my coach at one point in time. So a man with a lot of experience.
Well, I'm happy that I could share what I have learned over the years and pass it on to others. I'm happy to do that and serve in whatever capacity is there.
So the way things are set up here, Kenroy, 4 teams are on 6 points, battling for that top spot. Namely, these 2 teams competing this morning, the La Soufrière Hikers, they are third with 6 points, as I mentioned. And the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they are also on 6 points, but they are top of the table because of their net run rate.
Well, this morning I have it as Clash of the Titans. Really, Clash of the Titans. The 2 big teams, really, Strikers and Hikers. Hikers have had some close calls. Strikers have won games convincingly. So the clash with these 2 teams this morning will determine for me who are playing the better cricket, who's playing the better cricket.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, as you mentioned, the Hikers have played some of the most nail-biting cricket in this VPL edition so far. I mean, credit must go to Maloney, the way he's used his resources well. Captain Maloney of the La Soufrière Hikers, the confidence he has instilled in his bowling unit, because in a lot of people's opinion, it's not the strongest bowling unit in the tournament, but the way he's handled pressure along with his team. They are doing a wonderful job so far, picking up wins in situations where you wouldn't have expected them to pick up wins.
Well, Captain Maloney has been at the helm of this team from the beginning of the VPL. Captaincy is no strange thing for him. He has handled his team very well. His bowlers are well, trained. They understand their roles and their responsibilities. Wherever they are bowling, up front, in the middle, in the back, They understand what they have to do. So that makes his job a little easier than the other captains.
Yes, and the bowling unit for the last two hikers, they're hitting their straps right now. Ryan Williams, he was that man that had most wickets in VPL4. He's finally looking like he's coming to the party now. Yesterday, he bowled wonderfully, bowling those Yorker lengths, and I think that's where he needs to be operating to be successful for his team.
Well, Ryan Williams is one of the better bowlers in the tournament. Unfortunately, he went for some runs early in the tournament. But he's somebody, as I see it, he would go for some runs, but he would get you wickets. Very important wickets as well. So his 2 overs in the strikers lineup is, the hikers lineup is very important. Whether he's bowling up front or he's bowling at the back end.
Yes, and Larry Edward, he fits right into this bowling unit. Yesterday, he picked up 3 wickets in 1 over to propel his team to victory, and they have found something special in Jonathan Carter as a death bowler.
Well, both players are vastly experienced, and the responsibilities that they have been given is that Larry comes in when there's tightness, when they need wickets, when they need to stifle the opponent. Larry comes in at that time. Jonathan Carter is called upon to do the hard lifting, the heavy lifting, finish the game for me. This is what I want you to do, and he has done an exceptional job for them.
Yes, questions might be around their 5th bowling option. They have Otney Lewis, Ryan Williams, Larry Edward, as we mentioned, doing a spectacular job for them. Jonathan Carter also. But that 5th bowling option seems to be an issue for them. They used Andre Hunt in the first game. I'm not sure of his availability right now in the tournament. Then they used Curtin Lavier. He pulled off a win yesterday. But Curtin Lavier, he seems to be their 5th bowling option that they're looking to. He has a lot of experience. He came back well yesterday in that game to take them to victory.
Well, as you said, options. They have options. And it depends on the captain, which one of the bowlers would he use. It depends on the situation and the circumstances. Yesterday, he opted for Lavier. Before he opted for Hunt, the other one was his all-time spinner. He always starts with him in the beginning, and then he has 1 over to come. So it depends on the situation and the circumstances. I think that the skipper would use the individual.
Yeah, he's a clever captain. I must give him credit again, the way he goes about using his bowling options. I mean, right now the tournament is still early. You might see those spinners coming more into the attack later on into the tournament. Dylan Douglas and O.J. Matthews, who he has picked in the team. Otney Lewis is doing well for him as well. But for the strikers, their bowling attack, they have a pace-heavy lineup, especially Ray Jordan. He's one of 4 players with 6 wickets in this tournament, tying for that Sandals orange cap for most wickets. They also have left-arm pace of Jerome Jones, and he hits the deck really hard. These 2 have been really important assets for their team in terms of the bowling.
Well, Ray Jordan has been one of the pick of the bowlers for the tournaments, which played before. He has been there always. He has always picked up wickets. He has always been effective. So for the strikers, he would be their number 1 bowler. Then they have this left-arm seamer who has come into their team and put some stability to the bowling. So Ray Jordan is given the help that he needs from him entering the team. So these 2, and for the tournament as well, the fast bowlers are doing exceptionally well. They are leading the way.
Yes, we mentioned Jerome Jones. He's one of the overseas pick in this team. He has 5 wickets and an economy below 8. Very important, the economy in this sort of competition.
Well, yes, that's the support that Ray Jordan needed. Jones is giving it to him, and he is being effective as well. So the fast bowlers on the deck here at Annisville are doing well. As you say, later on the spinners might be more effective as the tournament prolongs. But at present, the fast bowlers are doing exceptionally well.
Yes, other key members with the ball, Carlos Brathwaite, he bowled probably the most frugal spell of this tournament so far. 2 overs, 5 runs, picking up 2 wickets in the previous game that he played. They also have Alston Bob, the spinner that they look to turn to in their lineup. A very experienced campaigner is Alston Bob.
Yes, and as you say, you use the word experience. That would play a very important part in this game today. How well will they use what they have learned over the tournament to actually get the job done today?
Yes, and I mean, we can't go past the batting in this tournament. There are 2 teams that's really top heavy, if you look at it. Once the top order fires, it usually propels them to a very daunting total for the opposition. Top order for Lassifree Hikers, Dylan Douglas, the captain Maloney, he's in fine form as well. Jonathan Carter. You know, these are players in the Lassifree Hikers you can look forward to today to give them a big score.
Well, in a T10 game, you don't want your batting to go beyond 4 or 5. And these two teams have proven that over the couple of games that they have played. And that tells me that they are thinking cricket, they are playing good cricket, and they understand what is required of them, the batsmen. And every game, they show up. They put their hands up, and they do the job what is asked of them.
The strikers too. Top
yes,
heavy.
Yes.
We have Salvan Brown. He's looking in fine touch.
Dangerous customer.
Carlos Brathwaite, he comes in and he adds to the top order as well. Gideon Pope, he hasn't fired, but we know he's one good hit away from taking the bowlers on in this competition.
What stands out between both teams is that Carlos Brathwaite, he's an excellent finisher. He's an excellent finisher. If you look at the Hikers team, if you have a man-on-man comparison, I don't know who that pause you could put with Carlos Brathwaite at the back end to finish your game for you.
Yes, well, the Hikers, they have shown they know how to win and recover from tough situations. They're coming up against a team that has a lot of form in this tournament, the Fort Charlotte Strikers. The toss will be very important, crucial toss. Something to remember as we're heading into the toss. The Lassifree Hikers, they haven't batted first in this they haven't chased in this tournament so far. So at this point in time, we are going to join Alanson Cruikshank, our co-commentator. He is at the toss and he has our two captains for the Lassifree Hikers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Alanson, down to you.
All right. Welcome to another match day here in the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket All-Way. And here with me for this very important match number 14, are the two captains. For the Lassifree Hikers, we have Desmond Maloney. For the Fort Charlotte Strikers, we have Gideon Pope, and we have the match referee, Mr. Allen. And at this time, Gideon has the coin. Heads. The call is for heads.
It is heads. Heads.
All right, so it is a heads. And it means that Desmond has won the toss. What are you going to do, Desmond?
We're going to have a bowl first. I mean, it's a fresh wicket. We've been batting first, posting good totals, but our bowlers have been really struggling, so we want to back the bowlers to come and see how well we can restrict them today.
All right, any changes in your 11?
No, we're playing the same 11 today.
All right, all the best to you. Gideon, you lost the toss. What would you have done if you had won it?
We were going to bowl first as well.
Okay, and any changes to your 11?
No, we're playing the same team.
All right, so this is a big fixture here today between two teams that are at the top of the table. Any change in strategy or anything as we go further concerning this game?
We're just playing this game as another game, They are playing good cricket and we are playing good cricket as well, so we expect them to come hard at us, so we just got to go out there and execute.
All right, thank you very much and all the best. So there you have it from pitch side. The Lassifree Hikers, they have won the toss and they have elected to chase, so they're going to bowl first. Back up to you in the studio.
That's quite interesting, Martin. I was just telling you before the toss was taken, the Lassifree Hikers, they haven't chased so far in this tournament. They've played 4 games and they've batted first in all 4 encounters. So this will be the first time that they're going to chase. So quite interesting, Martin, the toss.
Well, Hikers, I know they are a good chasing team as well. They have chased a lot of totals before, huge totals, and they have been successful. So it is good to have that sort of balance in your team going through to the next round. So a good task to really win by the skipper, and the decision he makes, I think is a good one.
Yes, and they haven't chased, as I mentioned, in this tournament so far, and it might also be a case of looking towards the rest of this competition. Yes. You need to know what your batting lineup can do when they're put under pressure if they have a big score on the board. So I think it's a good call at the toss. I cannot fault him for that. I think it's a good decision to have a chase, to have a look at what the wicket is doing and then chase in the end.
Yes, and they have been winning some close encounters, batting first. So their bowling has been put under the pump almost all the games. So today is with a different story. They are putting the other team under the pump. So it's a good decision by by the skipper, and hopefully it works out for him. But I know the 4 Charlotte Strikers have different things in store for them.
Indeed, so they will mention how their top order is hitting their straps in this tournament. Salvan Brong, a man in form, can't look past this form in this tournament. Gideon Pope, he'll want to come to the party today. He'll feel like he's missing out, the captain, and he'll want to stamp his authority on this match today.
Well, Gideon Pope has not fired. He's due some runs. Would he come off today? I'm not sure. He have the slow bowlers to deal with. He loves the pace, but he have the slow bowlers to deal with. Would he adapt to the wicket? We are playing on the mid pitch, which is a very good batting surface, so he would have to do well against the spinners.
Yes, they're going to have a look at this wicket, assess things before they get their innings going. But the openers that they have, they're going to go hard, because I think that they do have that sort of batting lineup where they can flex their muscle a little bit. Salvan Brown, you also have Hiram Shallow. He started the tournament well, he made 46 of 19. Jerome Jones, he comes in, he adds support. You can't forget Carlos Brathwaite as well. Even young Ciaran Williams has shown that he has the capacity to clear the ropes.
Well, I think that the strikers' batting will be put on the test today, being inserted, and really we would see how well they bat as a team, being placed to put a total on the board. And the Hikers bowling would be put under test as well to see how well they could actually bowl at the opposition and try to restrict them.
I don't know what your opinion is on this, but for me, I think for both the bowling opposition on both teams, I think their focus will be, let's get rid of the top order as quickly as possible. I think that the Lasuvre Hikers, they'll go in there thinking, let's pick up some quick wickets and put the middle order under pressure. So too, the 4 Charlotte Strikers will be thinking the same thing when the Hikers come up to bat.
Well, all the plans are on the board. All the plans are in our heads. It is just left to be seen on the field what will be implemented. But the team that does implement these plans the best, makes the right decisions at the given time, I think they would come out winners here this evening.
Implement the plans, but they must be able to execute well.
Very good. Very good. That is crucial, the execution of the plan.
Indeed so.
The execution. And who is executing those plans? The players.
Indeed, indeed. So this is match number 14 between the Lasuvre Hikers and the 4 Charlotte Strikers. It is going to be a blockbuster, Martin. I assure you, we've only been treated to such in this tournament so far. This is Dream 11 VPL5. At this point in time, we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more action for you here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Cricket.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give me cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire what you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
everyone, and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey and Adolis, and we are here to present a team preview on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. It's a team that always looks full of potential, but never quite got it right to get into finals. Their best finish ever was third, but can they turn things around and turn this potential into success? I have with me the experts, Alanson Cruikshank and Ken Roymat. Introduce yourself, Dave.
Yes, good day to all of our viewers, fine, Instagram or Facebook, or on any of the other platforms. Looking here today at the team, Charlotte Strikers team. They finished in the ultimate position last year, and it's a team that over the years, they have struggled to really get beyond that state of play. In VPL3, I think they got into the playoffs when Miles Bascom had a good season for them as leader, and the team really lifted their performance in that tournament. But so far, it has been quite a little bit of a struggle for them. And they've been looking to make a difference this year. They have a lot of experience in their team this time around, a lot of new personnel, and I'm sure they will be wanting to go a lot further than they have in the past. Kenroy.
Welcome to the viewers. I'm Kenroy Martin here, coming to you live from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a beautiful island. It's in the Caribbean Sea here. Strikers, they have played for all the tournaments. They have struggled, yes, but they had some bright spots. I think that what is very important in this team here is that because they have made a lot of changes, and they have teams who have won tournaments, who have played with successful teams in this setup. So that would bring a different feeling to the team and bring a different vibes. So hopefully that would work for them in this tournament.
As we've mentioned, that they look like a whole new unit, a lot of new players in their team. So let's just do a quick rundown of the team. We have Gidron Cope, captain. Ray Jordan, he's a returning player, always with them. You have Salvan Brown, Roy Williams, Alston Bob, Carlos Brathwaite, Hiram Shadow, Kevin Abraham, Shem Brown, Winston Samuel, Jerome Jones, Bracy Brown, Donwell Hector, and Kevin Joseph. So we selected a best 11 for this team. He could just break it down into the batting and the bowling section. So Alanson, I'll have you start off and tell me a bit about what they can expect with the batting.
All right, so I'm just going to go through the 11 quite quickly that we selected. Pope as captain opening, Salvan Brown, Roy Williams, yeah, Hiram Shallow, Brathwaite, Hector, Bob, Abraham, Jones, Jordan, and Winston Samuel. So in terms of the batting, of course, Pope had a very good tournament last year. So he came back into the tournament, fit and raring to go last year, and he scored a lot of runs. And I think that he'll be looking to pick up where he left off during this tournament as captain. He wanted to make that mark on his team. A few years ago, when he played for West Indies under-19, a lot of persons were looking to him to go, on to big things. And it's never too late. So I'm sure that he still has his eyes on representative cricket at higher levels. So he wanted to show that point during this tournament. Brown in the very first tournament was very dynamic. Has not been as effective in the last 3 editions of the VPL as Salvan. Of course, we know that there are several Brown brothers in the tournament, so I have to specify which one.
The Brown team.
Yes.
I feel like they can have their own team.
Yeah, they have five brothers in one tournament, so it's a lot of them. So Salvan was the eldest. We've been looking to have a very good tournament this time around because I think that he will have a point to prove that he can still do what he did in VPL1. And then we have Seal Roy Williams, the twin brother of Seal Run. And he is a very good left-hand batsman. Hiram Shallow, we expect him to be in the side as well. We call him most runs in St. Vincent because almost every tournament he plays, that is what he aims to do, get the most runs. Experienced player, he has played for the Windward Islands. And of course, we have the big man himself, Carlos Brathwaite. Remember the name a few years ago, hitting those 4 sixes in the final against Ben Stokes in 2016 at Calcutta. in the T20 competition, the World T20. And of course, the experienced Donald Hector, another former Windward Islands batsman, and the all-rounder Bob, who I'm sure Kenroy would also mention from the bowling perspective. Bob, my former classmate as well, so throw that in there for him. Alistair Bob.
Yeah, it's a team that I looked at, and I'm wondering to myself, how do they maneuver that Paul half order? You have Hiram Shallow, he's usually an opener. You'd run Paul for more than likely open the batting after the good season he had this last year with the Hikers. You also had Salvan Brown, and I mean even Carlos Brathwaite himself. Lidland James' new coach might be tempted to even throw him at the top. You know, so it's something that I was thinking about this team. And I think once they get that right, the batting combination, I think they'll be a very disruptive team.
Well, one thing I think that they should just think too much with the batting. Okay. Well, whatever they decide at the beginning, they need to think very clearly about it, decide on that. Maybe experiment in the first game or two, if you have to try something, all right? And then what you have, maybe have two options, and you see which option works better. You go with that throughout the tournament and stick to that, have confidence. Because the chopping and changing and the shifting will leave the team without any role clarity, and that will be very detrimental to their success.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not up to go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, the strikers, as you said, they are top heavy. They have a very good batting lineup. But what they need to do is have 5 solid batters at the top. Give them the roles and their functions. In the bowling aspect of it, who would they turn to? Ray Jordan has been a part of this team for a number of years. What has happened to Ray Jordan is that they have not taken the opportunities. When he bowls and he presents that opportunity, they are not taking those opportunities. So he would always be key for them. Also in the bowling department, Alston Bob, very tight bowler. He's experienced as well. Brathwaite with the ball, he could do very well for them as well. So the bowling looks good. The batting looks good. Just getting the people in the right position, doing the job that they are asked to do, again, would do the job for strikers.
It's a good thing that they sort of strengthened their bowling as well this year. I just remember in past editions, they've sort of been reliant on Ray Jordan to execute for them. And after his 2 overs, who else did they have? So it's like that they have some experience in the bowling to come in PPL5. PPL 224, they sort of look to Miles Bascom to be the man to score runs for them. And usually you see if he don't score runs, they don't really, do well in the tournaments. And Ray Jordan, he's a key man with the ball as well. In terms of, what do you think will be influential player, the most effective player in the tournament for the Port Charlotte strikers? Well, it's hard to look past a man like Carlos Brathwaite. He has over 2,000 across all the franchises that he turned out for. And he also has over 200 wickets with the ball. And I also think he'll play a great role in leadership in the team. Gilram Hope is a first-time captain in this competition. So he'll be one of the persons that will be helping him, assisting him on the field of play. Alanton, who do you have a more influential player for the Port Charlotte Strikers?
Well, I see, you have made some salient points, but just to veer away a little bit from what everybody would expect. Most people just expect everybody would just say Carlos Brathwaite. So I'm going with Salman Brown. I think as a player in his 40s, he was very effective in VPL1. But since then, he has not really, set the world alight as much as he would have wanted to. But I think that this VPL5, is for him to do so. And it may even be one of his last opportunities to do so, because I think that the franchises, after a while, they would start moving away from a lot of these very experienced players if they are not putting in the performances. So I see this as a very important year for him, and I'm backing him to make an impact in the tournament.
It's a take based on instinct coming. I feel like
sometimes feel like that. Sometimes in cricket they just take a little punt here and there. I mean, you may not be the record, but sometimes, and Kenroy would tell you, you as well as a captain.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up.
You know,
Welcome back to the Annisville Cricket Ground. Lovely sunshine greets us here as the La Soufrière Hikers takes on the Port Charlotte Strikers in this match 14 of the Dream 11 VPL5 T10 competition. Just a reminder, the La Soufrière Hikers, they won the toss and they decided that they are going to have a ball first for the first time in this competition. As of course, I am Stacey Adams and I'm continued to be joined by Mr. Kenroy Martin.
well, welcome back to Annisville Playing Field. Welcome back to day number 7, game number 14, Clash of the Giants, Clash of the Titans. Well, they are here this afternoon, Strikers and Hikers. Entertainment galore.
Indeed so. Umpires for today, Maria Abbott and Mr. Golan Graves. The teams for today, La Soufrière Hikers, they're bowling first. Desron Maloney, Andrew Thomas is in that lineup. Dylan Douglas, Jahil Walters, Jonathan Carter, Curtin Lavier, Larry Edward, O.J. Matthews, Otney Lewis, Ryan Williams, and Arnell Thomas rounds out that 11 for the team.
And the Port Charlotte Strikers is led by Gidron Pope, Alston Bob, Carlos Brathwaite, Donwell Hector, Hiran Shallow, Gerald Jones, Ray Jordan, Salvan Brown, Silroy Williams, Winston Samuel.
Yes, opening pair, Salvan Brown and Gidron Pope. Salvan Brown has most runs for this team so far with 101 runs. Gidron Pope is yet to fire, but to me it seems like it's looming. Gidron Pope to fire in this competition for his team. Otney Lewis has the ball in hand. He's been quite frugal in this tournament so far for his team, and he'll want to continue to do the same. Kenroy.
Well, I said he's been very effective bowling that new ball for the Hikers over the past season. He has done exceptionally well thus far, and he continues to do so with the new ball in his hands.
Down the leg side, wide to start things off, and they get a run as well. Just drifting on the pads of Gidron Pope there was Otney Lewis on that occasion.
Just losing his line somewhat. Well, starting badly, really, down the leg side. Trying to cramp Gideon Pope for room. I think that is what he's trying to do. And the slip down leg. And the first runs are on the table here for the Hikers. They are 2 without loss. No ball have been bowled.
Salvan Brown, he's played for the Hikers in some previous editions. Gets a bit of width, allowed to free his arms, but just a single. So he's a man that's looking to score, Kenroy. He's not going to be bogged down here today.
Well, Salvan Brown is that type of player. He doesn't, as we say in St. Vincent and Grenadines, he doesn't monkey around. He plays his shots. Whether he gets his runs or not, he plays his shots. He's a very sensible cricketer as well, and he's very experienced.
Play that one to the offside, getting an inside edge, nearly going back onto those stumps.
Well, that's the thing that the spinner does to Gidron Pope. The ball doesn't come on as he would like it. But he would have to battle here against the spinners here from the Hikers team and score some runs for his team if this team is to do well here in this power play.
Whip stop the pads. They could look for a quick single. A good stop by the fielder at fine leg. Young O.J. Matthews.
Well, I've seen 5 deliveries bowled and I have not seen an attacking shot from none of the batsmen. They seems content to knock the ball around from Lewis and pick up 5 or 6 runs from his over.
Some respect being shown there from Gidron Pope. As you mentioned, he's one of the key bowlers in this lineup, Otney Lewis. So they wouldn't want to gift him a wicket early in their batting innings to him.
Well, he's key for the Hikers.
And he's whipped off into the gap. The fielder gives chase, Desron Maloney. Not timed well, so he'll get there. They pick up 2 more runs.
So, as I said, they're just looking to tickle the ball off their pads, push it here and there against Lewis and pick up the singles. They have gotten 2 runs from that last delivery, and they're pretty much content with doing so. not looking to risk their wicket against Lewis.
This one he pulls across. A bit of miscommunication. That's of no consequence in the end. At the end of the first over, the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they are 7 without loss.
Well, a rather quiet over here for the Fort Charlotte Strikers, but a good one for the Hikers, bowled by Lewis. Just 7 runs from that first over. A very good start for them. A very good start here to this game as well. Fort Charlotte Strikers versus the Hikers. This is a top of the table clash. These two teams have played exceptional cricket so far, and they're looking to outplay each other here today.
Yes, Larry Edward seems to be the man that's going to be bowling the second over. He picked up 3 wickets in 1 over yesterday for his team. He's under the table for most wickets in contention for that Sanders orange cap. He has 4 wickets. Most wickets so far in this tournament is tied 4 players on 6. So he rungs out that top 10 with most wickets. He has 4. Picked up 3 in 1 over yesterday. So they'll be looking for a good start from their overseas man, Larry Edward. Goes across. Doesn't get proper connection on that one.
Stacey, I don't think there will be a lot of pacers in this game here today. From what I've seen from the Hikers, they are full with spinners, and I think they're going to utilize their spinners right through this game.
Some wit on that occasion. Salvan missing out. Rarely does he miss out on a delivery outside the off stump, Kenroy.
Well, happens once in a while. It has happened this morning, missing out on that delivery from Larry Edwards.
Again, gets an edge. Was where he intended it to go, but he'll pick up the first 4 of the bat for his team. A high-run smashing 4 of the bat of Salvan Brown.
Well, he wasn't in full control of that one, but 4 runs anyway, down to the third man fence for 4. The first 4 of this innings, 4 runs to Salvan Brown, 4 runs to the Strikers. They are 11 without loss. A sneaky edge there by Brown, but a good 4 runs for them. That's the first time the ball has crossed the boundary from since this game has started.
Gives himself room, looking to advance on the ground to Larry Edward. Doesn't make connection. Salvan Brown is looking to take on Larry Edward here. Goes down the ground, a very wide delivery ball, intelligent bowling from Larry Edward, and he picks up the wicket, that very important wicket of Salvan Brown.
Well, some smart, clever bowling there by Larry Edwards. Even though it was a wide delivery, he knew Salvan Brown was coming to him. He tossed it wide. Jahil Walters didn't have a problem with clipping off the bails, and the Strikers have lost their first wicket, that of Salvan Brown, out-stumped.
Yes, he looked very unsettled in that over to Larry Edward. He tried to get up at him. He wasn't able to. So he just decided that he was going to throw caution to the wind and come down the track to him. But such is the smarts of Larry Edward. He bowled it very wide. And a good piece of stumping, a good piece of glove work from the man, Jahil Walters. He was aware of the plan. He got to the ball quickly and whipped off the bails just as quickly. So, first strike goes to the last Super Hikers in this heavy hitting matchup between these two teams. They're now 11 for 1. The Fort Charlotte Strikers as Hiram Shallow makes his way to the middle.
Well, Stacey, and this Hikers team is a well-oiled machine. They knew that they're coming up against a very tough team today. Strikers have been playing good cricket, and they have gone back to the drawing board and came up with some other plans other than what they used in the previous game. And they have stuck to their plans thus far. As you could see, the field setting, the way the bowlers have been rotating, and they have a plan.
And he's bowled him. Knocked him over, first delivery, that arm ball paying off for Larry Edwards, picking up Hiram Shallow, and he's now on a hat trick.
As I said, this is a well-oiled machine. Hikers team, they are the dominant team at VPL. They have been dominant for the past 5 years and they continue to show their dominance. And in the beginning of this game, they have picked up 2 big scalps. Salvan Brown out stump and now Hiram Shallow. 1 delivery from Larry Edwards hitting this off stump. He goes back to the pavilion. They are 2 wickets down and they are still in the power play and they have not gotten 20 runs on the board. Good start for the Hikers.
Yes, excellent display of bowling here from Larry Edward, a very experienced campaigner. And that was the arm ball. It surprised Hiram Shally. His feet was nowhere. He didn't look to push out at that one. He was deceived in the flight as well. So exceptional bowling from Larry Edward. He's now on a hat-trick as Donwell Hector makes his way to the middle. He'll be facing up to this hat-trick delivery to a man in red hat form. And look how quickly he has moved up that leaderboard. He's now tied with 6 wickets for most wickets for that Sanders orange cap.
Well, after this game, he will be wearing an orange cap for sure. Those 2 wickets propelled him to that position. So 2 good wickets to Larry Edwards in his first over here at VPL. This is the first game in a 2-match encounter today. The Strikers versus the Hikers here. An exciting start thus far.
Hat-trick ball coming up. Bit too short. Didn't get that same. He's searching for that same magic delivery that he bowled to Hiram Shallow. But just a touch too short there. Larry Edward. An exceptional over from Larry Edward. Picking up those 2 key wickets and the score moves up to 12 for 2 after the second over.
Well, Stacey, something that I've noticed here from the Strikers team. I'm not seeing intent. I don't know what is the game plan here for the Strikers. They have lost 2 wickets. And I've not seen any attacking shots really being played by the batters so far. 2 overs have been completed. The skipper is still there. He has played 1 attacking shot. It went to the man at mid-wicket. But I'm not too sure what is the plan for the Strikers. And I'm not seeing that intent coming from them in the power play here to score as much runs as possible.
Well, Salvan Brown, he tried to be very aggressive against Larry Edwards. And he was outsmarted in the end with some good bowling. So he did try to show some intent there. But unfortunately, it just didn't come off. Otney Lewis will continue. This one is driven out there. But I see your point. A delivery like that, you would expect some stand and deliver stuff. Instead, he just hits it straight to a fielder, not picking up a run. Oh, beaten.
In these first 4 overs, you have to take some risk as a batsman. 2 fielders on the boundary, you have to take some risks and propel the team to a good start.
Edged into the gap, they pick up a quick single. Yes, indeed so. But now that they have lost the highest run scorer so far in Salvan Brown, Hiram Shallow has shown some good form as well. Gideon Pope hasn't quite gotten a hold of the bowlers in this tournament. They might be looking at some reassessment. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket quickly. But if a bad ball comes, they need to put it away. On the legs of Gideon Pope, he doesn't get a hold of it. Wait on the signal from the umpire.
Well, Stacey, losing a wicket is one thing, but not scoring is another.
Indeed, in this type of tournament, it's just 10 overs. 7 overs remaining after this. The score isn't going anywhere. You're losing wickets. So you definitely need to step up the tempo because you're not going to win scoring 60 against a team like Lasufre Hikers. You need to get a big total. Driven. Look for a quick single. He could be in some trouble here if he hits. And he misses. That was a close call there, Ken Roy.
Very close call. Larry Edwards coming in from the mid-off, just picking up and throwing at the bowlers and missing the stumps, being backed up by the man at mid-wicket. Another tricky single taken by Daniel Hector. And really, the Hikers are very happy with how things are going now. They are not seeing much aggression from the Strikers, and they are very much pleased with what they are seeing.
Yes, they'll be the happier of the 2 teams out there. Otney Lewis, he'll bowling back to the captain, Gideon Pope, now on strike. Some more respect being shown to Otney Lewis. And that's the end of the over as well. I wonder if the plans for the Strikers, they spoke about Otney Lewis and how effective he's been for the last super hikers, I wonder if they're saying maybe we need to show him some respect. Not so much respect, I should say. They're 12 for 2, 13 for 2.
Well, in a T10 game, really, respect is respect. Yes, if you bowl well, I respect you. If I can't get away the ball, I respect you. But in a T10 game, the ball in my zone, I'm going to play my shots. You have to take some risk in the first 4 overs. That is something that is that should be a part of your plan when you're playing T10 cricket. You have to get off to a proper start. And they have started negatively, and it has affected them thus far.
Just looking for the singles, another quick single. So they're 17 for 2 in that last over of the power play. And I mean, you need to find as much runs as possible in the power play, even if you risk losing some wickets.
Exactly.
I mean, we've seen how the Salpan Breakers have gone about things. I have to mention them. They've lost some quick wickets in some previous games that they've played, but their power play score, with the exception of yesterday, was always like 40 or so in the power play, which shows that they are going at it. We're seeing something different from the Salpan break, the last of the hikers in their approach here this morning.
Yes, the strikers really not showing much intent, not looking to get the ball past the man inside the circle, getting them over the fence either. They have just satisfied with just playing.
This time it's a top
this one
edge.
is in the air.
Oh, but it lands safely. He's been looking to play that shot, Martin. He hasn't quite gotten a hold of it so far in this batting innings.
And even with that sweep shot being played by Gideon Pope, it just hit the upper portion of the bat and lobbed over the man at short fine leg and picked up 1 run. There's not much intent coming from the batters.
Yes, they're trying, but these bowlers have also been really good. Credit to the opening bowler so far in this bowling innings for the last super hikers. Comes down the wicket. He has to check his shot as Larry Edwards is looking to go wide again on that occasion. Could have had his man.
Smart.
Bowling out was done well, Hector, on that occasion.
Smart, intelligent bowling there by Larry Edwards. Kudos to him and well played by Daniel Hector in the end.
Looking to cut the hustler single. Get in the end. They're still looking to pick up all the runs that they can get. They're trying to get those quick singles. I know it's hard to judge until both teams have sort of batted on this wicket. But what have you seen so far? Do you think the wicket is conducive to stroke play, or is it a case of the 4 Charlotte strikers not pushing things on as they should?
Well, I have not seen, as I said, no intent from the batters really, unfortunately, in this power play. They have to be better than this against a team like Lassafray Hikers. Another dot delivery being bowled as we speak here. So you see, there's a lot of work to be done in the back end when the field would be spread and you would have to take the chance of going over the top. You had the time to do that now with less risk, and that has not occurred.
Wider, have creased. Excellent fielding there from Lois. Dived across on that occasion. Just one. They're not at the end of the over. It's 20 for 2, and that's the end of the power play as well. I mean, they've gotten some bad deliveries. For example, that was a very wide delivery, and he wasn't able to get it in the gap to score anything off of. So there's that as well, Martin.
Well, if you don't have the right intent, you won't play the right shots to the bad deliveries, and that's what I'm seeing from the strikers really. 24 deliveries, 20 runs, really unacceptable in the power play in a T10 game. You have 6 overs to come. You have lost 2 wickets thus far, 2 of the better batsmen, and you have a lot of work to do against a team like Hikers, who's prolific in scoring runs.
Yes, indeed so. And the captain, it appears as if he believed that his spinners, they're in the game today. Young O.J. Matthews has the ball in hand as umpire Maria Abbott signals the end of the power play. They are 20 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. O.J. Matthews has the ball in hand. I think that they'll need to go at him, Martin. They have to put pressure on him early to throw him off his line.
Well, the Youngs have done well for this team during the several VPL before, bowling in similar situations and circumstances. But the Hikers need to get a move on here, and this is the man that you have to take out. You have to go active against this fella.
Short delivery, doesn't put it away.
Strikers team looking very conservative.
Yes, and I mean, Captain Gideon Pope, he was upset with himself. He hit his bat when he got down to the other end, probably saying to himself he should have done a lot more with that delivery. Donwell Hector is now on strike. He needs to get going as well to take some pressure off of Pope. But this is a high pressure situation for the Fort Charlotte Strikers. How will they get out of this one, Martin?
Well, they need to bat well, take on the
wide
bowlers.
Delivery. The Fort Charlotte Strikers, they'll be happy about that. Some extra runs there added to their tally. 5 of them, to be exact.
Yeah, bad delivery there by OJ. Coming around the wicket, bowling a quicker delivery down the leg side. Jahil Walters couldn't get his glove to that. He runs into the fence for 4 wides. 5 runs to the Strikers. They are now 26 for 2. Bad delivery by Matthews.
So when he swings it out to the man at that square leg boundary and he takes a comfortable catch, OJ Matthews is in the game. Another spinner strikes for the last Woofray Hikers.
I tell you, Stacey, and the Hikers have gone back to the drawing board and realized that their spinners have done the work for them over the past 5 VPLs or so, and they have reverted to that. They are bowling spinners from the start to the finish, and I'm telling you, the Hikers, the Strikers, will not see a pace bowler today.
Well, I believe Ryan Williams might have something to say about that, the way he's been bowling so far. But OJ Matthews picking up that wicket of Donwell Hector. He couldn't get the power. He couldn't have the room really to play that shot. Yes, it was short, but it cramped him for room, and that was key. The way OJ Matthews have bowled this over so far, even the one that went for wide, it looks as if their plan is bowl it into the surface on this track on a good length. Don't give them room to free their arms. So good bowling tactics being employed by the last Woofray Hikers so far.
And what is important as well, they're not bowling the ball fast through the air either. They are taking off the pace of the ball. The ball is gripping in the surface, and it makes it difficult for the batters to get to that ball. It's a new surface. It has some bite. It has some turn in it as well. And the Hikers bowlers have used the surface exceptionally well. Well done to them. Well done to the skipper. Well done to the management team. They have gone back to the drawing board and say, this is how we play cricket, and this is what we're going to do.
Yes, Carlos Brathwaite. He has 83 runs in this competition. The second highest for his team. He's 10th on that most runs leaderboard rather. Gets a short one, doesn't get to put it away. Too much width on that occasion there from young OJ Matthews, but I see the plan that he's working with. I don't know if it worked to Carlos Brathwaite. He's a much stronger man than Donwell Hector, and he has cleared that bigger side in this tournament so far.
Well, Matthews have yards to work with. Another dot delivery by Matthews to Brathwaite into the gloves of Walters. So the pressure keeps piling here on the Strikers.
So that was a top-class delivery there from the young man. Took the pace right off that one as he continues to Brathwaite. And again, Brathwaite looking to dab it. They look for a quick single. They get through in the end.
So all we have seen this morning here from the Strikers is the quick singles. They have run very well through between the wickets, Stacey, and something I must say about them. But trying to get that ball from the outside, from the 20 yards circle to the boundary, we have not seen that intent from the batters. This is over number 5, and really I've not seen that from the skipper. I've not seen that from none of the batters who have entered the crease, and they have lost 3 wickets, I think, because of the approach they have towards this game.
This one is just played out to the cover region. So OJ Matthews gets out of that over. He also picks up a wicket. And at the end of the 5th over, halfway stage, they're 28 for 3.
Well, Stacey, seems like you're going to get your wish. Ryan Williams would be bowling. But if I was a skipper, I know I'll be bowling all spin.
It wasn't really a wish. I was just saying, Ryan Williams, he's been bowling well in the tournament so far. He's picked up a lot of confidence from that last game. The way he bowled, he executed his plans really well. So he's a key man for them in this setup. And he's one of their bowlers. I'm pretty sure when they looked at their team for today and pinpointed the bowlers that they were going to use, he was for sure one of the man. So that's what I was saying. I'm not saying that he'll be successful today, but we'll see.
Well, this might be a game changer as well, Stacey-Ann. The 4-space bowler being introduced in this game might be a game changer for the strikers. Might be that little burst of energy that they need to kick on.
Yes, no doubt they'll go at him. They haven't gotten away the spinners in this inning so far, so they'll definitely go at him. It'll be up to Ryan Williams to show his smarts, his intelligence, as we've seen him do throughout this tournament so far. Yesterday was a perfect example of that. But they'll definitely look to target this bowler. It's pace on the ball. So let's see what Carlos Brathwaite and Gilran Pope decides to do to this Ryan Williams over.
Well, my assessment right now for the strikers are really, I think their performance thus far is really unacceptable, in my opinion. But they have an opportunity, another 5 overs to push the score at least to about 90 to give the Hikers something to go at. And if they continue in this trend, they would end up making 56 runs. Their current run rate is 5.60. They need to double that.
Full delivery there. Full delivery, definitely missed out on that occasion, Gilran Pope.
Well, full delivery, that should have been spitting across the field into the point area, third man for 4. Gilran Pope misses it into the keeper's glove, another dot delivery. Somebody needs to go here, Stacey. Somebody needs to go for the strikers.
Gilran Pope decides he's the man to go. He doesn't time it well. Dylan Douglas, an exceptional fielder in this tournament. They look for 2, and they'll get it in the end. Couldn't quite gather there as he sped across the field quickly, but he couldn't quite gather in the end to restrict them to 1.
Well, some hesitating there between 2 batters, Brathwaite and the skipper. But they completed 2 runs. 2 runs to the strikers, 28 for 3. Real looky start here for the strikers, something that we have not seen from them in the tournament. But really, the Hikers have played some good cricket so far. Their spinners have bowled them into this position, and they are very happy, as you see on the screen. And no ball been bowled there by Williams. I think that maybe be a free hit.
The umpires are just having a check just to make sure.
Not sure.
There's nothing behind the line.
Not yet. I have my glasses on. First one says that. I'm not sure.
I think from the first angle that they looked at, from where his feet landed, I think they decided that something was
behind the crease. Okay.
Yeah. Tabs this one to the play at point. So they're not able to get on with things here. The bowling has been exceptional from the Lasufri Hikers in this inning so far, Martin.
It has been a cool, calm morning for the strikers. And a very good one for the Hikers, really. They are not troubled here. At 31 for 3, 5.3 overs bowled. Really, the Hikers are not troubled here. They are very much happy with the work they have put in thus far. Ryan Williams have bowled 3 deliveries thus far, and he has contained the batters. None have gone past the ropes. But the big Brathwaite is on strike. What would he do from here on in?
There's Ron Maloney, captain, just getting his field right. Making sure the players are in correct positions. Ryan Williams is going to run in here to Carlos Brathwaite, and I'm pretty sure Carlos will be looking to target him for these remaining deliveries in this over.
Strikers have been stifled here this morning. Suffocated really. Can't get the runs on the board. Needs some adrenaline to get into their bones, into their bodies, and get something going here if they are to make a game out of this for the Hikers.
Pitch stop delivery. Doesn't get a hold of it.
Very good delivery by Ryan Williams, coming around the wicket to Brathwaite, bowling close to his body, Yorker length, full on the crease. Look at that, really good delivery. If I'm a coach, I'm very satisfied with that delivery from Williams.
Pitches is up again this time. And he's greeted with a high run smashing 4. He was aiming for that same delivery that he bowled previously. On this occasion, he misses his length, Martin.
Well, the first high run smashing 6 comes off the bat of... It's a 4 run, sorry. Signaled by the umpire. Comes off the bat of Craig Brathwaite. Pitched up. And he threw the kitchen sink at that one. Over the top. 1 bounce into the fence, 4 runs to him, 4 runs to the strikers. They are 35 for 3. They need a few more lusty blows like that.
It's a change in the field now. Long off goes back, and point comes in.
Umpire Graves is making a check as to if that ball dropped inside. He's satisfied that he did.
Wider this time. Trying to get away from a swinging arc of Brathwaite. But he just errs too wide on that occasion.
Well, Ryan Williams trying to bowl that length just outside the off some full to Brathwaite. Just missed it a bit there. A slower delivery as well. Wide ball bowled by him here. But the Hikers are much satisfied with what is going on here. 36 for 3 over number 6. Final delivery.
Look for a quick single. Wisely turned back. Going to get a hold of that one. So a good finish to the over. And the score moves on to 36 for 3. 4 overs remaining in this inning. So how many runs do you see them getting, Kenroy?
The striker seems to be trotting along here. There are 6 runs per over. From what I'm seeing, the projected score is 60. It seems to be like they want to accumulate the lowest total for the tournament thus far with this sort of approach. But it is left to be seen. 4 overs to go. They need to get a move on here. They need to get a move on. 36 for 3, 6 overs bowled. I really would like the strikers to get something going here between Brathwaite and their skipper, Gidron Pope. But Ryan Williams, ball is forced over, none for 8. And Gidron Pope is still at the crease with 10 from 14. Needs to do much better than that. Brathwaite has just joined him. He has 5 from 6. And the Lassafray Hikers in a comfortable position right now. They have restricted the strikers, 4 strikers. After 6 overs, they are 36 for 3.
We know the capabilities of these 2 batters in the wicket. As O.J. Matthews continues to Gidron Pope. Wide. That's not a bad line to Pope. That's a good delivery. It's away from his swinging arc. It's a good start from Matthews to Gidron Pope.
Well, just what the captain needs. Keep the ball inside of the rope. Ones can't hurt us. Just keep it inside the ropes. I think that is the instructions given to Matthews. Keep things tight, just the way you're doing.
This one has been dispatched for a high run maximum of the bat of Carlos Brathwaite.
I think they need a few more lusty blows like this in this over. You need to target someone. This is the man you have to target. I think Carlos Brathwaite should go really hard after this ball and score as much as possible in this over. He needs to score from this over to propel this score to a respectable one to give the Hikers something to chase.
Gets an edge this time, and this will run away for a high run smashing 4. Any way they can get it, Martin. Any way they can get these runs, the 4 Charlotte strikers.
He needs to launch an attack. He's launching that attack. He needs to launch an attack, and he's launching the attack after the right bowler, the youngster Matthews. The bowler got over up front, but somebody needs to take charge of this game, and Brathwaite has put up his hand and said, I am doing that for my team. So good going there by Brathwaite, 10 so far from those 2 deliveries, and he should continue doing so.
He was under the pump, young man. Came back with a good delivery there. That's more of their bowling plans. Don't give the batter any room to free their arms, that right-handed batter. So that was a good comeback from O.J. Matthews.
Yes, good faster delivery, keeping it close to Brathwaite.
This
This
time
one.
he gives him room, and it has gone for a monster hit over that long on fence.
This is what Brathwaite is good for. This is what Brathwaite is picked for. And he's doing just that. A cracking 6 over mid-on into the fence over the double-decker. 6 runs to Brathwaite, 6 runs to the strikers. Their 50 comes up. 53 for 3, 6.5 overs. Good batting here by Brathwaite.
Oh, that was a good recovery in the end there from OJ Matthews to get out of that over without another boundary. But that's the kind of intensity the Fort Charlotte Strikers fans were looking for. They are 54 for 3 now after 7 overs.
And Brathwaite has rushed up to 22 from 11. Skipper Gideon Pope is still there, 11 from 15. Much need to do much more than that. Ryan Williams has the ball in his hand. OJ Matthews, he has bowled his 2 overs, 1 for 26. The current run rate is 7.71. The projected score now is 77. Really, Stacey, and 18 deliveries remaining here. What do you think should happen from here on in? I think that Brathwaite should keep going.
Well, he has to. He doesn't have a choice. I'm surprised that Ryan comes back to bowl this over. Jonathan Carter hasn't bowled so far. There are 3 overs remaining in this innings. I wonder who'll bowl the next 2 after this. 2 full. He doesn't get a hold of it. Dylan Douglas comes in. A valiant effort from him. Hustle back for 2. He really tried his heart out there, Dylan Douglas. He knows how important that wicket was. He did try, but he couldn't get his hands to it.
He got away with that delivery, Stacey, and that was a full toss. And Brathwaite didn't get hold of it. He dropped short at the man at mid-on, but he picked up 2 runs. But really, that should have been hustling over on the mid-wicket fence. He got away with that delivery, but fortune favored the brave. Would he try that again? I'm not too sure, but Brathwaite would be waiting.
Yes, he's looking to get that Yorker delivery. The umpires are having a check at something.
Probably seems it was over the waist. Not sure. He's satisfied it's not.
Gets it in that black hole this time. Good follow-up there. Also looking for the run out. Get the dangerous Brathwaite off strike. So I think this is important for the Lasufre Hikers as well. Getting Brathwaite off strike. We know that Gideon Pope has the propensity to go hard as well. However, we haven't seen him fight in his innings so far. So I think the Hikers will be happy to get that big man off strike, Brathwaite.
Well, yes, good single there, but that brings Gideon Pope, who has been batting from the beginning. He has 11 from 15. Brathwaite has rushed up to 25 from 13. What would Gideon Pope do from here on in? He needs to chance his hand. He needs to go after this bowling. Less than 18 deliveries remaining in this strikers innings. He needs to do something here as a skipper. He needs to propel the score to at least 90 to make this competitive for the Hikers.
On the pads, whipped off. Just 1. Brathwaite back on strike. A good result there for the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Well, Brathwaite is back on strike. That is what the strikers would want. But Ryan Williams is bowling pretty well. He's hitting those errors just on top of the crease, those Yorkers. He's bowling well. Brathwaite is looking to get him over the fence.
Excellent delivery there from Ryan Williams. Nice change of pace as well there, Kenroy.
Yes, as I said, he's getting these deliveries in the right area, just on top of the crease. Look at that. Right on top of the crease. Slower delivery, bun, target, Yorker length. Good delivery there by Ryan Williams. Yes, excellent bowling.
He took it away from him, which was key, because he was set up waiting for that Yorker, that full Yorker. This time doesn't get a hold of it, but it still goes for a high run maximum.
Well, he all day in length, and he was dispatched over mid-wicket. A cracking 6 over mid-wicket by Craig Brathwaite. Ryan Williams just missing his length there, Stacey, and a slower delivery, but Brathwaite was up to the task.
Yeah, he didn't get a hold of it as he would have liked. Probably would have seen that sailing far over the president's suite. But it's still a high run maximum for the Port Charlotte Strikers. This one. Excellent comeback there from Ryan Williams to finish off the over. The Port Charlotte Strikers, they've moved up to 64 for 3 and 2 more overs remaining in this innings. Who are going to bowl these overs, Martin?
Well, that is left for the skipper. He has choices, as I said. You have Cortland, you have Carter, Dylan Douglas. He has a lot of choices. 2 overs to go. His team is in a very good position. 64 for 3. They have bowled well. Strikers looking to get at least 90 runs. They need to go hard in these next 2 overs. Brathwaite is there with his skipper Gideon Pope. But Ryan Williams have bowled an excellent 2 overs. None for 18. Well done to him.
Yes, and you can't fault him for that 6. He used his change of pace. He came back well in the over as well. So you know the batters are going to go hard at you, and they must get one out of the middle. But he definitely bowled an exceptional spell for his team. Curtin Lavier, the man who finished things off for his team yesterday after going for an expensive first over, he came back to win that game for his team, bowling out the Salt Pan Breakers in the end yesterday. So he has the ball in hand.
Well, 12 deliveries remaining. Cortland Lavier takes up the attack from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Gideon Pope. He has 12 from 16 deliveries, Stacey-Ann. Long time at the crease.
Yes, he's been there for quite a while, so he'll be looking to go at Curtin Lavier. He has no choice now, really. They have batters in the shed, so he has to go at everything from here on to the last ball of this bowling innings. Tries to go, misses.
Good start there by Cortland Lavier. Just outside the awesome full delivery. And as I said earlier, this Hikers team has gone back to the drawing board and they have come up with a different plan here to play against the Strikers. The bowling attack was changed around and the bowlers have changed their length. The fast bowlers, they are bowling full in the crease.
Bowls it wide again. However, this one is too wide on that occasion. Wide signal by umpire Maria Abbott.
Yeah, it's just losing his length a little bit there, but the intention is good.
Yeah, that's the plan to Pope. Don't want to pitch it up to him. So they're taking it away from his swinging arc. Again, this time he gets an inside edge. The competition is on between her. Unfortunately, O.J. Matthews couldn't stop it. Once it passes down, once it's coming, running, coming down, it's always going to be a competition between the field and the ball. And most of the times, the ball wins the race. On that occasion, again, the ball running into the fence for a high run smashing four.
Well, that's an intelligent edge there by Gideon Pope, trying to go to the offside, hitting the inner portion of the bat, and getting the better of O.J. Matthews into the fence for 4 runs.
Excellent diving stop there from the field at short square leg, Dylan Douglas.
No one else. Ever energetic Dylan Douglas. Excellent stop by him at square leg. Diving to his right. That should have been, if that had passed him, it would have gone for 4, Stacey, and surely. Yes. Excellent stop by Dylan Douglas.
Brings Carlos Brathwaite on strike. Strike rate has gone up a notch in this innings. He's now 31 of 16, so he's the man that the Port Charlotte Strikers would want to face as many deliveries as possible.
Another 3 deliveries remaining in this over. Cortland Lavier, excellent stop there. As you see the replay from Dylan Douglas with the number 49 on his back. He has done a lot of work for this team. Excellent feeler. Brilliant all-rounder he is. He has been a hallmark of this Hikers team.
It's this one out to the field at mid-wicket to almost overrun it. You get 2 in the end.
Good run in there by Gideon Pope and Brathwaite. Picking up 2 runs, 2 more runs to the Strikers. They have gone up to 70 now, 70 for 3. 2 deliveries remaining in this Lavier over.
Doesn't get a hold of this one. It's high in the air. Ryan Williams comes under it and he drops it. Oh my, he's put down Brathwaite here for the Lassuvre Hikers. Unfortunate scenes here for the Lassuvre Hikers fans as Ryan Williams has put down Carlos Brathwaite.
Well, a catch goes a begging. Really, Ryan Williams at his standard should have really taken that catch, but he doesn't. Brathwaite survives.
He even tried to get it on the second attempt. Unfortunately, it went through him. Pick up 1 run, was it? And Carlos Brathwaite is now off strike. Pope to face the last delivery of this curtain Lavie is over. He'll need to put this delivery away for his team. Swings this across. They don't take the single. Carlos Brathwaite wants the strike. So, last over coming up.
Well,
how many more runs do you think they'll be looking to get, Martin? What's a competitive score on this wicket?
I think that they should have looked to get at least 90 or so on this wicket. They have 6 deliveries to do so. Brathwaite is on strike. He's hitting the ball nicely. He's on 34 from 18, and I do agree with him turning on that single. Really, he's going to take these 6 deliveries, and I think it seems as though Carter will be bowling that final over. But a really good effort here by the Hikers to restrict the strikers here for 73 at this time. 1 over remaining. They have played some very good and intelligent cricket here. The spinners bowl exceptionally well in the power play, and they picked up wickets and always put the strikers under pressure.
Yes, they'll certainly be the happier team. They'll need to finish well here to take that confidence into their batting innings as well. So Carter, as we've seen him done throughout this innings for the Lassuvre Hikers so far, bowling those death overs, and here he is again, employed to bowl that last over of this batting innings for the Port Charlotte Strikers. Carlos Brathwaite, who wanted the strike, and he's got it. You know, he has to face up to Jonathan Carter, who has been really smart the way he's been bowling throughout this tournament.
Well, he's been given the responsibility to start the innings up front with the bat, and he's been given the responsibility to bowl the final over as well for this Hikers team. So it tells you the importance of Jonathan Carter in the lineup.
Yeah, the way he operates, he comes around to that right-handed batter and looks to angle it away. And he started just the same here. Unfortunately, it's a full toss that Carlos Brathwaite has put away for a high run maximum.
That one traveled. It was hit in the middle of the bat, a cracking 6 over mid-on. That would sounded sweet. That was a full toss by Carter, and Brathwaite did what he had to do. Smashed it over mid-on into the road behind the stand area. The ball has been retrieved, but you have to look and see if there's any damages being done to that ball. A really big shot there by Carlos Brathwaite.
Yes, that was some power on display there from Carlos Brathwaite. Carter continues. Cross him.
Oh.
This one is even bigger.
There we go. There we go.
Destructive hit in here at the Annisville Cricket Ground from Carlos Brathwaite. 2 sixes so far in this over. I think he's looking for 6 sixes.
Does this remind you of anything, Stacia?
Yes, it does. I mean, the first ball, I was like, is this going to happen? Is this deja vu here at the Annisville Cricket Ground?
Does this remind you?
And I think he'll only be thinking 6s. And if he only scores 6s in this over, all of a sudden, all of the good work that the Lassuvre Hikers had done early on in this innings will mean nothing at the end.
Well, Carlos Brathwaite has rushed up to 46 from 20 deliveries. He have 4 more deliveries from Jonathan Carter. 2 deliveries when smashing over mid-on for 6s. And he continues to bat well here for the Strikers. They have gotten to 85 through that effort from Carlos Brathwaite. that 46 from 20, a beautiful cameo by him thus far. He needs to continue in this vein and give them that total that they need to cause the Hikers to cause the Hikers to think about their batting in the second half of this game.
He's putting his hand up for that play-4 ball blaze of the tournament is Carlos Brathwaite. Wide at this time, and this is an even better hit. Another high run maximum, and 50 runs comes up for Carlos Brathwaite. 3 sixes, a hat trick of sixes here off the bowling of Jonathan Carter.
Well done to Carlos Brathwaite. The impetus in the striker's innings. Carlos Brathwaite brought it with him. He looked like he wanted to do something today. His intentions was good, and 50 runs, 50 excellent runs. He's gone again. Remember the name, Carlos Brathwaite, 4-4. That magical finals have repeated itself.
My goodness. Carlos Brathwaite is turning it on here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. 4 sixes. Jonathan Carter is wondering, where do I bowl to this man? He tried it wider. He launched it over the covers for 6. He tries to pitch it up this time, and it goes even further.
97 for 3.
Where can he bowl to him? Where can he bowl to Carlos Brathwaite at this point in time, Martin?
The only difference here, Stacey, is the bowler. It's Jonathan Carter. It's a fellow Barbadian bowling to Carlos Brathwaite. He has rushed up to 58 from 22. A magnificent innings by him here thus far. And he has reminded us as West Indians what he did for us in that finals, that T20 finals, in fine style here at Annisville playing field. T10, Dream 11 cricket. We do it the Vince way. Carlos Brathwaite and Carter battling here at Annisville playing field.
So wrong the wicket this time. Doesn't get a hold of it, Brathwaite. A dot ball. Brathwaite turns down the single.
Well,
One ball remaining, 97 for 3.
A good delivery there, a good comeback there by Carter. Just outside the off stumper, wide delivery, fuller delivery. But this is the final delivery. Brathwaite looking to put it over the ropes. He's gone. He's traveled the distance. 5 sixes. 1 dot delivery. Carlos Brathwaite for the strikers. My God. 58 from 23. What an innings.
Speechless here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. The 4 Charlotte strikers, they look like they were going nowhere in their batting innings, and Carlos Brathwaite, the difference between the two teams, the man who has propelled them to a score of over 100, the Lasuvre Hikers, they'll be kicking themselves. They had them on the back foot early, but they didn't finish well, Martin.
Well, I told you, Stacey, and I would have bowled the spinners in this game all the way. Hikers made the mistake of bringing in the pacer, that of Jonathan Carter, and he went travelling to Carlos Brathwaite. 5 sixes in the final over. Carlos Brathwaite really put the impetus in the 4 Charlotte strikers innings. 103 for 3 from their 10 overs. Now the Hikers have to do some batting.
Indeed, the 4 Charlotte strikers, they raced up to 103. 30 runs came off that over, Martin, by way of sixes only. The Lasuvre Hikers and Jonathan Carter, they have a lot of work to do. They now need to get 104 runs to win. We're going to let you catch your breath after that, after exhilarating hitting of the bat of Carlos Brathwaite here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. And when we come back, we'll continue with more action here in VPL5. Cricket our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're at. Six over there, cricket, 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 umpire, what you say?
VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to a VPL5 T10 scene preview. I am Stacey and Adolis, and we are here to present a team preview on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. It's a team that always looks full of potential but never quite got it right to get into finals. Their best finish ever was third, but can they turn things around and turn this potential into success? I have with me the experts, Alanson Cruikshank and Ken Roymat. Introduce yourself, Dave.
Yes, good day to all of our viewers, fine, Instagram or Facebook, or on any of the other platforms. We are looking here today at the team, the Fort Charlotte Strikers team. They finished in the penultimate position last year, and it's a team that over the years, they have struggled to really get beyond that state of play. In VPL3, I think they got into the playoffs when Miles Bascom had a good season for them as leader, and the team really lifted their performance in that tournament. But so far, it has been quite a bit of a struggle for them. And they've been looking to make a difference this year. They have a lot of experience in their team this time around, a lot of new personnel, and I'm sure they will be wanting to go a lot further than they have in the past. Ken Roy.
Welcome to the viewers. I'm Ken Roy Martin here, coming to you live from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a beautiful island. It's in the Caribbean Sea here. Strikers, they have played for all the tournaments. They have struggled, yes, but they had some bright spots. I think that what is very important in this team here is that because they have made a lot of changes, and they have teams who have won tournaments, who have played with successful teams in this setup. So that would bring a different feeling to the team and bring a different vibes. So hopefully that would work for them in this tournament.
Yes, we've mentioned that they look like a whole unit, a lot of new players in their team. So let's just do a quick rundown of the team they have this year. They have Gidron Cope, captain, Ray Jordan, he's a returning player, always with them. You have Salvan Brown, Roy Williams, Alston Bob, Carlos Brathwaite, Hiram Shadow, Kevin Abraham, Shem Brown, Winston Samuel, Jerome Jones, Bracy Brown, Donwell Hector, and Kevin Joseph. So we selected a best 11 for this team. He could just break it down into the batting and the bowling section. So Alanson, I'll have you start off and tell me a bit about what they can expect with the batting.
All right, so I'm just going to go through the 11 quite quickly that we selected. Pope as captain opening, Salvan Brown, Roy Williams, Hiram Shallow, Brathwaite, Hector, Bob, Abraham, Jones, Jordan, and Winston Samuel. So in terms of the batting, of course, Pope had a very good tournament last year. So he came back into the tournament, fit and raring to go last year, and he scored a lot of runs. And I think that he'll be looking to pick up where he left off during this tournament. As captain, he really wanted to make that mark on his team. A few years ago when he played for West Indies under 19, a lot of bosses were looking to him to go, on to big things. And, it's never too late. So I'm sure that he still has his eyes on representative cricket at higher levels. So he wanted to show that point during this tournament. Brown, in the very first tournament, was very dynamic. Has not been as effective in the last 3 editions of the VPL as Salvan. Of course, we know that there are several Brown brothers in the tournament, so I have to specify which one.
The Brown team.
Yes.
I feel like they can have their own team.
Yeah, they have five brothers in one tournament, so it's a lot of them. So Salvan was the eldest. We've been looking to have a very good tournament this time around because I think that he will have a point to prove that he can still do what he did in VPL1. And then we have Seal Roy Williams, the twin brother of Seal and he is a very good left-hand batsman. Hiran Shallow, we expect him to be in the side as well. We call him most runs in St. Vincent because almost every tournament he plays, that is what he aims to do, get the most runs. Experienced player, he has played for the Windward Islands. And of course, we have the big man himself, Carlos Brathwaite. Remember the name a few years ago, hitting those 4 sixes in the final against Ben Stokes in 2016 at Calcutta in the T20 competition, the World T20. And of course, the experienced Donald Hector, another former Windward Islands batsman, and the all-rounder Bob, who I'm sure Kenroy would also mention from the bowling perspective. Bob, my former classmate as well, so throw that in there for him. Mr. Bob.
Yeah, it's a team that I looked at, and I'm wondering to myself, how do they maneuver that power half order? You have Hiram Shallow, he's usually an opener. You'd run Paul for more than likely open the batting after the good season he had this last year with the Hikers. You also had Salvan Brown, and even Carlos Brathwaite himself. Lidland James' new coach might be tempted to even throw him at the top. So it's something that I was thinking about this team. And I think once they get that right, the batting combination, I think they'll be a very disruptive team.
Well, one thing I think that they should just think too much with the batting. Okay. Well, whatever they decide at the beginning, they need to think very clearly about it, decide on that. Maybe experiment in the first game or 2, if you have to try something, all right? And then what you have maybe have 2 options, and you see which option works better. You go with that throughout the tournament and stick to that, have confidence. Because the chopping and changing and the shifting will leave the team without any role clarity, and that will be very detrimental to their success.
Yeah. Well,
go ahead.
Well, the strikers, as you said, they are top heavy. They have a very good batting lineup. But what they need to do is have 5 solid batters at the top. Give them the roles and their functions. In the bowling aspect of it, who would they turn to? Ray Jordan has been a part of this team for a number of years. What has happened to Ray Jordan is that they have not taken the opportunities. When he bowls, and it prevents that opportunity, they are not taking those opportunities. So he would always be key for them. Also, in the bowling department, Alston Bob, very tight bowler. He's experienced as well. Brathwaite with the ball, he could do very well for them as well. So the bowling looks good. The batting looks good. Just getting the people in the right position, doing the job that they are asked to do, again, would do the job for strikers.
It's a good thing that they sort of strengthened their bowling as well this year. I just remember in past editions, they've sort of didn't have reliance on rigid.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. We bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
Welcome back to Annisville Cricket Ground, where we were just treated to some Superb hitting of the bat of Carlos Brathwaite. 5 sixes in 1 over to finish the innings off for the Port Charlotte Strikers. They got up to 103 in their 10 overs. And the Port Charlotte, the Lasuvri Hikers, they are in pursuit of 104 runs. Captain Desron Maloney and Jonathan Carter about to open the innings, and Ray Jordan has the ball in hand. I'm Stacey Adams, and I continue to be joined by Mr. Kenroy Martin.
Well, welcome back to the viewers. Welcome back to those online who are viewing us. I was given a task as well, Stacey, and I want to big up my wife, Sheridan Martin. Big up yourself, big up yourself. Thank you, all the viewers online. Big up yourself. Continue being with us here, VPL 5.0, as we continue here with exciting cricket in this game. Matt Sumrich, 4 Charlotte Strikers, 103 for 3. Carlos Brathwaite, 64 from 24. Gideon Pope, 17 from 20. Salvan Brown, 6 from 6. Larry Edwards, 2 for 10. OJ Matthews, 1 for 26. And Othniel Lewis, none for 9. We're about to start the action again, Stacey Ann.
Yes, and all the viewers out there, what you need to be thinking of. Will the lack of intent hurt the 4 Charlotte Strikers early on in the innings? I'll continue after this first delivery from Ray Jordan. Short, and he misses it. Or will that last over hurt the Lasuvri Hikers?
Or well, that job catch hurt the Hikers.
Or that as well. Well, it did hurt them in the end.
Exactly.
30 runs came off the over.
My word.
Of Carlos Brathwaite.
That was some spectacular hitting there by Carlos Brathwaite. Brought me back to that Sunday when we won that T20 finals. It was a day just like today, just around the same time.
2 wide on that occasion. They also hustled through for a single. 2 wides there from Ray Jordan.
And Stacey, and that made the difference between getting 90 and getting 104. That last over that Carlos Brathwaite smashed out of Annisvale. 5 sixes. What an over.
Yes, if you're joining us late, the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they didn't look as if they were going to get anything close to 100. But Carlos Brathwaite smashed 30 runs off the last over, bowled by Jonathan Carter. Nice hands to the ball there from Desron Maloney to get off the mark.
Well, Ray Jordan is bowling quickly. He's a little man, but he has some power in those shoulders. That ball hustling off the wicket there. But Desron Maloney was equal to the task, just running it down to third man to get his first single in this innings. Hikers are 3 without loss. We know them to be a very dominant team. Carter is at the crease.
Short lifting delivery
My
there
word.
from Ray Jordan. And Ray Jordan, he's tied with 4 other players for that most wickets, that Sandals orange cap for most wickets. He has 6 wickets to his name for his team so far.
Back in the day, Stacey, you would have heard from the Jamaicans, gas on the pitch. Gas. So there's some fire being lit here by Ray Jordan. That delivery pitched on the off stump, lifting into the gloves of Salvan Brown. That had some pace on it, really. Larry Edwards is leading the way with the bowling thus far. Oh.
Similar delivery again. Fainted appeals from the players. And that's something we saw the Salt Pond Breakers. They planned to Jonathan Carter yesterday. Some similar lines being employed here by Ray Jordan. I mean, yes, he's getting the room, but it's not the length that he's looking for to get his hands through it, to hit it through the cover. So exceptional start here from Ray Jordan so far.
Well, those deliveries are quick lifting. Carter is not a tall fella, and his lifting also is very uncomfortable situation as well. But Ray Jordan is bowling some fiery deliveries here. Again, wow. 3 in a row.
Yes, he doesn't get the room on this occasion. He didn't get the room at all. He's cramping him for room, which is important, Ray Jordan. So An excellent start here for the Port Charlotte Strikers. They are pumped up as they should be, especially the way their innings finish, Martin.
Well, yes, Carlos Brathwaite brought that energy to this team, and Ray Jordan is starting it here. 3 quick deliveries been bowled by him too. The man who got spanked by Carlos Brathwaite, Carter. But I'm telling you, I love to see fast bowlers bowl in these times. Quick deliveries, Ray Jordan hitting a spot. He continues.
Similar delivery. Oh, he's timed this beautifully. And it'll race away for a 4. That was marvelous timing there from Jonathan Carter.
Well, I think I'll put that down to poor feeling there. That ball was timed nicely by Jonathan Carter. A good delivery by Ray Jordan again, but he wasn't backed up by his fielders. 4 runs to Carter, 4 runs to the Hikers. They are 7 without loss in the first over.
Yes, I agree with you. I don't think the fielder realized how well he timed it. I didn't myself. Look at the replay here. He got in position and he just got some back to it. And the pace of Ray Jordan as well allowed that ball to speed across the ground as quickly as it did. The fielder there, he should have made a better effort in the end.
Well, I think that was Abraham who's doing the fielding on the boundary. I think he will be bowling the first over here in this innings. He'll be bowling to Desran Maloney, who had a good innings yesterday but didn't carry on. He's been getting starts in this tournament but just not carrying on. He will be doing the batting here for his team. Current run rate is 7. Required run rate is 10.76. So they need another 97 runs from 54 balls to bring it home here, the Hikers, as action continues here in this VPL Dream 11 10-10 cricket in St. Vincent and Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. The sun has left us somewhat, Stacey, and it's a cooling breeze that's coming across the playing field.
Yes, I don't think the fielders would mind that very much. The sun is back out in all its glory, Martin. It didn't take too long. Kevin Abraham, he has a ball in hand, a spinner. So the last Port Charlotte Strikers taking a page out of the Hikers book, and they've gone with Kevin Abraham early in this bowling innings. Drifts into the pads. On that occasion of Maloney, he doesn't put it away. Gets Jonathan Carter on strike.
A full delivery, and Maloney had no problem in working that off to the man at deep mid-wicket, picking up another single. And that brings Carter on strike. He'll be bowling, he'll be facing up to Abraham. Carter has batted well in this tournament so far. He has started the innings for the Hikers, played very nice. And Maloney has backed him up as well. They have batted well together.
Down the ground, he doesn't get a hold of it. They look content to take the singles as well, but they'll need to start going at this total pretty soon, Martin.
Well, to get 103, 101 really, 104 to get, sorry. I don't think the Hikers really need to get off the flying start. They just need to pace themselves and get to that total.
Hey, he gave himself room there on that occasion, but Abraham was smart enough to bowl it wider.
Clever bowling there.
Delivery on the pads and appeal for a caught behind. No, says umpire Maria Abbott. He's not putting those deliveries away. He should have done better with that. This time he latches on to it. It goes out to the fielder who makes a valiant attempt to take a catch. However, he just had to save it from going for 6. So a good effort from the field and the boundary there.
My. What an effort that is. Thought he had it, but it was evading him. He did an excellent job pulling it out of the air, batting it back onto the field, and he saved 5 runs there, Stacey.
Yes, Winston Samuel doing the job there. The umpire's just having a check, making sure that his feet were behind the line. Yes, excellent job there from Winston Samuel. He definitely saved 6 runs. Well, 5. It's it through the offside, doesn't get the placement. So, a frugal over finished there by Kevin Abraham, just 3 coming off it. They're now 10 without loss after 2 overs.
Yes, a good over ball there by Abraham for the strikers, keeping things in check. An excellent piece of fielding there by the youngster on the mid wicket boundary, saving at least 5 runs there. And that is the kind of feeling you would need from your fielders if you are to defend a total like this.
Yes, I agree with you. You need to be fielding well. Your bowling plans need to be accurate also. So it's a good start here from the Port Charlotte Strikers. They are definitely up for the challenge posed by the defending champions, the Lassifree Hikers. They're in pursuit of their 4th championship, looking for 4 in a row. But they have a tough task on their hands as the Port Charlotte Strikers. This bowling innings. Jordan continues. This one is high in the air. Fielder is running to get under it. He doesn't get there. They pick up 2 more.
Well, a short delivery by Ray Jordan, and Maloney not really in control of that, evading the man at mid-wicket, falling short of the boundary. He gets away with that and gets 2 more runs.
It's looking to take on Jordan in this over. They believe they'll have to go 2 more overs. Well, an over and 5 balls remaining in the power play. Low, he's bowled him, he's knocked him over. He gets his man with a pitched up delivery.
And that famous celebration from Ray Jordan continues. His success continues in this tournament. Desmond Maloney. Ball hitting his pad into the stumps, and the Hikers have lost their skipper at 12 for 1.
Yes, he was camping on the back foot there, looking for a short pitch delivery. But Ray Jordan decided that he'll pitch it up. So good thinking there from Ray Jordan to get his man. Dylan Douglas makes his way to the middle. Much to do here from him and Jonathan Carter.
Well, out goes Desmond Maloney, and in comes one of the most destructive batsmen at VPL, Dylan Douglas.
Yes, he's the only player to have crossed that 1,000 runs mark in the history of the VPL tournament. So it says a lot about how well he bats. He also has a high strike rate in the 180s. So he is indeed the man to do the job for his team. He's in early today. Yesterday, well, the day before, in the last 2 games, he didn't get in early. But today he's in quite early as his captain was just dismissed after an exceptional piece of bowling from Ray Jordan.
Yes, just what his captain needed, a wicket from him very early, and that off the skipper, Desmond Maloney. Trouble!
This one is high in the air. The keep, oh my.
What?
It goes for 6. What? It looks as if it just went over the rope. My word, the pace off of that.
What happened there, Stacey?
Went high in the air. We thought for sure it was going to land in one of the fielders' hand. Instead, it seems to be Dylan Douglas' lucky day. He was in no position to play that shot. He got a big edge on it, and it flew all the way over. The umpires are going to have a check just to see if it went over the rope for a high run maximum or if it stayed in.
I think an angel took that ball down to the 3rd man boundary. Look at that. He seems to be in all sort of trouble there. And that ball traveled all the way to the fence for 6 runs. Fortunate for Douglas, unfortunate for the Strikers. My word. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties.
Umpire Golden Graves, it's a high run maximum. My goodness, that flew. Not sure, they're having a discussion about the field. Oh. This time he latches onto it for a high run maximum. And He mocks. He mocks Ray Jordan with his same celebration. Dylan Douglas into the action here. Kenroy Martin.
I'm telling you, this young is destructive. Destructive is Dylan Douglas. That one was pitched on his legs and he whipped it off. There's no problem with the umpire signaling 6 this time. He had no issues. It went flying over the square leg fence for 6 and he brought up that excellent celebration that Ray Jordan normally does and he celebrated his 6. Ray Jordan style.
Some banter here between these two players. He used the pace well on that occasion. He just helped it on its way. Didn't try to overhit it. So an exceptional is this talent this young man is. That occasion he didn't quite get it. Ray Jordan following it up with a quicker, shorter one. But it was wide. It was a wide delivery that Dylan didn't capitalize on. Shaking his hand.
Yes, that one struck him on the glove. Really lifting delivery. Trying to run it down to third man. But it was a quick delivery from Ray Jordan. Bouncing, hitting him on the glove. And just bouncing to the man at backward point. He picks up another single. Should be feeling some pain a little later on with that blow on the wrist or on the fingers.
Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous from Jonathan Carter to pick up a high run smashing for exceptional placement from him.
Yes, that was timed in with perfection. Carter just on the back foot, pitched on his off stump and he punched that through covers easily. Nobody moved into the fence. 4 more runs to the Hikers, 4 runs to Carter. It's 29 for 1 in reply to 103.
Yeah, it seems like Jonathan Carter finally realized how he should be playing Ray Jordan. Just use his pace. That's all he needed to do in the over before. He struggled a bit against him on this occasion. He just waits on it and plays it through the gap nicely. 29 for 1 after 3 overs. 1 over remaining in the power play. I believe these batters, they are only going to go about it one way. They are not going to stay and knock it around. They are going to look to up the tempo in scoring, Martin.
Well, as we see, Ray Jordan puts that orange cap on his head, tells you that he's the leading wicket taker.
Yes, he now has 7 wickets in the tournament. Kevin Abraham continues looking for a quick single. Roy doesn't collect cleanly. Yes, he was previously tied with 4 other players with 6. After picking up that wicket of Dejan Maloney, he now goes to the top of the pile with 7 wickets wearing that orange cap. Doesn't get the placement on that occasion, Jonathan Carter. Marvelous hands there from Jonathan Carter. An excellent placement, just passing the man there, Alston Bob, for a high run smashing 4.
Yes, a short delivery there by Abraham and Carter rocked back on his back foot, pulled it through mid-wicket. Bob tried to stop it, but this outfield is lightning quick. It's Hector on the outfield there, and it flew across the boundary. A cracking 4 by Jonathan Carter. Loose delivery by Abraham.
Tries to go down the ground, doesn't get a hold of it. Inside edge to the man there at that short mid-wicket region, Captain Gideon Pope. Umpires are having a check about something, and it looks as if we'll wait on them to see. Seems as if they're having a check at the no ball. So making sure. And it's been signaled a no ball. So Kevin Abraham, you'll hear coaches say a spinner shouldn't overstep that line, Martin. And Kevin Abraham has overstepped, giving a free hit to Jonathan Carter. You'll be happy about that, Martin?
Well, Carter is happy. Abraham is disgusted with it. But he has to bowl that ball over. A free hit is offered to Jonathan Carter. Blame yourself, Kevin Abraham.
just finds the gap. That is absolutely brilliant. He didn't try to do anything. It was pitched up, and he decides, I'll just drive it through that vacant cover area. Marvelous stuff.
Yes, a beautiful shot there by Carter, bisecting the fielders at cover and straight mid-off. No one moved into the fence before. Carter probably is thinking, well, I was taken to the cleaners in the last over. I have an opportunity to do something here now, and he did it perfectly.
Yes, they want to maximize this power play as much as possible. Wide delivery this time. Needs to finish well here. Kevin Abraham. He's under a lot of pressure. He needs to finish well for his team.
Well, they have compiled 41 runs so far in this power play. Final over being bowled here by Abraham, and a vast difference to the striker's start.
Dylan Douglas is now back on strike, and as you mentioned, stark contrast in the way both teams went about their power play scoring. Absolutely brilliant. Look at that. Hold the pose, Dylan Douglas. Through the gap, he pitched it up again, and Dylan Douglas is showing off to Jonathan Carter. He too can find excellent placement to put it away for a high run smashing four.
Don't you move. Don't you move. Don't you move. A cracking shot through the covers to end over number 4 in the power play. It's
at this point in time, we'll join Banava Brong, and she has an interview for us.
It's an exciting Sunday here at VPL5, and I'm here with some spectators. How are you?
I'm doing great.
How has the day been going so far? What has been the excitement you've seen today?
It's been exciting. The highlights of my day so far was witnessing Carlos hits after hits after hit, 5 sixes in a row. Amazing.
Really great. It's first time at VPL?
Actually, this is my second year at VPL.
And how are you enjoying it? Big vibes?
Big vibes. I'm hearing all the shows. I couldn't wait for the weekend to get here, by the way. And I'm really looking forward to match number 2.
And if anyone's at home and they're considering coming out, what you telling them?
Hurry up and come. Enough vibes down here. The excitement is here. You must know one member or someone from your village, from your community. Come out and support. You are missing out.
Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, we're back here in the studio. Alston Bob. Reverse sweeps. Jonathan Carter doesn't get a hold of it. So Alston Bob has a ball in hand for his team. They're looking to stem the run flow of the Lasuvre Hikers. Doesn't get a hold of it. He gets a single out to that mid-wicket region.
So the strikers really need to turn to somebody to get some wickets here to stem the runs flow here of the Hikers team. They are already 46 for 1. This is over number 5. They're looking for a total of 103. Somebody needs to pick up a wicket or 2 here for the strikers.
Bowling it wide of Dylan Douglas. Doesn't get the placement. He timed it well to the field at point. Gets across this time and launches it for a high run maximum.
Well, Dylan Douglas using the depth of the crease really and using it to effect a 6 over mid-wicket. Cow Corners, 6 more runs to Dylan Douglas.
So we're being treated to some marvelous hitting here. One more ball remaining in this over from Alston Bob. Dylan Douglas decides to launch it. Has he got a hold of it? No, he hasn't. And Carlos Brathwaite has taken a simple catch. And Dylan Douglas has to go. He's upset with himself, Kenroy Martin.
Well, that was flighted, slower delivery. Bradford was on the ropes. He took an easy catch. Alston Bob has answered the call. He has picked up that vital wicket off Dylan Douglas.
Yes, Alston Bob took all the pace off of that one. He wasn't bowling with any pace throughout this over. And Dylan Douglas decided that he should go down the ground, holding out to Carlos Brathwaite. He's a very tall man to clear down there. He chanced his arm to him. A very simple catch taken in the end. The halfway mark. Lasuvre Hikers, they are 52 for 2.
Well, in come Neil Lewis. Another fair strike off the cricket ball for the Hikers. 1 in, 1 out. Stacyan.
Yes, they have that sort of batting lineup where they can go hard at you. Their top order is usually the top order usually put their hands up for them, much similar to the Port Charlotte Strikers. But they do have batters in that middle area that can do the job for them as well. Carlos Brathwaite has the ball in hand. Wide delivery to start. He's bowling to Jonathan Carter. He took Jonathan Carter apart in his last over to him. So Carter might be saying here, now is my chance to do much of the same.
You think there will be a repeat? I don't think there will be a repeat here, you know. Jonathan Carter, slightly different build, different situation. Carlos Brathwaite bowling a different situation as well. But left to be seen here. Brathwaite to Carter.
Starting wide again to him. Another wide. Yeah, Carter needs to play the match situation for his team here. The halfway stage, they're scoring quite well. So he needs to be the man that sort of look to take it deep for them. He has the most runs for them so far in the tournament. Another wide, another wide. They're trying to take it away, it seems, from Jonathan Carter, probably asking him to hit into that big side. But what we've seen of him, he's prolific on anything short. He's prolific on the cut shot. He's prolific on the pull as well. So you can't put it past him to find the gap on the offside, Martin.
Yes, Brathwaite just not executing as he would like to.
Doesn't get a hold of it. No timing on that occasion. They'll get a single.
So Hikers, that brings Neil Lewis to the crease. 56 for 2, sorry. 56 for 2. Desmond Maloney back in the shed. And the destructive Dylan Douglas was just caught Brathwaite bowl, Alston Bob. So that has Lewis and Carter at the crease for the Hikers, the dominant team so far in this VPL tournament. They have been winners on 3 occasions.
Slower delivery there by Carlos Brathwaite. Neil waited on it and just gets himself off the mark.
Neil Lewis probably just setting himself to have a go. Didn't get much yesterday. I know he's eager to get some today. So he's probably just having a look, have a few balls in the middle and then launch as Carter continues to battle here.
Wide again. So they definitely have a plan, the Port Charlotte Strikers. It's just not working out at this point in time, as 4 wides have been bowled in this over so far. Gets his hands through it this time. Looking for 2. They'll just settle for 1. So another wide delivery being bowled there by Brathwaite, wide of the line. They're trying to stay away from straight to Jonathan Carter. So they're trying to take it away from him. So far, it's paying off. They haven't scored a boundary, but they have bowled 4 wides in the over.
Well, it's extra deliveries, extra runs. Those balls need to be bowled over. Good for the Hikers, bad for the Strikers.
Yorker, O'Neill able to get some bat onto it.
I think the Strikers need to get at least another 2 wickets here to put the Hikers under some pressure. Call the middle order to do some batting here for the Hikers. That has not happened on a regular basis. They need to do that if they are to win this game.
Walks across this time, and this has gone for a big hit over that long on fielder. He was wary of the plan. He decides he's going to use the crease, walks across and hits it over that long on fielder for a high rule maximum.
Well, I think Carter said to himself, listen, I'm not going to take this anymore. You give me some licking. I'm going to play something on you now. It's my turn. And he smashed that over mid-on for a cracking 6. Well played, Jonathan Carter. A little banter here, you think?
That's a big hit there.
I'm going to get you back.
Outside the off stump. Changes in the field. Square leg is going around. He tries to go over. He tries to go over. Sealroy, a brilliant attempt from him. He couldn't hold on to it in the end. And Carter has been dropped. A good effort there from Sealroy. He tried to go over. He tried to clear that man in the circle, but he didn't get enough power on it to get it over him. In the end, a brilliant effort from Sealroy, but the catch goes down.
Well, if that catch was taken, it would have been a superb catch there by Williams. Going backwards, you see, he extended himself, really. If that ball had stuck in his hand, it would have been a brilliant catch by Williams. But unfortunately, it didn't, and Carter lives to fight again. And the Hikers have marched on to 67. 67 for 2. Another 37 runs to get Stacey, and Hikers really in the driver's seat. The dominant team in this tournament. You have to come good.
Yes, and Carter, he didn't really get that. He didn't get a hold of it. It sort of came off of the bottom of the bat. That's why he wasn't able to clear that fielder properly. But a valiant effort from the young man there. Probably didn't have enough height. Sealroy.
A very interesting situation here. I'll stand back picking up that wicket of Dylan Douglas, bowling to Jonathan Carter. I think Carter has decided to bat deep into this innings as well because Douglas has gone, Maloney has gone. He's the more senior batter, and I think he has taken up that responsibility.
Yes, indeed. Bob has been quite crafty with his off spins. He's been taking the pace off throughout. Let's see how he goes to Carter. Gives himself room. Bobs follows him. Yes. Left arm orthodox. I don't know why I think Bob is a right-hander for some reason.
Probably how he's round.
You know, he was my teacher in school, and he always writes with his left hand. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. Looks to launch it down the ground was O'Neill Lewis.
A swing and a miss.
Bit there. Experience.
A swing and a miss, Stacey. And O'Neill Lewis, whether he gets you or you get him, that's how he plays this cricket.
Yes, he's going to go at it, Lewis. Down the ground. Doesn't get a hold of it. Bob is quite a crafty left-arm orthodox spinner. Doesn't give you pace at all. So a smart operator here for the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Carter waits on it. Just content to take the singles here, I think, against Bob.
Well, something that Carter has employed against Alston Bob is using the depth of the crease. He's waiting way back on the stumps and he's pulling the ball through the onside because Bob is not really pushing that delivery through. And he's doing it very well, picking up the singles and stuff.
This one is in the block hole there from Alston Bob. Intelligent bowling from Alston Bob so far in this over. He has one ball remaining. Just 4 singles coming off him so far. Down the ground goes Jonathan Carter. Excellent use of the feet to dispatch that for a high rune maximum.
Great footwork there by Jonathan Carter. Lining up Alston Bob. He played the first 2 balls on the back foot and he chipped this time down the wicket, hitting him over mid-on into the fence for 6. 6 more to Carter. 77 for 2. Hikers keep marching on here.
Yes, that's the first time I think, Neil Lewis tried to use his feet against him. He couldn't get a hold of it. But that's one of the few occasions I've seen a batter in this match decide to come down the wicket to Bob. And I think that was a good option there from Jonathan Carter.
Well, just for your Ray Jordan, he's bowled 2 overs for 26. Kevin Abraham, 2 for 19. Alston Bob, 2 for 17. And Carlos Brathwaite, 1 for 15. 77 for 2. 27 from 18 deliveries. 18 deliveries, 27 runs. You making a call here, Stacey-Ann?
I'm not going to make a call, Martin. I'll wait it out and I'll see how this game ends up. Both teams really want to get to the top of the table. And they're doing well to stay neck and neck with each other in this competition so far. 27 runs off 18 deliveries. One might say it's in favor of the Lasufre Hikers at this point in time. But the Strikers, their fielding unit, they're really up for this today. Jerome Jones, he has the ball in hand. He's a left-arm pacer. That's 5 wickets in the tournament so far. Neil Lewis gives himself room and an easy catch taken by Ray Jordan. So strike 1 goes to Lasufre Hikers in this over. Jerome Jones picking up that very important wicket of Neil Lewis.
Well, this is what they need here. 2 or 3 wickets to put pressure on the Hikers team. They have gotten that wicket of Neil Lewis. A fierce strike of the cricket ball. That brings in this middle order. I think it's Walters. Walters would be joining Carter, who is unbeaten on 35. 35. So, 77 for 3, Stacey-Ann. First ball from Jones picks up that wicket of Lewis. A good thing here for the Strikers, putting the Hikers batters under some pressure.
Yes, Neil Lewis was looking to give himself room and still go to that onside. However, that delivery was always going away from him, and he gets a healthy edge. That was well taken in the end from the man with the orange cap for most wickets so far in the tournament, Ray Jordan.
Well, a good catch by Ray Jordan in his orange cap, contributing on the field as well. An excellent catch, full length, diving. Ray Jordan, number 21 is back, doing the job here for his team. Really good stuff here by Ray Jordan. Good stuff here by the Strikers. Good comeback, good wicket. They are in a better position than they were a ball before.
Yes, Jahil Walters, a left-hander now. He's going to face up to Jerome Jones, who's another left-hander, left-arm pacer. Jahil will only be looking to go over that mid-wicket boundary. 27 from 17 balls at this point in time. The Lasufre Hikers is getting tense here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. In the block hole. Good follow-up delivery after getting that wicket from Jerome Jones.
Yes, an excellent Yorker ball there to Walters. He just could only dig it out for a single. A good scampered single called by Carter. He knows that he's the man who have to finish this game for the Hikers.
Yes, he's definitely key here for his team. He's been there from inception. He's seen it all. So he has to finish the game for the Lasufre Hikers.
A ding-dong battle here on hand. 26 from 16 deliveries. Oh, that's a loud appeal.
Oh my. Did the ball struck the umpire on the way? Oh. This is not good. Hope she's okay. Hope umpire is okay. She looks to be in some misery here. It was all happening on that delivery. There was a loud appeal for LBW. Jonathan Carter looking to play across. That looked to be tailing down leg. Umpire Maria Abbott said no.
Oh, sad scenes here. Sad scenes here. Sad scenes here.
Through the ball.
Ball being thrown to the stumps. Oh, struck on the leg. Struck on the leg. Physio. So as some attention has been given to the umpire, Maria Abbott, here at Annisville, just to remind you of what is happening here. Lasufre Hikers, Jonathan Carter is not out on 35. Red Jordan 5. Sorry, Desmond Maloney, he was out for 5. Ball Red Jordan. Dylan Douglas, destructive Douglas, he got 24 from 9 deliveries. Otney Lewis didn't trouble the score as much. She got 4 from 6. And not out is Jahil Walters for 1. They are now 78 for 3, looking for a target of 103, while the umpire has been attended there by the physiotherapist. We are here at Annisville bringing you live coverage of the VPL 5.0, an exciting tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Stacey-Ann, how lovely it is to be here at Annisville.
Yes, we promised you excitement, we promised you intensity, and all of the matches are living up to it so far, and this one is the same. The Lasufre Hikers, they're in pursuit of 26 more runs from 15 deliveries rather. 16 deliveries, sorry. It's just 2 balls gone in the over. 78 for 3. Jonathan Carter, he looms as that key man for them if they are to get over the line. But young Jahil Walters, he is also there as well. So he'll have to show off his batting prowess. Let's just have a look at the replay again. Umpire Maria Abbott, she's up. She's back on her feet. So good signs here. We'll continue shortly. Wasn't able to get out of the way in time. And she's back up on her feet. Jerome Jones is going to continue to young Jahil Walters. He's looking to get his team over the line here. Two umpires just getting together. I'm gonna look at something. The 26 more runs needed from 16 deliveries. The Lasufre Hikers, they're just 3 wickets down. Jonathan Carter is still there. He's 36 off 3. 26 off 23, sorry. Jahil Walters has just joined him, facing up to Jerome Jones. Down the ground, and he's knocked him over. Jahil Walters looking to go down the ground to Jerome Jones, and Jerome Jones strikes again.
That is the wicket that you need. These are the wickets that you need for the strikers. You need to get into the middle of the Hikers batting. They have done that. That wicket of Jahil Walters now brings a new batter, Corton Lave, into the crease. Lasufre Hikers 79 for 4. 79 for 4. Looking for a target of 103. Stacey-Ann, this game has just been opened up.
Yes, it keeps turning. It keeps shifting here at the Annisville Cricket Ground between these two heavy hitters. Both teams are looking to get to the top of the table. They're tied on 6. along with the Salt Pond Breakers and the Botanical Gardens. So whoever wins this match will go to the top of the table with 8 points. So O'Neill Thomas, Cotton Lavier has made his way to the middle. Jonathan Carter is still there. He seems to be the man for the last Super Hikers at this point in time.
Well, that brings Cotton Lave to have the strike against a man who seems to be in very good form. Bowling change-up deliveries, hit the stumps twice so far. Stacyan has brought the strikers back into this game, and things have opened up nicely here between these two teams. What a contest on hand. Hikers and strikers.
This one will be signaled wide, and they'll also get an extra run as well. So after attacking the stumps, the last delivery decided to bowl a shorter delivery to Curtin Lavier that was deemed to be too wide.
Well, the informed Jonathan Carter is taking strike. The score is now 81. He's on 36 from 23 deliveries. Jones has bowled 4 deliveries. He has picked up 2 wickets for 4 runs. Excellent spell thus far.
Looking to go at him was Jonathan Carter. Misses on that occasion.
Stacyan, we have not seen this Hikers team under so much pressure in this tournament thus far.
But I have only seen them under pressure, Martin. Have you forgotten that game yesterday and the one before that?
Batting pressure, batting pressure.
There you go. They haven't
batting pressure.
They haven't really been under a lot of batting pressure. Massive, absolutely massive off the bat of Jonathan Carter. A very important strike for his team, a high run maximum.
Well, this brings things back to even Stevens here. That 6 from Jonathan Carter over mid-on from Jones brings things back into perspective for the Hikers.
Yes. 2 overs remaining. They now need 17 in 12 deliveries. Carter there, he won't be on strike. Curtin Lavier is going to face up to Carlos Brathwaite to bowl that penultimate over for his team.
Well, this is a critical over here being bowled by Carlos Brathwaite. Critical over bowl here by Carlos Brathwaite. 17 runs from 12 deliveries. You would give this to the Hikers, but they have lost 4 wickets. They're top 4, but they have that important batsman of Jonathan Carter, who has 42 not out. But this over is critically important here from Carlos Brathwaite for the strikers.
Yes, what should Curtin Lavier do? He's facing up to Brathwaite now. Looks to swing it down the ground. A question I should ask. Do you think Curtin Lavier should look to hit it out of the park or just give the strike to Jonathan Carter here?
Well, I think in this situation, you should turn the strike over to Jonathan Carter. He's the man in form. He's the man batting well. Give him the opportunity to finish the game. Really, just look for a single and go to the other end.
Looks to go inside out. There will only be 1. Carter is now on strike.
(16 from 10 deliveries. If this wicket is to fall, Tanti Mall would come into the stadium. I'm telling you. Jonathan Carter, 42. Would Brathwaite have the better of Carter again? I'm not sure. Best man wins the battle. Brathwaite won the first one. Carter looking to win the second one. Match on here. 16 runs from 10 deliveries. Carter on 42. Brathwaite with the ball in his hands, looking for that important wicket for the strikers.
Excellent delivery there in that black hole.
Craig is saying, sorry, Carlos is saying, I want to win this game. I've put my hands up for my team. I'm taking this game. Carter is saying the same thing. Curtin Lavey has 1 from 2.
Looks to launch it down the ground. Has he got a hold of it? Not quite. Look for 2. It's not on.
Excellent bowling here. Excellent bowling here by Brathwaite. 14 runs from 8 deliveries. He is doing a fantastic job for his team here, strikers.
$14 needed off 8 deliveries. Carter, the key man, is now on strike. Gives it, goes down the wicket. Experienced bowling there from Carlos Brathwaite. Sees the batter giving himself room, advancing down the track, and he follows him.
Excellent delivery by Brathwaite. Advancing is Carter. Full delivery between bat and pad. Well taken there by Salvan Brown.
Gives himself room again on that occasion.
Wow.
Another dot delivery. And the
End
crowd
of the
erupts
over.
in favor of the Fort Charlotte Strikers as 2 dot ball finish that over. The last Super Hikers now need 14 runs of 6 deliveries. And key man, Jonathan Carter, is not on strike. Curtin Lavey.
Well. Here we go. Here we go. 14 runs from 6 deliveries. Hikers and strikers. Carlos Brathwaite has finished his spell. Jonathan Carter is at the crease on 43 not out. Curtin Lavey has 2 from 3. The last 6 deliveries is with Jerome Jones. He has bowled 1 over. He has picked up 2 wickets for 10. He's left with the responsibility of defending this 14 runs for the Hikers, for the strikers. Hikers looking to get this. Curtin Lavey is on strike. My word, this is excitement. Slower delivery. He's calling for a single. Would this be trouble? He misses the stump.
Launched it down the ground. Only get a single. They look for 2. Is this 2 on? They have to go for 2. Oh, and he misses the stump, Salvan. The fielders are upset. But it was a close call. Jonathan Carter, they get 2 runs. That's a key wicket to get there for the team. Let's have a look at the replay to see how close that was. Before we launch any criticism in Salvan's way, let's see what transpired here. He collected it. Oh, he misses the stump. Unfortunate scenes here from the Fort Charlotte Strikers. 4 balls remaining. This one is high. Has it got the distance? No, it hasn't. Carlos Brathwaite settles under it and takes an easy catch. And Jonathan Carter, the man who loomed as key for the last Super Hikers, has been dismissed.
Well, how things have changed. Carlos Brathwaite having the best of Jonathan Carter. Carter going out, caught Brathwaite. Ball Jones, he has gone back to the pavilion Lassifrey Hikers are now 93 for 5. Stacey and 3 deliveries remaining. 11 runs to get. Curtin Lave at the crease. They need somebody to hit some balls over the ropes here. They need a boundary. They need a boundary.
11 runs needed from 3 overs. Jonathan Carter thought he had the length. He probably didn't have the pace on that delivery to get it over Carlos Brathwaite. Took an easy catch for his team in the end. Joy for the fourth
Carlos Brathwaite in this game from the start. Andrew Thomas now joins Curtin Lave. Jerome Jones, 3 wickets for 12 runs. 3 deliveries remaining. Andrew Thomas, he also is a fair striker of the ball. Who would have the last say? Who would have the last say here? Hikers and strikers. My God. My God. 3 deliveries. Jones with the ball in his hand. He has picked up 3 wickets for 12 runs. The man of the match thus far for the strikers. He runs in. Thomas. This one is trapping him. It's an out appeal. 2 deliveries remaining. 2 deliveries remaining. 11 runs to get. And really, you only need 1 good delivery here to win this game. 11 runs from 2 balls. 4 Charlotte strikers. They are in command here. Jones, excellent spell for him from so far. He runs in. This one is struck down the ground. Doesn't pass the fielder. He gets 1. Curtin Lave comes and strike. Looking for trouble here is Curtin Lave. So 1 delivery remaining. And Lassifrey Hikers, they need 10 runs from 1 delivery. What could happen here? What could happen here? Oh my God. 1 delivery. The Hikers looking down. Defeat here for the second time in this tournament. Strikers have played exceptionally well. Carlos Brathwaite has had a big hand in this. And Lave is on strike. Jones don't need to bowl a wide. He don't need to bowl a no ball. He just needs to get this ball right. And the strikers would bring this home. Exciting cricket here. VPL 5.0. Jones. He's in. This one is a slower delivery. Beaten Curtin Lave. That's the end of the game. Defending champions Hikers have lost to the strikers in a keenly contested game here at Arnisville. My word, how wonderful things have turned out here for the strikers. Carlos Brathwaite, really an excellent innings at the end. A brilliant catch to get rid of Jonathan Carter. And Jones, an excellent spell from him. He picked up 3 wickets. My God. 4 Charlotte strikers has beaten the Hikers. Just to let you know, Carlos Brathwaite fired 64 from 24. Gedron Pope 17 from 20. Salvan Brum 6 from 6. Larry Edwards 2 for 10. OJ Matthews 1 for 26. Watney Lewis none for 9. And the Lassifrey Hikers, Jonathan Carter 45 from 30. Dylan Douglas 24 from 9. Desmond Maloney 5 for 7. Jerome Jones, the pick of the bowlers, he did the damage. 3 for 13 from 2 overs. Ray Jordan bowled with some speed and fire. 1 for 26. Alston Bob, very intelligent bowling. 1 for 17. 4 Charlotte strikers won by 9 runs. What a game it is. Don't forget, next matchup, Botanical Garden Rangers and the Darkview Explorers. We'll be right at the Arnisville playing field, bringing you live coverage. Those online, don't you go anywhere. Another matchup is here, I'm telling you. VPL 5.0, we doing it the Vinci way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacchanal
is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to a VPL5 T10 scene preview. I am Stacey and Adolis, and we are here to present a team preview on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. It's a team that always looks full of potential but never quite
Desron Maloney. Sorry, the Fort Charlotte Strikers. I have with me captain of the losing team. Commiserations to you, Desron Maloney. You seem to have gotten your bowling plans nailed down up until that second over. That last over, sorry.
Well, everything worked out in our favour from over 1 to over 10, I'll say. But catches always win matches, and the catch that dropped off Carlos Brathwaite was very crucial in the back end. However, I want to say good all-round performance by the team. Just couldn't make it over the finish line.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, in terms of the bowling and the batting, and what do you think really was disappointing for you today?
Today is our best bowling effort as a team since the start of VPL. As I said, if you had given us 103 to chase after the toss, we would have gladly taken it. So the bowlers did a fantastic job today.
All right, well said to you, and all the best to you in the rest of the tournament. All right, well, there you have it, Captain Desron Maloney giving his take on the game today. We have now the winning captain, Mr. Gideon Pope. Very good game from you today, Gideon Pope. Did you think you had enough at the break?
I want to say well done to the guys. I think the first innings, the pitch was very hard to bat on, so I want to commend Carlos. He played a brilliant innings for us, and I think we discussed that anything over 100 is a good score, and we back the bowlers to defend it.
All right, well said to you. In terms of your batting form in this tournament so far, should the team worry about that, or do you have one good innings in you to get you started in this tournament?
We are not worried about the batting. Me personally, I'm not worried. So cricket is a game that is played on the day, so going forward, just confident and just play my natural game.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to you and your team, and all the best in the rest of the tournament. All right, well, that was the winning captain, Gideon Pope. We have now the man of the match, Mr. Carlos Brathwaite. Excellent knock from you, Carlos. What was your thought process like in that last over?
I know John was a quality bowler, but I was telling Popey that if he missed a couple, we need to capitalize on it. Yeah, I mean, you don't plan to hit 5 sixes, but yeah, them come off, and then once I got going, obviously with the time constraints, he was under pressure as well. So yeah, sometimes you swing and miss, and when they connect, you just got to enjoy it.
All right, you've played in a number of competitions across the world. What's the quality like in this VPL tournament? We're halfway there. What's the quality like?
Surprisingly good. Obviously, I wanted to come down and keep playing cricket. I was playing good cricket. And when Kesrick messaged me about it, I wanted to come down. I didn't know what to expect, but I've been pleasantly surprised not only with the quality of cricket, but the quality of organising, planning, and the way the cricket is generally run. So that's a tick in the box for the organisers.
All right, congratulations on your knock, Carlos. Just accept your playing check. Man of the match award to Carlos Brathwaite, handed over by Mr. Samuel. So congratulations to the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Man of the match, Carlos Brathwaite. And you heard it from him, ladies and gentlemen. It's excellent quality here at VPL5. And thank you for tuning in to this first game. We have another big matchup for you between the Darkview Explorers and the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So stay tuned.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say?
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket. Yellow away.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
It's time for the toss in match number 15 in this Dream 11 VPL5 between the Darkview Explorers and the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Overseeing proceedings, Mr. Selwyn Allen, match referee. We have the two captains, Kesrick Williams and Romano Pair of the Darkview Explorers, and he has the coin. The call is still. And it's still. The toss was won by Kesrick Williams of the Botanical Gardens Rangers. What is your decision here today, Kesrick?
Definitely, we're going to come out and have a bowl first.
All right, you're going to have a bowl for us. Your team keeps surprising us in this tournament, Kesrick. Yesterday we saw Andrew Fletcher had a bowl. Is this something we can expect going forward for the Botanical Gardens Rangers?
Well, I'm not sure about surprise because when I went to the draft, I picked a really solid team. So I'm not really surprised with the performance of this team. Actually, yesterday I think we were a bit, probably a few runs short. But at the end of the day, I back my team in anything, and all we have to do is just come out and execute our plans.
All right, well said. Well, you have a really good team. I do agree with that. What was your reason for bowling first today?
Well, to be honest, I think it may have a little bit of during it because it is spinning a bit. So at the end of the day, we want to come out, bowl on it, try to reset them for the total, and hopefully in the back end, the second innings, it will dry up for us to probably have a bat, and it will be a bit better to bat on.
All right, all the best to you, Kesrick. Romano Pair, you lost the toss. You have to bat first today. Look at this competition. You might think that you're unlucky with the position you are on the board. You're second to last in the top. What have you identified as the key component if you are to get up to that top of the table looking ahead in this competition?
I will say we just have to stick to the basic, and you just have to come out and play good cricket. The guys been playing good cricket so far, just mean we don't getting across the line as often as we should. But I know our team is a team to be reckoned with. We just have to come out and play cricket.
Any changes in your team today?
No, please.
All right, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they won the toss and decided that they are going to have a bowl first.
Yes, thank you very much, Stacey, and welcome back to the Adamsville playing field here for game number 2 on this Sunday at the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Away. Here with me in the commentary box is Kenroy Martin. Kenroy, the Botanical Gardens Rangers have won the toss and they have elected to chase. Any surprises there?
No surprises. I think they have played a better game from behind. And Kesrick Williams, with the observation on the wicket as well, is a little bit slower side. I think the sun will beat it out as well. I think that they have made a good choice. And knowing that the Darkview Explorers are struggling as well, I think it's a good choice to stick them into the wicket.
All right, so let's go to the playing 11s for this game. The playing 11 for the Botanical Gardens Rangers: Kesrick Williams, captain; Kenneth Demba, Kieran Kotoy, Atticus Brown, Wayne Harper, Andrew Fletcher, Roshan Primus, Ronil Jeffrey, Jaron John is playing. Tijon Pope actually is not playing today. We have Jarrell Edwards who comes in for him, and Ravindra Prasad. Tijon, he had gotten a slight injury while fielding in the last game. That may be one of the reasons why he's not playing today. And for the Darkview Explorers, Romano Pair captain, Denson Hoyt, Shaman Hooper, Darius Martin, Darren Graves, Navin Stewart, Shadrach Descart, Kenson Dalzell, Taylor and Harry, for the Walker. So they are unchanged from their previous game, Kenson. What do you think the Darkview Explorers need to do today to get themselves up and going in the tournament? They have only won one game against the Divers. How can they bounce back with the playoffs looming?
Well, they have to play basic cricket. Stick to the basics, try and do the things right. Get the basic things right. Bat your 10 overs, score as much runs as possible, run hard between the wickets, and when they bowl to a plan. You can't bowl on two sides of the wicket. You have to bowl to a plan. If you don't bowl to a plan, you will get hit across the field, over the field, and out of the park. You have to stick to your plans.
All right, and well said. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they have started off very well in the tournament. Before the tournament was bowled and we did the preview, before ball was bowled in any of the games and we did the preview, we said that based on their selection, they have a very strong all-round team. And they are proving it so far in the tournament. How do you see them going today and for the remainder of the week? And what do they need to do to keep on going in winning ways?
Well, as Kesrick said, they're backing themselves to chase any amount of runs given to them. From the couple of games that they played, we've seen they have grown in confidence. Their batting has come together. And really, all they need to do now is continue playing the way that they are playing. Get tight on the things that they're not doing well, especially bowling in the middle. Skipper Keswick Williams needs to come to the fore with his bowling. And really, just continue playing good cricket. Take their catches, take the opportunities, and just continue playing good cricket, and they would come out victorious.
And let's get back to the Explorers now. So far for the tournament, Descartes, he's the highest run scorer. He already has over 200 runs. He is actually on track to break his captain's record of 306 runs in one VPL. But the other batsmen, barring Romano Pe, who also has a half century, they've not really come to the fore. For a team that has so many batsmen, they've not really come to the fore, and it's putting pressure on their bowlers, who are not as experienced as some of the other teams.
Yes, I do agree that the bowlers are under some severe pressure because the batters are not clicking. They have two batters who have scored half centuries. You named them already. What they need to do is get the middle working. Graves needs to come to the party. He has not come to the party as yet. He's at the top of the order. He needs to come to the party. Captain needs to bat through the innings. Give Descartes some support, and they would get to totals that the bowlers can defend.
Well, we spoke about their bowling. Darius Martin is a Winwood Islands player. He really needs to step up for them and really lead their bowling attack from the front.
Yes, Rich Jordan did it for the strikers. He bowled well. And Jones did well as for the strikers. So they need those bowlers to bowl in tandem as well. You can't be having one good over from one end and a bad over from the other end. That spoils things for you. You have to have batters batting in tandem. You have to have bowlers bowling in tandem. If you don't have that combination, things could go sideways for you.
And for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, in terms of their batting, Katoy has been consistent. And of course, what can we say about the Spiceman?
Well, the Spiceman has been destructive. Any league he plays, he's a destructive batsman. If he gets in, he would hit the ball across the park everywhere. Kieran Katoy, in my opinion, he's a moody player. He plays with moods. If he's in a good mood, you will get good things from him. If he's not, then you may get something from him. So I really love the way that Spiceman has approached this tournament. He's serious about it, and he is setting some standards. I love that. I would have loved to see him go on past 100, but unfortunately, he may do it today.
Well, in the game on Friday, not their game yesterday, we saw that they had some very good support as well from Roshan Primus striking the ball a long way.
Yes, he's an additional to this Botanical Garden side. What he has done to the Botanical Garden side is strengthen the middle in their batting, and still he comes and bowl. So he has added that sort of strength in the middle. So they are very strong in the middle. Up front they are strong. So they are a very good all-round team.
And in terms of the bowling, Passard, he has been quite miserly. I think he has acclimatized to the conditions here at the Annesville playing field. He's using his variations quite nicely in terms of his pace, and he's proving now to be quite consistent every game, not conceding many runs and taking a wicket or two for their team.
Prasad is an excellent find. He has bowled in the middle tightly. He has picked up wickets. He has created the pressure. And when you want somebody to come and do the special things for you, he does it with the ball. Prasad is the man. Very economical. He takes wickets. You don't want better than that in a T10 game.
Yes, and since his return, the vice captain Demba, he has bowled well as well. And we have seen that they have quite a few bowling options in that some of the games, some of their better bowlers sometimes end up bowling one over, and we have spoken about that. Will that be something that, if they continue to do so, maybe come back and maybe something that would come back to haunt them later in the tournament when they are in a knockout stage?
Well, that is the issue with the Botanical Garden Rangers. I think skipper Keswick Williams needs to have his 5 bowlers identified. He needs to identify his 5 bowlers, and he must stick to his 5 bowlers unless there's a situation where he has to change, because he made a few changes which went against him all up in the tournament, and they could have gone against him in a few games if things had gone the way that they should have. He needs to make the right changes and pick his bowlers properly.
And is the case maybe that they know who their 5 are and they're trying to find out who will be 6 or 7 or 8, and based on the performance then they will rank them accordingly?
Well, if he's doing guesswork at this point in time, I'm sorry. The tournament has gone too far for that. He would find himself crossing the ropes with a losing team. He needs to identify them, stick to them, and they have 2 or 3 pauses outside who he could slip in to get an over to. Atticus Brown has bowled 2 overs in each game. He needs to look at that as well. But he has picked up wickets. So I'm not too sure what he intends to do with Brown.
All right, thank you very much. So there you have it from Mr. Kenroy Martin. This is Alanson Cruikshank. We'll be right back with you with the second fixture today. We have the Botanical Gardens Rangers taking on the Darkview Explorers here at the Arnorsville playing field. Dream 11-5, VPL Cricket. We'll be back with you shortly.
Let's go. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, don't give the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers.
Hi guys.
Diver. Rangers.
Breakers.
Strikers.
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, don't give the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field here. It's Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket our way, and we are about to get going with the second match for today on this Sunday. A little bit hazy in the conditions, but very good for cricket nonetheless. Windy afternoon here at the Arnorsville playing field, and lots of spectators out here joining us on the weekend to view these matches. We just had a very close contest there between the Lassufre Hikers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers. The Strikers getting one up over the defending champions, and we're about to get going here with the second match. Umpires are out on the field, and we'll have the Darkview Explorers versus the Botanical Gardens Rangers. And the Botanical Gardens Rangers, the captain here, he has won the toss, and he has elected to field first. So we're seeing a trend now developing where teams are looking on these good pitches to see what's on the board and then build their batting based on what they have to chase. Kenroy Martin is with me in the studio. Good day, Kenroy.
Well, good day, Alanson, and good day to the viewers of the VPL 10 5.0. We are back here with game number 2. Rangers versus Darkview Explorers. So, an exciting game on hand. The toss have been spun, and the Rangers will be taking the field, and Explorers will be taking first knock. Really, Alansu, an exciting game on hand here between these two teams.
Yes, the Explorers, their backs are against the wall, really. They really want to win today and in the next few matches in order to keep their hopes up for contesting in the playoffs. While the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they have been playing well. They have only one loss thus far, and they will want to keep winning ways as they go on deeper into the tournament. As we see some of the spectators there on screen, you're looking at the Mike Finley Pavilion. Here they are on the playing field. And for those who are nearby, you know, there's a lot of space still here, so you can come on down and get your seat in the stands. The double decker is having some repairs being done to it, but I think that the others are available for seating. So lots of space still here, and we expect that next weekend that this place will be rampacked. Kenroy.
Yes, I do anticipate next week would be a bumper-to-bumper crowd, really, and some exciting cricket on hand. We had some marvelous games thus far, and Alanson, I am expecting things to get even hotter as the week goes on, as the days goes on, as the competition gets closer and closer to that big day, final day.
All right, so the batsmen, they are out, and the Darkview Explorers batsmen, that is, Captain Romano Pay and Darren Graves. So there's a change in the opening batting partnership. It seems that Graves has returned to his opening position after they used Rickford Walker for a few of the games in that position. Do you think you can give any rationale as to why that may be the case?
Well, Darren Graves, in my opinion, unless he's opening the batting, he's not a middle order batsman for me. If he's not opening the batting, then I'm leaving him out of my side completely. He's not that sort of batter to come in the middle. He's somebody to start at the top and get the momentum, and then he goes on to a big score. So if you're playing him, you ought to play him from the front.
All right, so there you have it. Former coach of the Darkview Explorers, they're giving that explanation. And we have Russian Primus. Oh, there's no rubbing in here. There's no rubbing in. There's no lotion. Russian Primus will be opening the bowling for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. He has done so throughout the tournament thus far. What do you think of this move, having Russian Primus? He's opening the bowling and quite often bowling the 10th over as well. Bowling the most pressure, the overs that have the most pressure on them.
Well, we have seen that in the tournament. Jonathan Carter has been given the responsibility to bowl the last over for the Hikers. He went traveling today because players are picking up, teams are picking up what is happening, and they are targeting bowlers. Rishon Primus, he's given the new ball today. What would be done later on in the game is left to be seen with Keswick Williams and the rest of his bowling team.
All right, so Primus to pair. This one is at a good length, just on the wrong half stump, punched off the back foot by Pair. Well fielded there by Kotoy at backward points, and it remains scoreless so far.
A good start by Primus, just on top of the fourth stump there to Romario Pierre, who's a very prolific batsman. He has done exceptionally well in this tournament for his team, and he continues to do so. But that's a very good length by Primus to start with.
So the two fielders out are a third man and a deep square leg. This one is short and lifting outside the off stump. Beats Pair there. You would have wanted probably a few more inches of height to get on top of that one.
Robbie probably need a case or something, a juicy case, a Vitamol case to get up on top of that one. A good lifting delivery by Primus, just on the fourth stump again, into the gloves of the wicket keeper. And Alanson, this wicket has some pace in it as well.
Yes, according to the players, they are saying that this one comes on very nicely, not much deviation off the pitch, and you can pitch the line even more so than the others, which are also good pitches. So here we go again. This one is short. He's pulling it in the air. Doesn't carry to the man there at deep square leg, John. Some of his teammates are looking at him thinking he probably could have made a better attempt at coming in there, especially considering that, you know, it was a wicket of Pair.
Yeah, well, Pierre is a batter. Once you bowl it short, he's not going to back down. He's going to pull. And you see the man at deep backward square is set for that. And Rishon Primus is bowling to his field. So a good ploy here being employed by Primus and his skipper, Keswick Williams.
So some pressure on Graves so far in the tournament, as you mentioned. He hasn't really hit his straps. He has a high score in the VPL of 83, I think, which was the highest score for some time until it was surpassed by Athens and then by Fletcher in this edition. It's another good length delivery. It's not short. It's not full. Coming off the pad, let's wait for the signal from umpire Abbott. Yes, it's a leg by.
Well, I think skipper Romano Pierre has decided to send to give one of his players license to go. That is his batting partner there. He has not done well in the tournament, so I think giving him the opportunity to play in the first 4 and have a go is the best thing for him. And Pierre has decided to do that and bat along with him.
Yes, it's also his Flo Ratcliffe teammate.
Yes,
an opening batting partner. This one is short, quick single taken, not gathered cleanly by Fletcher. Seems a little disappointed there, but it seems as if Pierre had that single covered.
Yes, Pierre, good runner between the wicket. We call him Chang. He's not one of the quickest runners between the wicket, but he got down there and got down there in time. So good running between them, good communication. That is good, and that tells you that they know each other very well.
So as I mentioned, they are teammates in the local competition and opening batting partners as well. Primus, he comes in now. This one is short, pulled away by Graves, but straight to the man there on the deep square leg, deep backward square leg boundary. So on 4 without loss after 1 over, and Primus will be pleased with that over, and so too will be the Rangers.
Yeah, good start there by Primus, good start for the Rangers, hitting the right areas, bowling in the right places. He has the backward square back on the boundary. He had 3 deliveries going to that person. Hit the off stump, went into the keeper's glove. A good start for him, a good start for the Rangers. And not a bad start for the Dark Explorers. But in this power play, they need to score as much as possible. They need to take a few more risks and propel the score to the one that could give the Rangers a fight later on this afternoon.
So as usual, we're going to see Vice Captain Kenneth Demba bowling from the backway end. He's bowling to a 5-4 field, 2 out on the onside, as you see with most of the spinners in the power play. There's a deep mid-wicket and a long on in place. The others are in a ring field in the circle. This one is punched off the back foot by Graves. Easy single. 5 without loss.
Well, Demba just bowling that ball into the wicket, slide on, and Graves using the depth of the crease and pulling it to the man at long on. And picking up a single there again. So some tight bowling here by Demba. He seems to know what he's doing with his length, and he continues to bowl well for the Rangers at the top of the order.
Looking for the sweep. Loud appeal there. Not out, says umpire Jonathan Blades. Pierre was looking to hit that one over the square leg who is in the ring.
Well, Jonathan Blade is in the best position to make that decision, but there was a confident appeal, not out, says Blade, and Pierre's live to fight again for his team.
This time he looks for it again and he's out. LBW. Let's wait and see that replay. But after missing the first sweep, you'd think that he would look to play a little bit straighter. And let's look at the replay here to see. Yes,
well,
that is plumb. That is plumb.
Yes, that was heading straight onto the stumps. He got away with the first one. He played it a second time, and Jonathan Blade wasn't making that mistake again. That index finger came up, and Romario Pierre goes back to the pavilion, and Dark Explorers have lost their first wicket. They are 5 for 1.
But for a player of Romano's quality, I would say, in those first few deliveries, and you're facing against Demba, who is a Windward Islands off spinner, you'll have a little bit of a look, because you will get to score a little bit more as you go further into the innings when you are set. He already has a half century for the tournament, but I think that he has really given it away on the other occasions. He has not really been dismissed by the bowler, so to speak.
Yes, he has out himself on several occasions, and that is playing out of character for Romario Pierre. He normally is the person to bat through the innings, and later in the innings he picks up and score a lot of runs. But he's trying to be attacking up front, and that is caused by Graves, who he has as his partner, who is not getting off as he's supposed to. So that added pressure on Pierre causes him to play those sort of shots, and he loses his wicket because of such.
So that was an Island Sips golden wicket there, and the top scorer so far, the one with the most runs so far in this tournament, has come out to bat. He is in contention, of course, for the Sandals Blue Cap. He's the current holder. This one is punch to the man at extra cover. Got to him quite quickly. Seemed surprised by it in the end was Keswick.
Yes, and just to show you Descarte, he has 201 runs so far. Highs of 70.
This one is punched straight back to the bowler, and he's out. A soft dismissal. We were talking about the dismissal of Graves, but this one is even softer, Kenroy.
Look at that. Look at that. Dark View Explorers in some serious trouble here now. Descarte, bowl and caught Kenneth Demba. Easy dismissal, simple dismissal, soft one. Dark View Explorers in some trouble here. Romano Pay has gone back and also the leading scorer, Descarte.
Was looking to turn that one through the onside, getting a leading edge. Would have been probably more better advice to play it down to long on instead of through the mid wicket or square leg area, and just popping the ball back there to them. But to him to take an easy catch, he now has 2 wickets for 1 run off his 5 deliveries in this over.
Well, I think Descarte could have done anything with that delivery. He decided to turn it on the onside. He hit the outer inner portion of the bat and a leading edge back to Kenneth Demba. And that's the thing I normally say. When you go to bat, you have to have a plan. The bad deliveries, I dispatch them. He just tried to play safe there, and that's that. I think he lost his wicket through that.
Yeah, caught in 2 minds there after his captain has been dismissed in the over. But I mean, it's only 10 overs, so one of the things that you have seen is that the Saltpan Breakers team, for one, they have adopted the modern English ODI method of just keep going hard throughout the overs in a shortened form.
Yes. Well, it is called for these 2 batters to get a start here and to put the Dark View Explorers in a better position than they are now. 5 for 2. This is over number 2, and a good over so far by Kenneth Demba. He has gotten the 2 big scalps.
So Navin Stewart replaces the current blue cap holder, Sanders blue cap holder. He replaces Descarte. This one is down the leg side. Almost poises over there with that wide. So 2 for 2 so far from 5 deliveries for Demba. And this one is played calmly and softly there by Navin Stewart, and respectfully. 6 for 2 after 2 overs, Kedroy.
Well, excellent start here for the Rangers. Darren Graves is on 2 from 3. Navin Stewart hasn't scored a run. Kenneth Demba, an excellent start to his innings. He has picked up 2 wickets for 2 runs. Really, the 2 big players in the Dark View Explorers team have gone back to the pavilion. And this middle order needs to come to the fore. And we see the most economical bowler in the tournament thus far is taking up his position here on the northern end to start.
Yes, Ravindra Prasad, Kenroy, he has 5 wickets so far in the tournament.
Yes, he has bowled measly and he has bowled tightly and he has picked up wickets. He has kept the pressure on teams when he's introduced.
So he comes in now to Graves. Short delivery, that one lifted quite sharply off the pitch. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Let's wait on the signal. 4 byes, signaled by umpire Abbott. That was a lifting, a bouncing delivery off the pitch there from the spinner.
That was pitched just on the middle stump, over the batsman bat, and the keeper couldn't take that. See that bouncing there? He wasn't in a position to do so, and he runs down to the fence for 4 byes.
This one he's cutting away behind square on the offside, and he should get a boundary. Yes, it's a high run smashing 4, and Graves is. You'll feel good after that boundary. He hasn't gotten on all the boundary in any of his innings thus far. You'll feel a little bit more at ease after that one, Kenroy.
Well, he needs to come to the party. He needs to come to the rescue of the Dark View Explorers. The skipper is back in the pavilion. The top scorer is back in the pavilion. he has been promoted up the order once more to do a job, and he needs to do it for his team. So a good shot by him, that should give him some confidence.
This one now is on the pads. Turn to the man at square leg. John, who does feels it well. No run taken. Would be disappointed with that one. He should have really gotten some runs behind square off that delivery. This time he looks to go down the ground. Loud appeal by Harper behind the stump. No reaction there from umpire Abbott. 14 for 2, 2.4 overs. Graves on 6 off 7. Stewart yet to score off his solitary delivery. This one is punched, but straight to Katoy at point. No run taken. One delivery remaining in the third. Slow start here from the Explorers.
Yes, just trickling along really the Explorers, and because of the loss of those 2 wickets, things that have been tightening up here and they finding it difficult to score.
This one is swung over the mid-wicket region. It beats the man out there, Primus, into the boundary for 4. He didn't get the contact that he wanted off that one. It's a high run smashing 4, but he will take it. It was in the gap, and 4 runs to Graves.
Well, 4 more runs to Darren Graves. Just as we said, the runs were dried up, hard to come. There goes Graves, smashing one through mid-wicket. One bounce in the fence for 4. 18 for 2. Darren Graves is 10 from 9. And Marvin Stewart has batted 1 delivery. He hasn't scored a run. Prasad has bowled none for 8. And the Darkview Explorers are 18 for 2 after 3 overs been bowled.
Well, you mentioned economic bowling, and I think the 2 left-arm spinners are right up in contention for that 3D Mr. Economy competition. You have Larry Edward, who has been bowling quite miserly, and Prasad has been quite tight as well in his bowling, along with a few others. So, and we'd add to that as well, Otney Lewis. Yeah. So quite a few of the spinners, the finger spinners, bowling tightly in the tournament so far, as we're about to see Demba to finish off his spell at the end of the power play.
Well, as I said, there was some communication there. Atticus Brown had the ball in his hands, and Demba, who has picked up 2 wickets so far, was called back and given the ball. So skipper Keswick Williams has made a change to his plans.
It's time to Stewart. It's down the leg side. Nothing signaled by umpire. Blades seem to indicate that it came off his body. This one, he goes in the mid-wicket region, and it's 4 runs. Stewart, he was going after that one, no matter where it went, I think.
Yeah, it was a flighted delivery by Kenneth Demba. That was in the area where Stewart wanted it. And an easy shot for him through that cow corner's area. There's a vacant gap there. It runs off the face of the playing field for 4. So 4 easy runs there for Stewart.
Yes, and we saw that Atticus was at the bowling mark to bowl. And I think because if that Stewart was on strike, they may have changed that plan to bowl Atticus, and they went with their first-class off spinner instead of the part-timer.
Well, he picked up 2 wickets in his first over, and Keswick normally bowls him at the 7th over.
This one is short, quicker, just outside the off stump. Beats Stewart as he attempts to go through the point area. It's a bit shorter, but straighter. It's easy single taken to mid-wicket. So after 3.4 overs, it's 23 for 2. It's a late start here from the Explorers.
Yes, indeed, he did. That because of the loss of 2 wickets early to Kenneth Demba. He has the ball in his hands, looking for a 3rd one. Graves is on strike. So 23 for 2 over number 4.
Oh, and that's a flatter delivery. Graves was beaten all ends up by that one.
Well, it was tossed just on the off stump, and Graves was struck outside the leg stump. Jonathan Blade really had nothing to do with that. Another dot delivery to Kenneth Demba.
So tight bowling here by Demba. This time he's too short, but he gets away with it. Doesn't find the gap, does Graves. He was looking to use the pace behind point, but the field was well placed. And so at the end of the power play, the Dark Explorers, they're 23 for 2. They have lost the wicket of Descartes, and their captain Roman up here to the bowling of Kenneth Demba in his first over.
Well, he has completed his spell, Kenneth Demba. He has 2 for 7 from 2 overs. And Navin Stewart is 5 from 5. Darren Graves is 10 from 11. They need somebody to come and really accelerate the scoring here. Both of them are at the crease, but 4 overs have been completed. The power play has been completed, and they need to get a move on here if they are to put a score on the board that the Rangers would have to chase and make it difficult for them. I don't think they could wait until the last over, like we saw in the last game, to really accelerate their scoring rate.
Yes, and Prasad, he will finish off his spell here now. So they're getting rid of their top spinners in that little period by the end of the power play and just out of the power play. So if they bowl well, it really puts immediate pressure on the opposition team.
Yes, it does. It does.
So now that the power play has ended, 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. There is a long on in place as well. He's going to be bowling to a 6-3 field, it appears. So he has confidence in his line. Ring of fielders on the offside, but there's a sweeper cover and a long off. Shortish with a bit of turn. Stewart has a look to see what he's doing, but I don't think he'll be looking for the entire over. This time he goes down the wicket. He launches this one over long off. It's a high-run cracking 6. As I said, he was not going to be looking for the over.
It's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. Navin straight down the track. Flighted delivery. Over mid-off. Into the fence. 6 runs to the Explorers. 6 runs to Navin Stewart. They have gone up to 29 for 2. Good shot there by Stewart.
This one is shorter. He turns it off his pads. It was turning from about leg to off. But he waited on it deep in his crease. Turned it for a single in the vacant mid-wicket region. 30 for 2. And not a bad start so far by Stewart, but they would want these two to go very deep into the innings. But they have to keep going because they need to up the scoring rate. This one is punched straight through the man at extra cover. Keswick, misfield, and it results in a single.
Yes, a short delivery, and Graves using the depth of the crease and some really lackadaisical work there by the Rangers fielders. The wicketkeeper not collecting cleanly, and this camp an extra run.
Yeah, that one actually struck the stumps. So it deflected deflected from the stumps. Seeing the line of the throw, probably Harper should have come in front and collected it. So an extra run there. Well, 2 runs really that should not have been taken.
Well, 2 welcome runs for the Darkview Explorers.
This one is tugged away on the onside. The fielder is coming around at mid-wicket. John, they're looking for 2, but it's not on. Good feeling there by John. He was quickly around and got rid of it quite sharply.
Yes, good feeling there by John, covering about 30 to 40 yards. Where he is, on to mid-on, picking it up and throwing it to the bowler's end and restricting them to 1 run.
Stewart is now on strike for the final delivery of the over. Down the pitch again he goes, and this is a high-run cracking 6. This one was over the wide long on area.
Yes, another flighted delivery there, and Stewart welcomed that down the track, over mid-on, over the Mike Finley Pavilion, into the Old Airport side. 6 runs to Stewart, 18 from 9 deliveries. Darkview Explorers 39 for 2.
Yes, very good shot there from Stewart. So their scoring rate it has gone up from about 6 runs and over to just under 8. They are now 7.8 runs and over, but they'll have to keep increasing that incrementally for the remainder of the 5 overs. The remaining 5 overs of the 10 that they have. At the current projection, they are projected for 78 runs, which obviously will not be a very big total. So they would have to increase the rate here, Kenroy.
Yes. Well, quarter of this game has been completed. Half of the overs have been bowled. And the Rangers, I think they are very much comfortable with the score that is posted here by the Darkview Explorers. 39 for 2. They will take that any day. As change of bowling from the southern end, Atticus Brown has now been given the ball. Darren Graves is still on strike. He's 13 from 13. Prasad has bowled none for 24. He has completed his spell.
So Atticus Brown introduced this time after the false start the first time. It's bowling to Graves. This one is hit in mid-wicket. That's one of his favorite areas. Left to be seen whether it's a 6. Yes, signal 6 there by umpire Blades. It was hit flat, but Qatar is saying that it went for 4. So maybe they will have a check, will they?
Well, I mentioned Atticus Brown bowling 2 overs in every game, but he's been hit for a few runs, but he has picked up wickets. Keswick Williams has decided to continue with Atticus Brown. First ball out of his hand, went into the fence. I'm not too sure if it's 6 or 4. We're waiting on the umpire to confirm such, but not a good start there by Atticus Brown for the Rangers.
Let's have a look at the replay. There goes Graves. This one is heading out towards mid-wicket. Let's see. And it's about to land now. Just inside. Just inside. And the signal was for a 6. Seems as if it may have pitched inside. And there's a change of signal now from the umpire Blades. 4 runs. So 4 runs signal. So 4 runs to Graves off this first delivery of the over. This one is wide. He cuts it behind square on the offside. That's a shot that he was looking for in a previous over, but didn't find the gap. This time he gets it for a high run crack, smashing 4.
Well, Atticus Brown is leaking runs here for the Rangers. Something that he has been doing for the season. And he has been introduced here, and Darren Graves is taking full advantage of the situation. 4 more runs to him. He's rushed up to 21 from 15. They are 47 for 2.
Yeah, he waited on that one as it turned away from him and cut it past point. This time he goes down the ground. Should be cut off by Primus. Yes, he's around quickly. They're not got a chance to. He has a strong arm, though he lobs the return in. So 48 for 2 after 5.3 overs. They're now scoring at 8.73. So as we said, they would need to look to build their scoring rate, and they are doing so at the moment.
Well, Graves have gotten his best score so far in the tournament. He seems to start liking himself. He's timing the ball nicely. But Navin Stewart has 18 from 9.
It's a very dangerous player, Stewart. This time he just pushes it into the extra cover region for an easy single. So intelligent cricket there. It's 49 for 2. 5.4 overs have gone. Atticus Brown in his first over. This one has been hit down the ground. Should be cut off by Passad, yes. Gets his body behind it. Graves is one. He likes to hit the ball on the ground, but he does hit the ball very hard. Doesn't like to go over the top, but it can get to you quite quickly on the boundary.
Yes, Graves is a powerful man, but he normally strokes the ball on the ground. He's not one to be hitting the ball in the air. But Stewart does some very good work down there at long on. Just cutting it off right in front of the boundary and saving himself 3 runs.
So Prasad with that feeling is... Oh, he's looking to cut that one as Stewart, but it was very slow. Not a bad pace to be bowling. I think that one defeated him for lack of pace on that occasion.
Yeah, just slowed a bit there by Atticus Brown, and he cut that delivery into the wicket, and a dot delivery for him. So 50 for 2. Stewart is 19 from 11. Darren Graves 23 from 17. Atticus Brown has bowled 1 over for 11 runs. Current run rate 8.33. Projected score 83. Really, they need to get something more than that to make it challenging for the Rangers here this evening.
So more spin bowling. Kieran Katoy will be introduced from the commentary end that we are at now, and he will be bowling to Graves, leg spinner. 50 for 2. They have 4 overs remaining. Their projection is currently at 83, but I think they would need a minimum of 100. We saw 105 also being competitive in the first game. But I think that they should be aiming for even more than that.
Yeah, I think they should. They should be aiming for at least 100 runs, another 50 in this 4 overs to be bowled. Kieran Katoy, if he doesn't get it right, I think he may travel the distance here.
Katoy to Graves. This one is pulled, but on the ground, as we said. But Graves doesn't like to hit the ball in the air. So that's one run taken down to Demba long on. Stewart will be looking to advance to him or to hit him over the offside of the back foot. That's what I think. And if he's very full, then he may try to go across the line. I think that would be his ploy to Katoy in this over.
Yeah, Katoy need to get things right here. If he doesn't, I think, as I said, he would travel the distance. And Stewart is an individual who would do that. As there are some adjustments in the field.
And this one off the back foot. But it was quite wide. He tugged it down to long on. Only a single. Oh my, it goes through Fletcher. Misfield there, and it's gone for a high run smashing four. Oh my goodness.
Well, these things do happen. The Spice Man. This one was punched off the back foot. Should have been a single, but that's how it goes in cricket at times. Bad feeling there by Fletcher. Through the legs of Fletcher, into the fence for four. 4 more to Stewart, 4 more to the Akvo Explorers. Those runs could be very important at the end of this game.
So Katoy to continue to Stewart, who is off to a quick start, 23 from 12. He was a bit slow in the last game, but going quicker in this one. This one is full. And as we mentioned before, he looks to go over the offside, but this time it's straight to the man at the deep extra cover boundary. It's Jaron John who does the feeling. Single taken.
Yes, a good shot play there by Stewart, but only finding the man on the cover boundary, sweeper, who restricts them to 1. And that brings Darren Graves into strike.
This time Graves come down the wicket, but off the outer edge was that delivery as he was looking to hit it over the mid-wicket area. I think Katoy may have seen him coming down and just slowed it down just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's probably the googly.
Yes,
the
it
outer
was.
portion of the bat.
That one is a flatter leg spinner, but hit straight to the man at long on. Single taken, 57 for 2 after 6.5 overs. 1 delivery remaining to complete the 7th. And with only 18 deliveries left after this one, the Akvo Explorers will really need to get going here.
Well, Graves needs to put some elevation on those shots, get them in the gap and over the ropes.
One was extremely wide, but he had stepped across to it, so he still caught it, but no run to him. Really, if he had stood his ground on his guard and that pass outside off stump, it would have been a wide. So at the end of 7 overs, it's 57 for 2.
18 deliveries remaining, 57 for 2. They have lost the same 2 wickets, that of Pierre and Descartes. But I think one of these batters really need to push things on here. 18 deliveries remaining. They need to get a total at least 90 or so to make it challenging for this Rangers team who's playing very good competitive cricket.
Yeah, I think the onus now will be on Graves in particular, because Stewart has been striking them well so far. Graves on 25 off 20. Not a satisfactory strike rate from him in these circumstances and in this format. Having been there for all of 20 deliveries, he should really be in now and have the measure of the pitch and the bowlers. So he really needs to get going and try to get his strike rate closer to that 200 mark.
Yes.
So Atticus Brown will continue. He's bowling from the Beckway end. His first over went for 11. He's bowling to Darren Graves. This one is punched down to the man at long off. Single taken. And the feel is that deep square leg, and we had a deep mid wicket and a long on. So there were only 3 persons on the onside. So it was a 6-3 field. This time a standard 5-4 field for the right-hander. Of course, the ball turning into the right-hander. Stewart turns it, should get 2. They are going back now. Quick flat throw from Demba. Not taken cleanly there by Harper. Could have been very close.
Yes, a good throw there by Demba, picking up and throwing flat into the wicketkeeper, but the wicketkeeper Harper didn't take it cleanly. So Stewart got in easily and completed 2 runs there. 2 good runs.
Let's look at the replay. Demba Gardens now, flat throw. He would have been short. Would have been tight, but he would have been just out with the gather.
Yes, if that was gathered cleanly, he would have been out, Navin Stewart.
Will that come back to haunt them later on in the innings? Kenroy.
Well, Navin Stewart is still there.
Flatter delivery outside the off stump from Atticus. Quicker. Not much bounce. 60 for 2 in the midst of the 8th over. This time he goes down the wicket and he has launched that one over the line at long on for Haroon, cracking 6.
Well, 6 more runs to Navin Stewart. I was going to mention that Atticus Browns normally bowl 2 overs in his spell, and I think they should really take on Atticus Brown in this over and score as much as possible. That is what Navin Stewart needs to be doing from here on in.
So Stewart is on 32 from 17 deliveries, Graves on 26 of 21. And I think he'll be definitely targeting as many as he can from these remaining 2 deliveries from Atticus. The last 2 overs likely will be bowled by Keswick Williams and Roshan Primus. This one hits it to the man at deep mid wicket for a single. 1 delivery remaining in the 8th over. Dark Explorers 67 for 2. And we are saying that Graves really needs to up his strike rate at this point.
Yes, 26 from 21. Could do much better than that.
Again, he's punching it along the ground, down to the man at long on. Oh my, another misfield this time from Ravindra Prasad. What is happening here with the Botanical Gardens Rangers in the field?
Well, would these runs come back to haunt them? I'm not sure, but not good feeling here by the Rangers feel as they have let up on 2 occasions. Fletcher, now it was Prasad on the other end. 4 runs to Graves, 4 runs to Dark Explorers. They have now moved on to 71 for 2. 8 overs have been completed, 12 deliveries remaining.
Will that be the lot that Graves needs in order to get his strike rate up? He's now on 30 of 22 deliveries with that boundary. You know, it has helped his strike rate considerably.
Well, he needs to do much more than what he's doing here. He has batted a few deliveries. He needs to get things going. 12 deliveries remaining. They need to get into stride and score a few more runs from these 12 deliveries. Kieran Katoy is with the ball in his hands.
So Katoy will be bowling to Navin Stewart. It is a 5-4 field. Short fine leg, deep backward square leg. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Deep extra cover. And 3 from square. Well, there's a deep point, there's a short point, and a backward point, and a short third. In a ring behind square on the offside.
Navin Stewart 33 from 18.
So interestingly, they have gone with Kieran Katoy for this over.
Well, Keswick Williams for you there.
This one is very wide and so signaled by umpire Abbott.
I realize Keswick Williams have not bowled an over.
Yeah, and it's looking like he will be looking to bowl full and wide and slow outside the off stump to Stewart. And he has pulled this one over the onside. A high 6 towering over mid wicket area for a Haroon cracking 6.
Well, he stepped across his off stump. He knew he was going to bowl the ball outside the off stump. He stepped across and used the depth of the crease, pulled it over mid wicket. 6 runs for Stewart, 6 good runs.
Yes, and this over can go. The 9th over, 2 wickets down, man set. Leg spinner, he's under pressure. Katoy. This one is short, flat, fast. Not wided by umpire, but wow. Wow.
Well, there's no referral here. Dot delivery, well bowled Kieran Katoy. 4 deliveries remaining.
This one is full and smacked in the mid-wicket gap. 4 runs. And I think Stewart got back a little bit of his anger out on that delivery. It was a full toss and put away in the gap at mid-wicket for a comfortable high-run smashing 4.
Yes, a full toss here by Kieran Katoy. Bread and butter really for Stewart. And he just hit that through the mid-wicket area. 4 more runs to him, 82 for 2. Things are looking rather better here for Dark Explorers. This over has really gone for few thus far.
And this is punch off the back foot by Stewart. This time will be fielded by Fletcher. Single taken. It brings Graves on to strike.
So a good over there for Dark View Explorers. Darren Graves is 30 from 22. Navin Stewart has 44 from 22. Kieran Katoy has bowled 1.4 overs for 19 runs. Graves is on strike. Needs to hit these over the fence, over the ropes.
This one is short. Really should have pulled away that googly. Had a lot of time there on that delivery. Really should have been hit over the man at mid-wicket 4-6.
And that tells you that Graves is really struggling here to get those balls over the fence. Short delivery by Kieran Katoy should have been dealt with accordingly. But 1 run to the score, 1 run to Dark View Explorers, 84 for 2.
So Stewart back on strike, good delivery. Saw him coming down, full length right in his feet. So Katoy, 2 overs, none for 20. I think that he will be satisfied with that over because it could have been worse.
Yes, I think the Dark View Explorers have missed a trick here. These 2 spinners, Kieran Katoy and Atticus Brown, they didn't bowl anything exceptional, but they didn't take advantage of that situation either. And at this point, they are now 84 for 2. They should have been at least 100 plus with these 2 bowlers bowling those overs.
So Primus, as we said before, usually bowling the first and the last over. No sign of Keswick Williams. Is he playing as a batsman?
Well, Keswick Williams have been treated with some disdain over the past couple of games. He has bowled 1 over for 22 in the last game. So I think a lack of confidence really in respect of Keswick Williams. But he's a skipper.
He's an international bowler.
He needs to put his hands up and lead his team.
Of course. And you would say to yourself as an international bowler that that's just 1 game. And it is likely that for the remaining games that I'll bounce back and get some wickets.
Well, not today, he says.
All right, so Primus, he'll be bowling to Graves. There is a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off. A sweeper on the cover boundary. So it's 5 fielders inside the ring at the moment. They can have 1 more unless they have been told that they are short because of time. No, they are sending back the square leg. Fletcher sent back at square leg. So no one. Well, he's halfway there. Yes, they need somebody. I think they need somebody either at fine leg or third man. An inside edge or outside edge will go quite easily for boundary once it beats these 2 short fielders inside the ring. This one is shorter, not timed at all by Graves. Really should have gotten that one away. And so 5 deliveries remaining. It's 84 for 2.
So there's a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, short, fine leg, short third man, backward point, sweeper, short extra cover, long off, long on.
This one is wide outside the off stump. Oh, not gathered cleanly there by Harper behind the wicket. I think that one is gone for 4 byes. That one was more in line with what the plan was. It seems as if he will be bowling across the left hand and full outside the off stump, but not taken cleanly there by Harper.
Right. That's a 3rd mistake by a Rangers player and allowing the ball to go over the fence for 4. 3 times that has occurred. Would that play a big role at the end of this game? Who knows?
So Primus in. This one is off the edge, and as I said, No third man, it goes for 4. An outside edge or inside edge will give you 4 runs. They're making me into a profit, Kenroy.
Well, it's obvious, Alanson. If you're bowling outside the off stump, there's no protection backward point, no protection on the third man fence. Once the ball hits the outside edge, it rushes off to the third man boundary. It would go for 4. Those are some basic stuff. They have missed it, unfortunately, for the Rangers, but fortunately for the Explorers, they have gotten 4 more runs. Same feel implemented. Same feel.
So Primus in again. Ball into Graves. And this time he gets it in the gap. Katoy should cut it off, yes. Keeps it to a single. Good throw in from him. And it's 93 for 2. Only 2 deliveries remaining in the innings. Can they get to 100?
Well, it's left to be seen. 2 big hits. And that would take Navin straight up to his 50 as well. That Vexplorer will love to have that.
So Primus will have other ideas. He has bowled well this game so far. Only conceded 8 runs off his 10 deliveries that he has delivered up to this point.
He has done very well for the Rangers from the start, and he continues to do so.
This one is cut. Should be cut off by the man at point. Katoy is around quickly. They will not get 2 runs there to him. Throws a bit wide in the end, but because he was so quickly across the ground and got rid of it quite quickly, there was no opportunity there for the second.
Yes, good feeling there by Kieran Katoy. He's known to be one of the better fielders in the Caribbean, and he showed that, skipping across about 40 meters, picking it up and throw into the keeper, 1 bounce, and restricting them to 1 run. Excellent feeling there by Kieran Katoy, 94 for 2.
So Graves on strike for the last delivery of the innings. Will he get a boundary? Can he get a high run boundary here? And it's beaten outside the off stump, is it? It's caught. So he has been dismissed of the last delivery. It's an Island Sips golden wicket at the end of the innings. So not a wicket to Russian Primus. He has 1 for 9, taken 1 for 9 off his 2 overs. And the Derby Explorers, after going forward and getting stuck, they have not really gotten out of third gear in that innings. We were waiting to see them going to 5th, but they haven't gotten there.
Well, I think there's some mechanical problems here with the Derby Explorers team. They need to check a new mechanic to see what's happening with the engine. But they have gotten 2, 94 for 3. Runs on the board is runs on the board, Alonso. They could go and defend it as well, but they need to bowl well to the Rangers if they are to keep them under the score of 94 for 3.
Well, spare thought for Navin Stewart. He scored 44, a quick fire 44. Really was the reason that they got to 94 in the end, because Graves really struggled in this innings. And you know, Pear, he was dismissed for 2 of 6 deliveries. LBW Demba. The other wicket was also taken by Demba. The earlier wicket, caught and bowl, Shadrach Descartes for 2. And on the last delivery of the game, Wayne Harper caught Darren Graves of the bowling of Roshan Primus for 36 of 28 deliveries with a strike rate of only 128. And I think that would be something that they will look back on in this game. I know Darren Graves personally, and he would be very disappointed with this and his performance so far in the tournament.
Yes, that kind of sums up the Darren Graves innings, being caught off the last delivery bowled by Stewart, really, and that says a lot. Botanical Garden Rangers now have to get 94. I don't think it's a uphill task, but they have to bat smartly and sensibly to get to this target as well. Runs on the board is runs on the board. They need to go and defend it. They need to go and get it. Well, just to let you know, Rishon Primus, he had 2 overs, 6 dots, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Kenneth Demba, excellent bowling by him. 2 overs, 9 dots, 7 runs, 2 wickets. That was the back. He broke the back of the Derby Explorers. Passard, 2 overs, 5 dot balls, 24 runs, no wicket. And Atticus Brown, 2 overs, 25 runs. And also Kieran Katoy, 2 overs for 24 runs.
So 94 for 3, the Botanical Gardens, the Derby Explorers against the Botanical Gardens Rangers. The Rangers, when they come back, they'll have to chase 94 runs for victory. And we'll be right back after this Island Sips water break for their reply.
know we love it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, umpire what you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, 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 umpire what you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket. you know we love it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers.
Hi guys.
Diver. Rangers.
Breakers.
Strikers.
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers.
Hi guys.
Diver. Rangers.
Breakers.
Strikers.
Cricket, our way.
Let's go. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnoldville playing field. We are here about to see the reply in this game where the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are taking on the Darkview Explorers. The Explorers, they have made 94 at their turn on the crease. The Rangers will need 95 to win. And it seems in their favor here as I'm joined in the commentary box by former Windward Islands and CCC player Romel Currency. Good afternoon, Romel.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to everybody who is watching this live commentary, live exhibition of cricket here in Sydney. It's certainly good to be back here to watch this final game. I'm a bit disappointed in the display by Darkview Explorers today. I thought really they should have gotten more. I thought they lacked impetus. But the Botanical Garden Rangers, they won't be complaining. They will be happy they sit at the top of the table and looking forward, obviously, to the Spiceman once again doing his thing.
Yes, after scoring 98 yesterday, he'll definitely be high on confidence. And when you really consider that 98 is more than 94, somebody may say that he may be able to take on this single-handedly. But of course, we know that is not how cricket goes. Cricket is played on the day. And the Explorers will know that they will need to take some early wickets. And with the ball for them is Darius Martin, who has played his first full season for the Windward Islands. He hasn't gotten a lot of wickets in the tournament so far, but this is a good opportunity for him to put his hand up for his team, Romel.
Yeah, it's always going to be an uphill task because they're behind the 8 ball. You saw when they batted, they are talking about the Explorers, they lacked that vigor that you would normally expect from a team that is eagerly wanting to get to the top of the table. And I'm looking now, and I'm not seeing what I want to see. So I think, without trying to be a prophet, I think the Botanical Garden Rangers, I would go off on a limb and say that they should have this one in the bag for sure.
All right, so the field here to Martin. Well, for Martin as he bowls to Fletcher, there is a man at the backward square leg, the forward square leg boundary actually. He's just in front of square. And there is a third man on the fence. Everyone else is in the ring. There's a short fine leg, a man at mid-wicket, Hooper. Mid-off, extra cover. Man at a square point and a man at backward point. So 2 close fielders there on the offside. As Martin is about to get going. Fletcher down the wicket, beaten outside the off stump. It's something that he does almost every first over of the first or second delivery. He advances down the pitch to the seam bowler.
Yeah. Well, the Explorers really need a wicket here. We have seen Fletcher and Katoy in the tournament, and they have had some good partnerships. They have excellent partnerships, really. And for the Explorers to be able to challenge this score, they really need a wicket first up, and I would have been tempted to have a first slip in place for Fletcher.
Yes, and that's a no ball, so this is a free hit. Cardinals in there from Darius Martin, his first delivery, and he has bowled a no ball. So this will be a free hit to Andrew Fletcher. And he has crashed that one well over the mid-wicket region. It's into the court area there behind the President's Suite on the onside. A massive high run cracking 6.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautifully played by Fletcher. He waited on it. It was as if Darius Martin said to Fletcher that I'm going to bowl this ball short. Fletcher saw it coming a mile away. That was beautifully executed. Wonderful shot.
Yes, and it's something that we were saying off here about Darius. He doesn't bowl the ball in the full area often. And I think that is something that he could work on. Because it's almost as if the batsmen are preempting his shorter deliveries, because it seems as if he bowls maybe 3 or 4 every over.
Yeah, it's difficult to disagree with that, because I've watched him during the first class tournament, and he has that test line, that sort of test line, if not the test line, shortish, right? I rarely see him pitching up the delivery, but he needs to do that. He needs to get a wicket, because Fletcher is anticipating that short delivery. Fletcher knows this fella, but he has to adjust. For the Explorers to come out anywhere close, he has to adjust.
Of course. This one is short again, cut over the offside, and that should go away to the boundary. Yes, it does. A high run smashing forward. They're off like a train here, the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Yeah, really horrible start. Really horrible start. They have to pull themselves together. This is T10 cricket. Anything can happen. If Fletcher loses his wicket now, Katoy loses his wicket, you never know. So they have to keep believing. We have seen it throughout the tournament. One wicket is lost, then all things can go away. They have to keep believing.
So Navin Stewart having a chat with him. As a tall bowler, the length tends to be that 2/3 length, naturally because of their height, but should attempt to go in the fullish region, especially with the new ball, because he may get some movement. This one is very short, it's quick, it's over the keeper, Tiller and Harry, and it is 5 wides. More runs here in the first over, more pain for the Darkview Explorers.
Oh, pain. It's really been a lot of pain. A lot of pain. It's just 2 balls, 2 legal deliveries have been bowled, and the score is already 16.
Yes, and the captain there, Romano Pay, having a chat with his bowler. Has to do with his line and length, I'm pretty sure. And don't tell me that he's over. Oh my, he's over again. He's over the line again, so he will soon be signaled. Yes, it's a no ball. Another free hit. And so it supersedes the wide that was signaled before. And of course, with this free hit, it means that Fletcher cannot be out of this delivery. So only 2 legal deliveries have been bowled so far in the over. This one, he beats him outside the off stump. Better delivery, better length. And it's a dot delivery. 16 runs without loss after 3 legal deliveries. Fletcher on 10 off 5. And we have had a 5 wides. Well, not a 5 wides, a 5 no ball, we would say. No ball 4.
Yeah, the Explorers really are struggling. They really are struggling. The captain now, he has to pull his men together. He has to encourage. He has to clap. He has to get the vibes going, because this is a shortened version of the game. Anything can happen. He has to realize that.
And this one is hit over the onside, straight off the man at mid-on. And Fletcher is on the go. It's almost as if he is just taking up his bat from his 98 not out yesterday. And he's just continuing with that high run smashing 4. Romel.
I tell you what, if you put Fletcher on a wicket that was just dug up with a pitchfork, Fletcher would score runs. The mood he is in, because I've seen it as a batter. When you're in a special zone, it's almost as if anything that is bowled to you, you can hit. And I believe Fletcher to be in this zone right now. Beautiful batting by Fletcher.
Can't disagree with you on that one at all. As Martin comes in again. This one is full, and that is a massive hit. Is that the biggest one for the tournament? Somebody's vehicle is in trouble out there, and it has gone over into the airport, it looks like. So nobody's vehicle is in trouble. It's a high run, cracking 6. That one went about 115 meters, Romel.
Tremendous. I tell you what, the moment that ball left the bat, I got up off my feet. I couldn't believe the distance that ball traveled. That was a tremendous hit by Fletcher. I tell you about Fletcher, anything you put this guy, any wicket you can put Fletcher on right now, Fletcher will totally dominate. He is in that zone. It is evident. I can't believe it. Fletcher is remarkable this evening. Beautiful batting by Fletcher.
I believe it is still coming down. It's still somewhere up in the sky. And maybe it has an air hostess on it, as they would say. And it's off to St. Lucia. Up to the airport there at George Charles. Up in the area close to Castries there. As Shadrach Descartes is having a word as well with the bowler Darius Martin.
We are forgetting one thing. Only 5 balls have been bowled. 5 legal balls. We have seen the problems Darius has had throughout the tournament with no balls. We're not 100% sure that this is going to be the last ball. And chances are this last delivery might go over the boundary, the way Fletcher is batting.
Well, let's hope that it's the last delivery of the over for the sake of Darius Martin. And let's see where he puts this one. Better delivery. Yorker length. That is where he could have been bowling all over. That fuller length. That's the length that we say he doesn't bowl often enough. And now he has bowled it. He has a dot delivery to a batsman who is positively on fire.
Yeah, you're right. He bowled it full. Fletcher wasn't expecting it because that is not Darius's natural length. So he has to know that in these sort of tournaments, he has to adapt accordingly. He can't be bowling a predictable lines and length, especially to a fella like Fletcher, who knows him inside out, who has gotten accustomed to his bowling. So he has to adopt. That was really a disappointing over by Darius. But the Rangers won't be complaining, of course.
Yes, and he has gone for 26 runs off that over with the extras and the boundaries. And it's short of the 30 runs that was hit by Carlos Brathwaite in the previous game. Another game in which he hit 4 sixes off the first 4 deliveries of the last over ball by Carter. Carter was looking to get back his own, playing a good innings for the Hikers when they were in reply. But he was dismissed and they lost that match. So Graves now, he will be bowling the second over from the Beckway end. He'll be bowling to Kotoy, who has not had strikers yet. But if he gets going as well, then they could make very light work of these 94 runs. And this one is driven down the ground. That has gone for Harun, cracking 6. As we said, if he gets going, they could make extremely light work of these 95 runs that they need to get.
Yeah, that was really, really well played by Kieran Kotoya. I guess he has gotten the memo from Andrew Fletcher that there is going to be absolutely no mercy shown here to the Explorers. It was well played. It was really well played. It was in the arc, yes, but you have to execute it. And execute it, he did extremely well to get it over the boundary. So that was well played by Kieran Kotoya.
So 32 without loss after 7 deliveries. Yes, believe it or not, only 7 deliveries have 7 legal deliveries have been bowled in this inning so far. Graves shortens the length, but this one is pulled into the gap, and Seal Ron Williams will not be able to get to it. And it's another boundary, a high run smashing 4. They are now up to 36 of 8 legal deliveries. They are going at 4 runs a delivery, if you want to think of it in that way.
This game, I don't think it's going to last 5 overs the way it has been going. It's just a massacre. The Rangers really are unsound.
Yes, carnage here at the Arnoldville playing field. And this one is driven nicely by Kotoy, but the fielder out on the sweeper boundary. Dalzell does the fielding. Keeps it down to a single. So that has almost become the whole atmosphere at the Arnoldville playing field here, that single. As we now have Fletcher on strike, and he may be saying that it has only been calm now for 1 delivery. I need to change things up again. So 37 without loss. Fletcher on 20 off 8. Kotoy on 11 off 3. Both of them striking at well over 200. In the case of Kotoy, he's striking at over 300. And he goes down the wicket and hits a massive 6. That one has gone straight, and it has hit the black wall down at the other end where the side screen is. And I tell you, at that end, the boundary is maybe about 35 meters away from that wall. So that's a big hit.
That was a massive hit. It's as if hitting 6 has become mundane. It really has. Well, I'm speaking for Fletcher, of course. It really has. I would love to see some singles now.
And he has hit this one again for 4 runs. It pitches just inside. It was very flat, but it was hit hard. Almost went for another 6. And Fletcher is in the mood here. They are quickly on to 47 without loss. And the second over has not been completed as yet, Romel.
Oh my God, I'm telling you, this match will not go past 5 overs if Andrew Fletcher and Kieran Kotoy get their way. The way they have been batting, it seems as though they have been batting on a completely different wicket when compared to the Explorers.
This one, he whips on the onside. One of those shots that he plays without without that follow through, that whip, that no-look shot. And that has gone in the gap through mid-wicket for a very attractive boundary. And it's now another Harun smashing 4. I'm getting tired of saying Harun smashing 4 and Harun cracking 6, Romel.
Yeah, it has become mundane, as I said. 51 off two overs, chasing a total of what, 95. It's not going to last long. This, oh my God, Fletcher, Andrew Fletcher, he has come to the VPL, and once again, he has lit up the VPL. Beautiful, beautiful batting.
So the stats for that 50, it came off 14 deliveries, 12 legal ones, but 14 deliveries in total. And it had 4 sixes and 5 fours. So it's 51 without loss after 2 overs. Yes, believe it or not, they're scoring at 25.5 runs and over. Do not adjust your screen. You are seeing correctly. Do not go to your optician. You do not need a prescription. You do not need a new glasses. It is 51 without loss after 2 overs.
Yep, 51 and still in the power play, mind you. Well, they have brought on Ceylon. Ceylon, of course, is a leg spin. I'm not sure how much good that is going to be. He'll be bowling against Katoy, who is a left-hander. So Katoy, I'm sure, will be inclined to want to go at him just as hard as Fletcher has gone.
So Ceylon, good length. Oh, and yes, he's got him. First delivery stumped. That one seemed to be a top spinner. It went on straight. And a good delivery there by Ceylon to take the wicket of Katoy and bring in some a little bit of rest and a bit of a little cooling period here for his team after they have been under the pump for the first 2 overs.
Yeah, totally against the run of play. Totally against the run of play. I guess that happens when you're a batter and things have been going so well for you. You almost feel as though you can hit every ball, even when the ball is not there. So I guess that was something that happened to Kieran Katoy. The ball wasn't really there. It was well bowled, mind you. It was really well bowled. But Kieran Katoy, his blood is rushing, his blood is hot. He wants to get going. He wants to emulate what Fletcher has been doing. And he lost his wicket in the process. But that is no respite for the Explorers at all, because Roshan Primus, and we have all seen what Roshan Primus can do. He is just as dangerous as Fletcher.
Yes, and we saw him with some massive hits here on Friday. Some big sixes. They would have contended with that big one that we saw from Fletcher in the previous over that went, I think, in my estimation, about 110 or 115 meters from the bat. And so Primus replaces Katoy. Very good wicket from Ceylon Williams, and I think this is probably something that the Derby Explorers need to consider. I think they have not bowled this young man enough in this tournament, and when he has bowled too late.
Yeah, the bowling generally for the Explorers, they really have been below par, I would say. Yes, they have gotten some good scores, but when time came to defend it, I don't think the bowling generally have been up to par. And Celeron, as you have seen, has bowled a decent first up delivery, and the second delivery has been not too bad either. We, of course, would want to be very careful because Andrew Fletcher is on strike, and he won't be cooling out at all.
And just to say that Fletcher, with those 34 runs that he's on now, he now is the holder of the Sandals Blue Cap for the most runs in the tournament, surpassing Shadrach Discart on the other team. This one is in the air. It's still in the ground. Circling under it is Martin. Oh, and he drops it. But it's another good delivery there by Ceylon. And this is what I've been saying. And he's bowling to quality players, mind you. He's bowling to a former West Indian batsman. And he's bowling to a first-class player. And you can see that the young man, he has deliveries that can trouble good players.
Yeah, that was really well bowled. Disappointing, though. Disappointing. Darius really had to take that. I guess the umpires will want to take a second look at that delivery because it would seem as though, yes, that looks like 4 to me from where I'm looking.
Yes, and signaled by umpire Abbott, a Haroon smashing 4, maybe an edging 4, but a Haroon 4 nonetheless. And if you were there on the previous delivery, he's now at long on, and if you were there on the previous delivery, it is likely that Fletcher will be back in the hut, but has the horse bowled, has the door been shot after the horse has bowled, and this one again is in the air. Under it is Stewart, and he takes the catch. So the young man does what basically I've been calling for the longest while.
Yeah,
you have introduced him early into the innings, and he's taking wickets. And of course, he's a leg spinner. That's what you want your leg spinner to do, to take wickets.
Yeah, that was really, really nice work by Ceylon. He went up there, he went full. Fletcher went after him, knowing how Fletcher is. Of course, he would have gone after him. Why not? Everything has been going his way. And he was beautifully rewarded. Good catch by, who's that? Stewart, backpedaling and taking a beautiful catch to dismiss Fletcher. Well, the Explorers, they have to believe The runs on the board, 39 runs from 44 deliveries. Anything can happen. We haven't really seen what the middle order of the Rangers can do. So anything can happen. Anyway, they have to keep believing.
So the two Barbadians at the wicket, although Primus, as we know, has Vince Roots and has lived some time in Trinidad and Tobago as well. And he's joined by Ravindra Prasad, who has shown that he's capable with the bat as well so far in the tournament, the few chances that he has gotten. But again, we look at that catch by by Navin Stewart. He has on the short of Emrit on his back, but it's Navin Stewart, don't be confused like I just was. And he took that catch quite nicely. Kept his hands high, so he was able to see the ball right into his hands. And that is a lesson there in coaching for the youngsters who are looking. That's how you take a high catch. And Prasad, he's now at the wicket. He'll be facing Williams, who has taken 2 wickets in his first over. He has 2 for 5 or 4 deliveries, the young man. A few days after his birthday, I was told that his birthday was a bit earlier in the week. I think it was last week around Wednesday. He and his twin brother, Seal Roy, who played earlier today. Flatter delivery. Single taken. Throw comes in, and it's a direct hit, but let's see what it says. It is somebody who you don't usually challenge in the field, which is Buffer, the captain. Pierre is a quick fielder. Let's see how that goes for Prasad, because he was on the back foot when he played the shot. Looking at the replay now. The side-on angle is coming. Okay, he got there. Seems as if he got there, yes. So all is well that ends well for him. Close single, but you can see that the wickets, they have changed the entire mood and the whole feel on the field for the Dark Explorers. Romel.
Yeah, they have to try to capitalize. They have 2 new batsmen at the crease. Yes, Roshan Primus, we know what he can do. He's at the crease, but he has only just faced 1 delivery. Ravindra Prasad, he has only just faced 1 delivery. So they have to keep believing. They have to try to starve the batsmen of singles while trying to save the boundary. It's going to be a hard task, of course. But right now they only need 38 runs from 43 balls. So the pressure is not really on the Rangers. They can play themselves in. And of course they know they can hit the big boundaries when needed.
So Williams to continue. He has a long on and a deep mid wicket in place. Nice delivery. Turned off the pad by Primus. Oh, didn't get too far down the wicket, but another half opportunity there for a run out, you may say. And so Seal Williams, his first over, he has taken 2 for 6. He was among the top wicket takers in VPL3 when the Dark Explorers got to the final. So it's 57 for 2 after 3 overs. 39 runs needed or 42 deliveries here at the Arnersville playing field. Left to be seen who will be bowling from the other end. Seems as if it will be this cat, Shadrach. Could see him taking off the blue cap.
A little bit surprising. We saw what Denbar was able to do when he bowled. He bowled well. We just saw what Sealwan did when he came on as a spinner. So I thought maybe the captain would have considered maybe Darren Graves or even Shaman Hooper to try their luck on the pitch and see if things work out, because the pace it comes onto the bat, the ball is new, it's a little bit easier to hit. The wicket is a little bit dry, and I thought, well, like I said before, the captain would have even considered Graves or Shaman Hooper.
And I think these 2 batsmen would prefer the pace as well. At this stage of the game, he comes in to bowl to Prasad. This one is down the ground. He doesn't move. He knows he has hit it well, and it's a high run cracking 6.
Yeah, that was practically a free hit. It was right there. It was right there. You could not have asked for better delivery if you had just only faced 2 deliveries.
Yes, full slower delivery. It was wide, but he was able to wait on it. He wasn't deceived by the lack of pace, and he made very good contact on that one. Went all the way for 6. Hooper, you mentioned, we haven't seen him bowl in the tournament thus far either. I haven't seen him bowl. I haven't seen him at the crease either. And I haven't seen all the games for the Explorers, but the ones I have seen, he hasn't batted either. Ooh, that could have been nasty. Was looking for the ramp. He was looking for a ramp on that delivery. Seemed to shock him as he was beaten while trying to play the shot.
Getting a bit ambitious there, I would say. I don't think there is any need for him to go to that type of delivery, well, that type of shot. But I guess that's all in the game of T10 cricket.
Absolutely. Almost anything goes in the pursuit of runs. This one is quicker and onto him in the hip era. No runs scored, so 63 for 2. Yes, and it's after 3.2 overs. They were actually 51 without loss after 2 overs. So they've pegged it back a little bit in the last 9 deliveries or so. They need 32 now from 39, the Rangers.
Yeah, it's an interesting field that they have. The only 2 men, well, they've just changed the field. They have a man on the sweeper boundary, on the offside, and there is a player going out on deep mid-wicket boundary. So it'll be interesting to see what line he adopts here today.
And this one beats the man at mid-off. That one was hit ferociously, and it's a Hyrule crack smashing 4.
I like the way Ravinder hits the ball. It's almost as if he does not... Well, you don't see the big effort. A lot has to do with the timing of the delivery, of the bat swing. So it was beautifully executed. Lovely shot by Ravinder Prasad. Lovely, lovely shot.
Excellently played. And you were mentioning the fielding position, Romel, and it seems as if based on the field there's a sweep on both sides. So is it a case that they're asking him to bowl as straight as possible?
Tell you what, I really am not sure. I really am not sure because they have a deep mid-wicket, a deep point, which may signal in most cases short deliveries or short of length deliveries.
And he's caught. He's caught on that one. He was looking to run it down because the third man was up, but that was a slow delivery and just went into the hands of Taylor and Harry for that simple catch.
Yeah, a little bit of hope there for the Explorers. Just a little bit of hope. 3 wickets down. A lazy shot, in my opinion, by the batter. Could have done a lot better than that, but of course the Explorers won't be complaining.
Yeah, you could see based on the replay that he was very leaden-footed. He didn't move at all. He was basically in his stance and just using his hands to play that. Now you will see the introduction of Wayne Harper to the crease. Usually opens or bats around number 3 as a batsman. A fairly correct player, so it's likely that he will probably just try to knock it until the end of the innings and maybe to give Primus the strike for them to up their run rate. And then the net run rate will maybe have something to say about who finishes first or second later on in the tournament and have 2 bites at the cherry.
Yeah, you're right with that because the quicker they score the runs, the better the run rate in it. But as you said, Wayne Harper, more of a technical batsman. We know him at the top of the order, but in the first couple of games, he hasn't really come to the table. That's why they decided to go with Kiran Katoy. But let's see him here today and see what he can offer.
Shorter delivery. That one is a bit quicker there from Descartes. He bends his back from time to time and gets a little bit more pace off the wicket from time to time. And that one was through very quickly. They are considering something, are they? No, the over has been signaled, has it? Waiting, the umpire Blades is standing his ground. Okay, so at the end of 4 overs, at the end of the power play, it's 67 for 3. The Rangers, they require another 28 runs in all of 6 overs. At this time, we'll have an interview in the stands. Let's see who Benava has for us.
It's an exciting match 15, and I'm here with Botanical Rangers fans. How are you today, Mr. Grave?
I'm fine, keeping healthy.
So you're out supporting the Botanical Rangers today?
Yeah, I'm a sponsor of the Botanical Rangers from the inception. I'm proud to be part of that, you understand? We have good friends on the team, and I'm very happy that we are doing quite well this year.
So your boys are doing you proud. We had an exciting session there by Spiceman. What did you think of those 6s?
Spiceman, he's from Grenada. But you know, Grenada is Sindis and the Grenadines. So we welcome all foreigners to our country and play well in the cricket games. I know they have some other foreigners, probably from Jamaica, Barbados, and I want to welcome the Sindis and Grenadines and let them be proud and see what we have to offer to the international world of cricket, that we have good players here in Sindis and the Grenadines at all times.
It has been an exciting day of cricket. If anyone is at home, would you encourage them to come out?
Yes, I would encourage everybody to come out. This week would be very exciting. We have teams that are doing well. It's a ding-dong tussle, a battle for 1, 2, 3, 4. But I'm backing my team to be in the first 4.
Well, thank you, Mr. Graves, and all the best to your team. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Benava. Thank you there, Mr. Graves. 67 for 3 at the end of the power play. I believe one delivery was already bowled. So 68 for 3 after 4.2. They need less than 5 runs and over from here on. Excellent delivery. This one almost got the wicket of Harper. He was looking to go inside out, but the length wasn't there for him to get under the delivery and just shaved the off stump.
Yeah, Wayne Harper, all he needs is just get the single. Lots and lots of landscape on the onside. A quick turn and he can get a single.
This time he punches it on the offside. Single taken. Flat, quick throw in there from this cut. So 69 for 3. Primus now back on strike. And it's a good spell so far from Ciaran Williams. 2 deliveries he has remaining. Driven firmly down the ground. That's a scorching straight drive. That's a high run smashing 4.
I tell you what, that was hit like a bullet from a gun. That was beautifully played by Rashawn Primus. No chance, long off, long on. They were nowhere close in the picture. That was beautiful and extremely hard shot. Rashawn Primus is in the building.
Yes, and thankfully for Ciaran Williams, he didn't get that on the ankle, because that would have done some serious damage. Oh my goodness, he takes out Wayne Harper. Oh, and he was out of his crease, and Ciaran was looking to get him out. But he has been struck by that one. That one came back at a rate of knots, and they will need to get the physio out here because that one has hit him very hard.
Yeah, I'm worried. He's down. He's not getting up. I tell you what, that was hit extremely hard. And those of us who know Rashawn Primus, we know exactly how hard he can hit the ball. One of the hardest hitters in the Caribbean, I would dare say.
And I think I saw him at one point looking at the hand. Yes, it seemed to have struck him on the arm. Oh my goodness. On his left arm. Let's hope it's not a broken bone there or fractured bone there, Romel.
Yeah, let's just hope. I know sometimes, well, let me just tell you this. Some batsmen have said to me that whenever they batted with Chris Gayle and they're backing up, they're the non-striker, they are sure to go very wide of the crease because they know the rate at knots in which Chris Gayle hits that ball. And Rashawn Primus, I dare say, is almost in the same range as Chris Gayle. That was hit ferociously.
Yes, he hit the ball. He hits the ball very, very hard. I think thankfully now he's up on his feet. But I think that he will retire out because that's a serious blow on the arm, and I think that you'd have to get that x-ray to see if there are any damaged bones. It's on the forearm. So I can't remember the name of those bones. I think it might be radius and ulnar or something like that. I am getting older now, and mine is not as quick as it used to be in the 20s and in the teens, and even in the 30s.
I'm a numbers man, so don't ask me.
Yes, that one. It's good to see him back on his feet, but he will have to retire, and Jeffrey will come to replace him at the wicket. So just looking here, Fletcher, as we mentioned before, is now the holder of the Sanders Blue Cap. He has 219 runs, a high score of 98 not out. Second on the list is Descartes. He has 201 runs. Chadwick, he has 184 runs. After a slow start to the tournament, he'll be pleased with his progress so far. And Carter, after his innings today, has 165 runs. And Brathwaite runs off the top 5 with 147 runs. Douglas, Cottoy, Salvan Brown and Dillon Johnson. Surprise name there, Dillon Johnson in the top 10 for most runs. You'll have to say a lot about his batting whenever we interview him. And Desmond Maloney at number 10.
Yeah, but when you look at the list, the top 5 players, save and except for, I think, Descartes, all the players would have already played for West Indies. So that's a telling sign, and they've brought their expertise and their talent to the Vinci Premier League, and we're happy to see them execute pretty well so far.
And for the Sandals, the yellow cap for the most wickets, Jones has 8 wickets. Jordan, briefly this morning, has 7 wickets. Primus has 7 as well. Larry Edwards has 6 wickets. John has 6 as well, and so to Dean Brown. Prasad and a few others, they round off the top 10 there. Prasad, Stewart, Brathwaite, Richie Richards. So Brathwaite finds himself on both top 10s. So that's interesting there. Good performance so far by the former West Indies captain and West Indies all-rounder in the 2020 format, and also in 50 over cricket. He played a couple of test matches as well. And now we're going to see what you called for a few overs ago, which is the bowling of Shaman Hooper, off spin.
Yeah. Well, they have no choice really. They have to try something, because we saw what the spin was able to do. Bowl extremely well, so they have to try it. The feel they have for Ronald Jeffrey. We know Ronald Jeffrey, they call him Pollard here, because he has the propensity to hit it quite far.
This one, he punches it square. Oh my goodness, I think a direct, they may have gotten him short of his ground.
Yeah, that was well fielded by the captain. Ronald Jeffrey, eager to get off the mark, just hitting it straight to the backward point field and feeling the need to get off the mark, but he is safely back in.
So Hooper, as we saw the replay there, was close. Hooper now again to Jeffrey. This one is quicker, flatter, but down the leg side. So it's a wide call there by umpire Blades. As we have some rain threatening the ground. We don't know if it will actually come before the game has been completed, but there's rain around. This one is short, looks to pull. We'll get a single. Let's wait on the signal. It seems to be a leg by. Let's wait on the signal. The confirmation there from umpire Blades. So leg by. 75 for 3. So Jeffrey had to get off the mark, but now Primus is on strike.
Yeah, well, Shaman Hooper is interesting to watch him bowl, because I know him as an off spinner, and he seems really to be pushing them through.
And he's caught. He gets the big wicket of Primus. It's an Island Sips golden wicket, and that's a massive wicket. And that one seemed to be, he seemed to use a leg break action on that last delivery actually.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's just pushing them through. But more interestingly is the Rangers have lost 4 wickets, 75 for 4. Yes, they only need 20 runs from 28 deliveries. But like I said before, we all know how the game of cricket comes with glorious uncertainties.
Exactly. And remember, they have lost Wayne Harper due to an injury, so it's almost effectively they're 5 wickets down. Will he have to do a Shanda Paul as we saw here a few years ago, coming back from hospital with a broken arm to win a game for West Indies?
that will be epic. Well, we have Atticus Brown. We all know him as a left-hander. He's quite capable. He can hit a couple of sixes, but he hasn't really had a decent hit as yet for the tournament. And he now has to face up to Shaman Hooper. Ronald Jeffrey, as we know, had just faced a couple deliveries. So the Explorers might be in with a shout. You never know.
Absolutely. And they should not give up by any means. They have taken some wickets. And it should show them that, regardless of the situation, they should fight. I think at the initial stage of the game, their heads were down, and they were being battered a bit by Fletcher. But, they even in such a situation, you have to keep your heads up, because a wicket here and there can change the complexion of the game. They always say add 2 wickets to the current score. And if they do that now, 75 for 6, and Harper being struck on the arm, then they would find themselves in a good position. This one is played on the onside, and it should be a run out. Oh my goodness. Wild throw there by Dalzell. He just needed to lob that back directly to the bowler there, Hooper, who is he's a diminutive man. So once the throw was high, it already meant that he had to get off the ground to get it.
Yeah. The chance was there. They needed that. Oh, they needed that so badly.
But you could see the nerves there from the Botanical Gardens Rangers. No single on offer there. Jeffrey was herring down towards Brown. This one is quicker. Straight to the man at square leg. He does the feeling this time cleanly as well. And a better throw on this occasion. Probably doing what he should have done on the last delivery.
That's right. The nerves are showing. The nerves are showing, Alanson. The nerves are showing. This is the 6th over. We're bowling. 1 delivery left. The run rate is creeping up slightly.
This one is short. It's pulled, but it should be fielded by the man at deep square. Ron Williams, actually. Roy plays for strikers. And it's a good over there by Hooper. He has taken 1 for 2 off his first over.
Yeah, excellent over. And considering he hasn't bowled an over, this is the first over I think he has bowled for the tournament. I think the wicket, the way it has played now, it has been a couple of days into the tournament and you expect it to get a little bit drier. So the spinners really are coming into there. When the ball is holding up just a little bit, just enough to mistime it, and that's what I think happened to Andrew Fletcher. When he faced the pace, the ball was new. The ball came on. He was able to play through the line of the delivery and got some maximum. But the moment the spin came on, a little rougher ball, the ball stuck in the wicket, and he lost his wicket as a consequence.
Yes, and one of the things that we are noticing here is that over the last few days, we're talking about the dryness of the pitch. Over the last few days in St. Vincent and Grenadines, we haven't had much rain, and it has been very hot. So whatever moisture is there will leave the pitch very quickly. And this is the 4th day of play on this particular pitch, the center pitch. So they'll be going to another pitch a little bit later on. Probably from tomorrow, another pitch will be used. So we have 3 strips here being used in the tournament. And it will get some watering and so on while it is being rested. So at the end of 6 overs, 76 for 4, 19 needed off 24. Brown on 1 off 3. Jeffrey yet to score. Navin Stewart being introduced into the bowling. This one is caught brilliantly by the captain there. None other than Romano Pair, a wonderful feeler. And he's put himself in contention for the Island Sips Golden Grub. That's a lovely catch there at point by Romano Pair.
Yeah, it was a slow delivery. It was well bowled by Navin Stewart. His first delivery, a slow delivery outside off stump. Atticus, his eyes lit up. He saw the drive. He went for the booming drive, got the outside edge, and it carried all the way to backward point. And Pierre made no mistake. Oh, this beautiful game of cricket. I love it. Are we going to see the unlikely here today, Romel? I want to see it.
I don't want to call back your words at the beginning of the innings to you at this point. Look at that catch.
Interesting thing. What do the explorers do? Do the men in the circle, they need to save those singles, because at the end of the day, the amount of runs that are required is still less than the amount of balls left to be bowled. Amount of legal deliveries, mind you.
So Demba comes to the wicket, a level-headed type of cricketer, off spinner, can bat, and he has been called here now the vice captain to the vice captain has been called here to the wicket, so he's there now. He's facing up, punches it down the ground, gets off the mark with a single. 18 now needed from 22 deliveries.
They have to keep believing. They have to find a way also to stop those singles. They have the men on the boundary, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long off, long on, deep point. But the men in the circle, they have to be mindful. They have to stop the single.
All right, and Stewart, he comes in now. This one is driven powerfully by Jeffrey down the ground, but it goes straight to the man at long off, Descartes, who fields cleanly, keeps it to 178 for 5 after 6.3. 17 needed from 21 deliveries. Can the Dark Blue Explorers pull this off?
I love to see some action. I would love to see it.
Or will the Rangers just run home to victory with the... That's a quicker delivery there from Stewart. He has that ability to... Still a fit man, even though he's up in age now in terms of a professional cricketer, but still a fit man. He has this ability to get a bit of pace from just a short run.
Yeah, that ball flew off the surface there. A good deceptive delivery, minded, because I'm sure Kenneth Demba would not have been expecting a delivery like that.
This one is full straight to the man at extra cover. No run. Good bowling here by Stewart. 17 needed from 19 deliveries. Now the deliveries are getting closer to the runs. And it's drizzling here at Arnoldsville as well. Light drizzle. Nothing threatening just yet. And the skies actually look like they're clearing. This one is edged. It's in the gap. Will it run away for 4? Herring after it. And that's excellent feeling there. It looks like the captain again, Romano Pay, and he's a brilliant fielder. You expect nothing less from him.
Yeah, that was excellent feeling by Romano. He chased it with all his life.
There he goes. He's after it. And he flicks it back to Hoyt.
Lovely.
Quality stuff there from Romano Pay. It's now 80 of 7 overs. 80 for 5 are the Botanical Gardens Rangers. And to put another spin on it, they have lost. Well, it seems that they seem to have lost the services of Wayne Harper, who was struck by a fierce straight drive from the bat of Russian Primus. So in effect, they are actually 6 down. Because it seems unlikely that he may bat again. But we don't know. We don't have word yet on the extent of his injury. As Shaman Hooper continues now with his second over, he'll be bowling to Ronil Jeffrey. 15 needed from 3 overs. This one is short. He pulls it. Doesn't time it. It should be cut off by this cut. Gets the return in now to Shaman. 81 for 5. 14 needed from 17.
Yeah, Rangers, they just have to take their time. There's really no rush. Still 14 runs from 17 deliveries. Lots of landscape on the onside. 2 fairly quick runners between the wickets. Maybe you can have an argument for Ronald Jeffrey. But no major challenge.
This one is punched to the man at the sweeper cover boundary. Seal run. Throw comes in. It's 82 now for 5. 13 needed from 16.
Yeah, 1 wicket here, 1 wicket here. All they need is 1 more wicket and we have action. 1 more wicket. I have a feeling Jeffries would want to hit this ball for 6. He has been in quite well. In the context of things, he has been in for quite a while. He has faced 4 deliveries already.
This one is well bowled there by Hooper. Keeps it wide off stump. Not allowing him to get that straight delivery for him to tuck down the ground or through the onside. 13 or 15, Romel.
I have a feeling, Alan. I have a feeling here.
This one is short. It's off the top edge. It will go for 4. Oh my goodness. It's a Hyrule edging 4. A Hyrule smashing 4. It's 86 for 5. They now need only 9 runs to win.
Yeah. I think that 4 pretty much was the nail in the coffin. And these things happen in cricket. I was just hoping for a little bit of respite there for that view, but there was none to be had at all. Ronald Jeffrey was able to get an edge and the ball ran down to the bungle for 4.
And he will be going after this one. That's a massive hit. He's a strong lad and he has shown his power. He just opened up his body and that one went well over the man there at that long off, going wide of long off for a Hayun cracking 6.
Yeah. They teased us. The Explorers, they really did tease us. We were hoping for something to happen. We were hoping. But Shaman Hooper, he tried something. He was bowling quickly all the time. He tried to slow it up. But Ronil Jeffrey, he waited on it. He was there for a while in the context of things. This is T10 cricket. And given the capability he has, he was able to easily dispatch it over the long off bungle for maximum. The Rangers are basically going to walk home from here right now.
Yeah, they should walk home from here. 1 delivery needed. 1 delivery remaining in this over. So that means 13 deliveries are remaining in the innings. And they need another 3 runs to win. Jeffrey at the wicket, 12 off 17, having struck the last delivery for 6. Demba, 4 or 5 deliveries. And they're having a chat. They're probably saying, well, yeah, we just need to continue as we are. And maybe if you get this one in your arc, you can go ahead and see if you could finish it in this over.
Yeah, he's definitely going to try. because he has that momentum now. He has hit a 6. And you know he's going to go with 3 runs. Who wouldn't want to finish it with a maximum?
Yes, and of course it will help out their net run rate if they do so. 3 teams on 6 points at this time. The strikers, they have gone up to 8 points with their victory this morning. And so they would want to join the strikers on 8 points. This one cut. Oh, that's magnificently fielded there by Pear. That's brilliant by the skipper there.
Well, 2 overs are remaining. Who's going to bowl this one? I know they have Darren Graves, another spinner. They have Darius Martin, but I very much doubt that they're going to return to Darius given how the first over went. Nevin Stewart, I forgot about Nevin Stewart. He bowled an excellent over. So obviously he would bowl this over. I don't think it's going to go past this over really. If they continue to have the men out on the boundary, they really have to get players in to try to force an ever. That's the only how they can, in my opinion, they can pull something out of this game. It would be a miracle nonetheless.
Well, it seems as they have brought in some players. Let me see what they're going to do. No, they're sending them back. I would probably just have the long one out and maybe the square leg. Everyone else I would want to have in.
Yeah.
See if I could get some dot deliveries in the first few deliveries, then you never know.
Yeah, you have to take the chance. You have to take the chance. So long off is coming in, as you said. Long off is coming in. Nevin has sent out fine leg. So there's still only 4 men in the circle so far. Short mid wicket, short cover, point and mid off.
So he's bowling to Jeffrey. This one is straight. Blow the peel and he's gone. LBW. That was a good delivery there by Navin. And he has gotten the wicket of Jeffrey. He was looking to play that one straightish on the onside, but he has been dismissed. Another Island Sips golden wicket. A good delivery there from Navin Stewart. Second wicket. 2 needed from 11 balls.
Yeah, easy LBW decision by the umpire. You never know. Glorious uncertainties, huh? Glorious uncertainties, Alanson.
Man, I'm telling you, all these games are going down to the wire. It's not good for the blood pressure for those who are supporting each team, but it does add to the excitement here in the Dream 11 VPL Edition 5 Cricket Our Way, and it seems as if Cricket Our Way is to have close finishes.
And it makes you wonder, let's say that first over had just gone for, let's say, 15 runs. It went for 20, almost 30.
26.
26. Let's say it had gone for, it's Fletcher we're talking about, so let's say 15. I think that should be possible for Fletcher. He might argue that isn't enough. But let's say he had gone for 15. What would have happened now? What would the Explorers have done?
Yes, and it's not just how many runs came off the over, but they bowled several extra deliveries. They have been bowling a lot of wides and no balls, and I think a couple of them have actually gone to the boundary as well. So these things really add up. And now in this situation where the pressure is was being on the batting side, just a few more runs and you never know. Maybe if you are saying, well, instead of 2 off 11, they needed probably 15 off 11 or 13 off 11. Who knows? But I think now it's a foregone conclusion. It's just a matter of how close can they get. This one is turned there, but no run is taken. It's Jaron John who has come out to the wicket. Slow delivery there by Stewart on that occasion.
Jaron John we know plays locally here for Saints. He hasn't been home for a while, but we know him as quite a capable batter. So he can hit sixes. Surprising that he has come out this slow. But nonetheless, he's facing up to Stewart.
This one is off the pads. Loud appeal. But I think that, it didn't come off the bat. Good thinking there by Stewart. I think he went for that leg stump Yorker. Just missing the leg stump in the end in terms of the line.
Yeah. Sweet stuff. Sweet stuff. The Explorers are keeping us slightly interested. They're keeping us in.
So 2 needed now off 10. 2 off 9, sorry. Closer than I thought. And John is on strike. They take a single, they're scampering. They should get it in the end. The throw comes in from Hooper, misses, and they have a single. So they now need 1 run to win. Scores are level here at the Arnorsville playing field.
that's it. That's it. But I did enjoy the fight back from the Explorers, having conceded 20-something runs in the first over. Saw Fletcher and Kieran on a rampage, and to have come back the way they have come back here today, I think is admirable. But it's a game of cricket. You have to be consistent. You really have to be consistent, especially when you're playing a T10 game. You can't have too much too many bad periods, I should say. And they really had a horrible period when they bowled at first over and second over.
Yes, it were 2 overs and it was 51 runs on the board. This one turned away by Demba, and he will run off the field with his bat in hand, the vice captain. He came out with his team wobbling a bit, but he showed his maturity and his experience and just nurtled them to the wind. So that's the end of the game. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they have won by 4 wickets against the Dark View Explorers, Romel.
Yeah. I think it was a foregone conclusion after the first 2 overs. First of all, the Explorers, when they batted, the score of 90-something was never really going to be a challenge for the likes of Fletcher and Katoy at the top, and they show the experience. The 2 batters are, of course, first-class players. We already know that Fletcher plays for West Indies and his capabilities. So it was really a foregone conclusion after the first 2 overs, and Explorers were always up behind it. They were always up behind it.
Yes, and the Dark View Explorers, they were dismissed. Just a summary of the game. They were dismissed for 94 not dismissed, but they got to 94 for 3 of their 10 overs. Slowish innings there from Graves, 36 of 28. But Navin Stewart, he bowled. He got to 45 of 24 deliveries. Bowled well as well when he had the turn to bowl. Demba 2 for 7 off his 2 overs. Primus 1 for 9 off his 2 overs, and Prasad, well, he was wicketless on this occasion. But the Rangers, in response, a belligerent and blistering start from Andre Fletcher. He got to 38 off 13 when he was dismissed. Jeffrey 13 off 9, Katoa 11 off 4 in that opening partnership with Fletcher. Ciron Williams, he got 2 for 12 off his 2 overs. And Navin Stewart, a very good game by him. It's rare that you will bowl 1.5 overs and take 2 for 6 and make 45 off 24 in a T10 and be on the losing side. But excellent game from the veteran. But he's on the losing side today. The Rangers have won by 4 wickets. And tomorrow we have some more games for you. And Romel, our fans will be looking forward to these games tomorrow. 2 more games tomorrow. And we will see the Rangers in action again in the first game tomorrow. And they will be playing the Lasufre Hikers in the first game. What a game that should be.
Yeah, that should be. That really should be a big game. We know the likes. Well, we know what Hikers bring to the table. Their top 3, tremendous. They have done tremendously well. We've seen Carter, we have seen Dillon, the captain Maloney, he has done tremendously well. So the Rangers really would have to come to the table in terms of their bowling, because the Hikers, they're not going to ease up. Likewise, the Rangers in their batting, they have Fletcher, they have Katoy. So they're 2 batting teams, one would want to say. So it'll be very interesting to see the outcome.
Yes, and in the second fixture we have the Saltpan Breakers versus the Grenadian Divers. The Saltpan Breakers in the tournament so far have adopted the what we'll call the New England type of limited overs cricket, where you keep going from ball 1 to the end, and it has paid off for them in some of the games. But they lost their last game, and they lost the one before that. They were undefeated after the first 3 games. They have lost their last 2, and they will be looking forward to returning to winning ways against the Grenadian Divers, who would want to get off the mark and win their first game tomorrow.
Yeah, they really have to come to the table, the Divers. They haven't had a good time of it. They have played some very close games. The outcome could have gone their way in some instances, but they really, really haven't come to the table. As you said, the Sunil Ambrose' team, they would want, the Breakers, they would want to continue. Well, not continue, they would want to stop the losing way, because they have, as you mentioned, lost their last 2 games. They are a championship team. They know how to win. They won the inaugural VPL tournament. So they will look to start again afresh tomorrow.
All right, so that's it. That's all we have today from the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Hour here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lots of action today. The Lasufre Hikers actually going down to the Fort Charles Strikers in game 1. Good all-round performance by Carlos Brasserie. Good spell by Jerome Jones as well on the strikers to get them over the line against the Hikers. In the second game here, the Rangers winning over the Dark Blue Explorers, getting to 95 for 6 in pursuit of that total that they were checking for, which was 95. So they won with 7 deliveries to spare, and they won by 4 wickets. So we will be back again tomorrow. This is all we have for the VPL here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines today. And we'll take you down to Stacey, who has the captains and of course the man of the match, and we will sign off after Stacey does her presentations. Over to you, Stacey.
It's time for the post-match presentation here in match number 15, match that was contested between the Botanical Gardens Rangers and the Darkview Explorers. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, eventual champions in this game. We have with us the losing captain, Mr. Romano Pe. Romano, commiserations to you and your team. At the halfway stage, did you think that that total was enough?
Yeah, the total was already on the board already. We just have to go out and defend it. We didn't get a good start in the power play from the bowlers, but that is how cricket goes at times. So I just want to say tough luck to my guys and well played to the Botanical Rangers.
Yes, your batting has done a lot of heavy lifting in the tournament so far. I think this is probably the best bowling display that you've had in this tournament. Did you think that you've nailed plans down today?
You mean it kind of we didn't start as good as we thought we should have started. I think the bowlers didn't stick to the plan a bit in the power play, but kudos to the batsmen of the Garden Rangers. I think they attacked our bowlers and they kind of put us back on the back foot. But I want to say good comeback in the middle there. The bowlers still back themselves. We were still in the game. Just want to say just tough luck to us.
Yeah, all the best to you and the rest of the tournament, Romano Pe. You have a really good team and I wish you all the best going forward. Right. Now, we have the winning captain, Mr. Kesrick Williams. Just pause a while we get Mr. Kesrick Williams here. He's just having a word with his team. Rangers, the Darkview Explorers, and the champion captain, Mr. Kesrick Williams. Congratulations to you and your team, Kesrick. Another brilliant display from your team. Just share your thoughts a bit about that win today.
It's a good win. As we said, we want to get a momentum from the game that we played against Fort Charlotte when we lost and we came back and when I said we want to take that momentum into the playoff. So it's good to see we came out today and we played some good cricket. We started off with the ball, we started off really well in the power play and we continue with that trend throughout the whole game. So it's good to see. Just want to continue in that vein, go straight into the playoff.
Yes, in terms of your bowling plans, you used 8 overs of spin today. Is that something you talk about with regards to the Darkview Explorers, or was it a case of you believe that this was the best way to go on this surface today?
With the surface that we're playing on, what happened when you have players like myself and Fletcher, Primus, Demba, Kato in one dressing room, that's a lot of knowledge. So we look at the wicket, we see how the first game was, we see it was holding up a bit, and we just you said, you know what, let's just use the spin in this game, and it worked out really well for us. And I just want to say kudos to the guy who stick to the task, stick to the plans that we planned in the dressing room, and we came out well.
Now, you guys started out quickly in your batting innings. Did you have one eye on that run rate? Because a lot of teams are jam-packed at that top. Did you have one eye in the run rate when you went out to bat today?
Definitely, we realize a lot of teams have 1 lose and mostly 3 wins and stuff. So we say, you know what, to get ahead, we need to get our run rate up. So as you know, Spiceman, who always gets us off to a good start, him and Katoy went out there with the same momentum, same vibes, and they went out and give us a good start. That's what we wanted. Unfortunately, we kind of lapsed in the middle, but it's good to see that, I mean, even though we lapsed a bit in the middle today, the guys still take us over that line, you know what I mean? We wanted guys who haven't got a hit yet in the tournament get a hit, because, you know, sometimes in the back end of the tournament when guys isn't batting and you lose wicket, they probably don't know how to get their feet and don't know how to get moving. So it's good to see the guys went out there. Even though we get a good start, we still get over the line, even though we had a little, you know, miss up in the middle.
All right, congratulations to you and all the best on the rest of the tournament. Now we have the player of the match presentation, and the player 2 wickets, Mr. Kenneth Demba. Congratulations to you, Kenneth, on your man of the match performance today. Just talk us through some of your bowling plans out there.
First of all, thank you very much. My plan was very simple. The batting lineup filled with a lot of left-handers, so I would back myself any day as a half spin and restrict them to as total as possible in the power play.
We've seen you in the power play. I believe this is your role in the team. How much do you welcome that challenge?
Very good. I back myself, I back my team, and thankfully my teammates support. So it's
all right. Congratulations to you again on match performance. You just got from Mr. Samuel, a member of the executive of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Board. So congratulations to you again, Kenneth Demba. So we've come to the end of the presentation here. Do join us again tomorrow for another action-packed day in VPL5. It's cricket all way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacalao down in the middle. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Cricket, look at six over there. Cricket, on fire. What you say? Cricket.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Divers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.